Who are you? Yinhai's figure recondensed. His face was pale, and he instantly retreated hundreds of millions of miles, staring vigilantly and fearfully at the terrifying magic sword that exuded the power of the innate treasure. This is a congenital treasure. Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian will be moved by the treasure. Many Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian use the best innate spiritual treasures, but the treasures they refine or the Taoist treasures are not weaker than the innate treasures, or even stronger. But it is undeniable that innate treasures are precious and rare. Boom. Nightshade and the magic sword merged into one. Without answering, they slashed again with one sword. Yinhai blocked it with the goddess palace, turned and fled. The other party didn't come forward, just sacrifice the treasure. There is such power, and there is a congenital treasure, it is very likely to be Hunyuan Jingxian. Even Hunyuan da Luo Jingxian. However, this possibility is relatively small. If Chaos de Luo Jingxian sacrifices the innate treasure, he can be severely damaged or even destroyed in one move. However, de Luo Jingxian is beyond the long river of time and space, and it is not so easy to kill him completely. Even if the true spirit is wiped out, it is possible to revive through the long river of time and space after endless years. Unless all traces of his existence are erased. Thank you for your help, Taoist friend. Dare to ask your name. Yaoqi Holy Land is grateful. Ji Yu thanked the magic sword. She didn't use her own name, because she was just a big Luo Jingxian. If the other party was a Hunyuan Jingxian, or even a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, her weight was obviously worse. It was a pity that Nightshade didn't answer her. The magic sword disappeared in place in an instant, and then returned to Hongmeng's kingdom of God. The other party should be for Hongxia. Ji Yu was not angry. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Xia, who had broken through in the sky, and then at Hongmeng, who was in the middle of Zizhu below, thinking secretly in her heart. Jiang Xia was hit by Yin Zhao's Yin Yang Dao Jindan. Now, instead of being damaged, she has broken through her cultivation base. What happened is self-evident. The medicinal power of Yin Yang Dao's golden elixir is exerted. Forcibly removing it will only damage the foundation. Only by letting the medicinal effect be fully exerted and absorbed can the cultivation level be improved and the potential increase. Besides, she had seen Ji Hongxia lying in Hongmeng's arms before. Thinking of that shameful picture that made you blush. Ji Yu's cheeks were a little hot. People are big and little devils. The word popped into her mind involuntarily. Bah, what are you thinking? Forcefully expelling the charming in his heart, Ji Yu watched Ji Hongxia's breakthrough while being vigilant around her. However, with Yinhai's defeat, the innate treasure was shocked, and no one made another move. The innate treasure is not Chinese cabbage. Not everyone can have it. The power of the person who shot just now is not very powerful. It may just be Hunyuan Jingxian secretly shooting, but there may be a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian level behind it. Without knowing the details of the other party, no one will rashly take action. Soon, Ji Hongxia made a breakthrough. Her whole body was full of radiance and she was wearing a veil, like a hibiscus flowing out of water, curling nana, floating down from the sky. Her jade arms are fair, her legs are slender, and the veil is unstoppable, like white suet, incomparably moving, graceful and delicate, plump and mature, with an unparalleled allure. Seeing Hongmeng's heart heat up, countless charming pictures flooded into his mind, making him feel like holding the goblin in front of him and revisiting his previous experience. Suppressing the restless thoughts in his heart, Hongmeng smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations to Sister Dashi for being promoted to Deluo, eternal and immortal, free world. I used to call it my sister, but now I eat it and wipe it clean. With the passage of time, I am called my big wet sister." Ji Hongxia's beautiful eyes flowed, and her graceful and seductive body was looming. The twin peaks are towering, the pink arms are like jade, the small waist is full of grips, the red lips are moist, the teeth are like jade, and the voice is like a tender and resentful, very pleasant to the ear. Injustice. Hongmeng wailed and said aggrieved. I don't know who the eagle is eating the chicken. Ji Hongxia raised her eyebrows, and there was a little red plum in the center of her forehead, which added a different kind of seductive temperament to her. She has a slender body, and Nana came to the front, and pointed her slender fingers to Hongmeng's forehead, with a dangerous aura in her eyes. Okay, you despise others now. A burst of fragrant smells came to my face. Hongmeng reached out and grabbed her greasy little hand, and said with a smile, how could it be? You were immersed in the perception of Tao like a dead person before, and I will make up for you now. After speaking, Hongmeng picked up her graceful and tender body as soft as jade. The fairy of Da Luojian Wonderland. He hasn't eaten yet. Do not. Ji Hongxia's slender fingers rested on Hongmeng's chest, exuding irresistible charm, exhaling like a blue, and said, the elders are still here. Exchange good books and pay attention to the VX public account end of the God Station. Follow now to receive cash red envelopes. You guys go on, I didn't see anything. Ji Yu's voice rang out from the sky, and the figure flashed and disappeared. In fact, she wanted to communicate with Jiang Xia. But for now, let's wait for the future. Alas, today's young people don't know temperance. Ji Yu sighed in her heart, and immediately she didn't know what to think. A voice that was transmitted into secret sounded in Jiang Xia's mind. Hongxia, take it easy, don't hurt the origin of this kid. Aunt Ji Yu, what are you talking about? Jiang Xia's pretty face flushed crimson, and she said in a sullen voice. Although this kid's body is strong and his blood is like a dragon, he is in the realm of gods and gods. You know the horror of the Six Desires red body, especially after being promoted to Daluo, the Six Desire red dust body is complete. Okay, I got it. Jiang Xia was irritated and said impatiently. It's disrespectful to the old, a 100,000-year-old maid still said that I. Jiang Xia complained in her heart. Hey, you're still embarrassed. Hong Meng looked down at Jiang Xia, whose pretty face was blushing, as if she had discovered a new continent, and bowed her head and kissed heavily. He remembered that the goblin was very bold before. You are shy. Jiang Xiu pointed a little on Hong Meng's forehead, and smiled charmingly. Little brother, in the future, when the younger sister leaves the customs and sees that you can't walk, don't say it's the elder sister. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Hong Meng strode into Zijuju's bedroom with Jiang Xia in his arms. Then, with a thought, the four-elephant ceiling heaven formation was activated, isolating the outside world from prying eyes. Before Jiang Xia's breakthrough, the movement was too great, and the Sixiang ceiling heaven formation could not be sealed. Hong Meng simply closed the formation directly, so as not to be hit by the breakthrough of Jiang Xia's cultivation base. Is it a six desired mortal body of the Deluo Jingxian level? I'm looking forward to it. When Hong Meng was studying the power and mystery of the six desires of the mortal body, there was a strange little world in the distant time and space, the mythical world. Dakan, Shenyang. In death row. A man with a handsome face but pale and haggard woke up faintly, smelling the damp and rancid smell in the air, and his stomach turned upside down. Vomit. The man spit out a bitter mouth and looked around with dazed eyes. Stone walls, two square windows with the size of a bowl, he was lying on the cold tattered straw mat, his body stinks, and there are ants crawling. Who I am. Where am I? Where am I going? Fuck. His head was tingling, and the surging memories hit him like a tidal wave. Without giving him the slightest chance to react, he slammed into his brain. Then it flows quickly, into the depths of his memory. I crossed, traveled to a traverser named Yi Xiaochuan. This is Dakan's death row. It was sent in by Gao Yao. Fuck, this is a mythical world. After sorting out his memory, Lin Fun finally understood his current situation, and his eyes were full of bitterness. Once, when he read mythology, he fantasized in his heart that if he could transcend into Yi Xiaochuan, he would never be a virgin bitch. The Lu family sisters have been collected. Eat the moon. Take away Princess Yushu, kill Lu Bang. Use modern knowledge, develop and grow, find the elixir of life, establish an eternal and immortal dynasty, sleep on the knees of beauties, wake up and take control of the world. But now, damn it, you asked me to cross over earlier. Lin Fun is crazy, he is now on death row, and Gao Yao seems to be different from the original book, and he has become a national teacher. He was sure that Gao Yao was probably not the original Gao Yao in all likelihood. Possibly also a transmigrator. There are even systems. He thought of Gao Yao's terrifying strength, and he beat his predecessor Yi Xiaochuan to the ground with one move of the primordial palm. You must know that Yi Xiaochuan's martial power is good, and he is not much weaker than Shang Yu. That palm seems to contain inner strength. Such is the case. He wants to use the knowledge he knows to go out, almost impossible. Gao will not give him a chance. It's over. Lin Feng's eyes were full of despair. Didn't he just stay up all night watching small movies, and he passed out because he was so excited? As for punishing him, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the sign-in system. Does the host sign in here? Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded, and Lin Fun was shocked, and he was overjoyed. As a hardcore reader influenced by online novels, he is all too familiar with the system. Not to mention the most popular sign-in system. This check-in system is the same as the check-in system he knows about. You can check in anywhere. The more special the place, the better the check-in reward, and you can check in at one place repeatedly. However, it needs to be set as a long-term check-in location, so as to get better rewards. System, I want to sign in on death row. After understanding the function of the system, Lin Fun said without hesitation. And set the death row as a long-term check-in location. Because this is the safest place for the time being. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host, and a reward for washing the marrow. Washing marrow Dan washing the marrow and cutting the bones, removing the acquired dirt, becoming a congenital spirit body, practicing martial arts, 1,000 miles a day. Good good. Lin Fun looked at the information in his mind, his eyes were full of excited. His body was shattered by the high-level primordial palm, and the meridians were shattered. This was also the reason why Yi Xiaochuan died. Now, with this washing marrow pill, not only can he recover from his injuries, but he can also become a martial arts genius. He believes that in the future, he will definitely be able to sign in the magic powers. When he became a martial arts expert, he killed Gao Yao, and he also experienced the emperor's addiction. There is no martial arts in this world. As long as Gao Yao is eliminated, will it be difficult to become an emperor with his strength? 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, 72 concubines. 3,000 beauties in the harem. Thinking about it, Lin Fun drooled a little. In his previous life, he also hid under the quilt to watch small movies, and he hadn't practiced it yet. Now that they have been reborn, and there is still a system, can't they do whatever they want? Half an hour. Only then did Lin Fun suppress the excitement in his heart and swallow the Zisui Dan in one gulp. 10,000 chat group. The head of Washan. Haha, how are you all doing? The overlord of the World Association. Old you, it seems that you are in a good mood, have you found the planet of life again? Descendants of Dian royal family. Curious. The head of Washan. How can the life planet be so easy to find? It's just that the countries in the Central Plains have just been unified. The second master of Tushan. Congratulations to Sect Leader Yu. Sect Leader Yu is really fast. God's dog. Wrong, how did you know? Did Ning Navexia tell you? Sect Master Yun Lan. I suspect you are driving. Lord of Qin. Hold your head with both hands, crouch down, and take away. The head of Hua. Don't play with me, the Yuanujian world is just an ancient martial arts world. If I show a little strength casually, I won't surrender to the world. Yi Tiandi. Yu Zongmin said very well. It is good to have strength. A supreme being on my side can preach several galaxies in one day. Toad Mountain lecherous immortal. I suspect that the above is pretending. Suspended silk sleep Xiaolongnu. I suspect that the above is pretending. Yi Tiandi. I really didn't pretend to be coercive. Haven't people told the truth these days? The second head of Tushan. Lemon. God's dog. Sexy fairy. I haven't seen you bubbling for a long time. Did you peek at the lady taking a bath and get beaten again? Toad Mountain lecherous immortal. I don't. You are talking nonsense, it's not me. I'm busy with a great cause. The second master of Tushan. Is it for your handwritten masterpiece, Intimacy with Heaven, looking for inspiration and materials? Toad Mountain lecherous immortal. Of course. Not all, I finally unified the ninja world. Descendants of the Dian royal family, congratulations. The little dragon girl who was asleep in the silk, congratulations. God's dog. Sister Shenxian, what's going on with you? Suspended silk sleep Xiaolongnu. It's almost there. Ding, the newcomer joins the chat group. Quote. Eternal continent, Dongshuan territory. Qingzhou, the holy land of Yaoqi. Purple bamboo residence. The purple bamboo is crystal clear, the roots are straight, the Luan bird is flying, bright as a rainbow, the spirit bird is holding the G, the auspiciousness is hanging down, the longevity ape presents the peach, and the fragrance is overflowing. A meandering creek flows past, babbling brooks. The orchids are all over the place, the wonderful flowers are sprayed with smoky colors, the fish and dragons are leaping in the stream, the clouds are steaming and the clouds are shining, and the gold is overflowing. Bamboo forest is in the middle. Hong Meng once again helped Jiang Xia to remove the residual poison from her body. After I don't know how many big Jodians pushing qi through the palace, and Hong Meng's own acupuncture treatment, the residual poison in Jiang Xia's body was almost eliminated. Just one last bit. Hong Meng was full of energy, and with the blessing of the secret technique, he raised the blood and energy of his whole body. The mighty divine power spurted out like a river bursting its banks, and poured into Jiang Xia's poisonous stove. In an instant, Jiang Xia's body trembled, and a warm current swept through her body. The poison was washed away from her body, all the depression and heaviness disappeared, and her whole body was relaxed and relieved. Little brother, I really don't know how you cultivated as a freak, but in the middle stage of the gods, it is so terrifying. Jiang Xia's beautiful eyes were hazy, like a pool of autumn water, her slender jade fingers gently brushed Hong Meng's cheeks, her eyes were full of shock. Before she was hit with the yin-yang Dao Jindan, her consciousness was completely immersed in her understanding of the Dao, and she had no distractions, so she had no experience at all. Now that the toxins are cleared, she has broken through the great Luo Jingxian again, her cultivation strength has skyrocketed, and she has a deeper understanding of Hong Meng's power. Because I am an unparalleled evildoer in the legend, destined to suppress you fairies, how can I do it if I am not strong? Hong Meng smiled, hugging the beautiful woman like a jade body, crystal soft and graceful, and her mood was unprecedentedly happy. With Jiang Xia's cooperation, this time he truly experienced the power of the six desires red dust body. As if the six-layered Tiangong, each layer is a new world, giving people a new feeling and experience, and enjoy a different scenery. Little bastard. Jiang Xia gave him a white look, looked at Hong Meng who was playing like a child in her arms, and asked, by the way, who is the senior who helped you just now? It was the senior who saved me before, and then gave me to you. At that time, the effect of the yin-yang Dao Jindan was on, and her consciousness was a little vague, and she only remembered a general idea. That senior likes to keep a low profile. I also met him by accident. As for his name, I can't tell you for the time being. Hong Meng knew what she wanted to ask, and said directly, if you want to repay your kindness, the same is true for repaying me. Oh, it seems that you have a good relationship with that senior. Jiang Xia looked at Hong Meng with beautiful eyes. Seeing that Hong Meng didn't want to say anything, she did not continue to ask, but changed the topic and said, you said that the little sister has left the customs, what should I do? It's really unpredictable. She actually turned the little junior sister green. But she is not worried, which strong person does not have a confidant? Cold salad. Hong Meng rolled her eyes at her. Jiang Xia's beautiful eyes revealed an interesting color, and her fair hands raised Hong Meng's chaotic head. Aren't you afraid that little junior sister won't want you? No, no, what can I do? Hong Meng spread out his hands, letting nature take its course, the way of Buddhism. In fact, he is really not stressed. Nangong Mengyao is the childhood sweetheart of the predecessor, he upholds the idea of taking care of the predecessor and accepts the other party. If the other party can't accept it, he doesn't care. A man's mouth, a liar. Jiang Xia put her fair-skinned jade finger on Hong Meng's eyebrows, rolled her eyes at him, and said angrily, in front of the little junior sister, do you mean that I am also a dispensable person? How can that be? Hong Meng raised his brows and moved slightly. How close is my relationship with Sister Dashi? Is it still unclear to Sister Dashi? Then it's still called senior sister. Jiang Xia's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. She looked at Hong Meng. Her voice was charming and soul-stirring. She was originally the big wet sister. Hong Meng glanced to the side. You little bastard. Jiang Xia noticed Hong Meng's gaze, saw the soaked silk scarf next to her, and twisted her little hand around his waist. Where is it small? Ding. The king of demon kings joined the chat group. Ding. Dewei Tianlong joins the chat group. Just when Hong Meng wanted to do something else, two prompts sounded in his mind. There are new people in the group, not bad. Hong Meng entered the chat group with a wisp of consciousness, and the group became lively with the addition of two new members. The head of Washan. Welcome to the newcomer, Sahua. JPG. The overlord of the World Association. Welcome to the newcomer, Bao Jiao, the newcomer, report the origin and name. The second head of Tu Shan. Welcome to the newcomer. Holy Maiden of Soul Hall. Welcome to the newcomers. If there is anything you don't understand, please read the group files. You can speak, send videos, pictures, and view the group files by reciting in your heart. The King of Demon Kings. Excuse me, are you all Buddhas? Monkey King, the King of Demon Kings, was sitting in the cave, looking at the chat group in his mind. His face was full of excitement and excitement. 500 years. Almost 500 years. Buddha was finally deceived by him. Finally got to see him. Next, as long as he pretended to be remorseful and pretended to be true, good, and beautiful, he could deceive the Buddha and let him out of this dark hole. After he goes out, he must let the old Tathagata know what cruelty is. God knows how he got here in the past 500 years. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's face became more and more kind. Dewei Tianlong. Buddhas, Amitabha, is this the holy land of Lingshan Mountain in the west? The king of demon kings. Being able to silently cross the seal of the Buddha and invade my sea of consciousness, who else could it be without the Buddha? The king of demon kings. Amitabha Buddha, Buddha, the little demon has come to his senses, he knows he's wrong, he already understands the true meaning of truth, goodness and beauty. I beg the Buddha to let me out. I really know I'm wrong, I've changed my mind, and I'll be a good demon who is willing to help others from now on. Journey to the west to conquer the demon world. In the cave sealed by the Tathagata, Sun Wukong folded his hands together, recited Amitabha Buddha in his mouth, and his face became more and more pious. Dewei Tianlong. Since this is the holy land of Foling Mountain, I, Fahai, would like to ask all of you Buddhas to clarify their doubts. I killed the demon, am I wrong? In the world of green snakes, Fahai, who looked like a young man, looked at the two green and white snakes who helped women give birth, and the benchmark in his heart was shaken again. Are monsters good and bad? Aren't all monsters damned? He killed a spider spirit before, but when he turned his head and saw the Buddha beads hanging on the branch, he realized that the spider spirit was not a big talker, nor was it an indiscriminate killing of innocent people. At that time, the ruler in his heart was shaken for the first time. Demons are also divided into good and bad. Should harmless demons be one size fits all? Now that he saw the green and white snakes who helped women give birth, his previous belief that the demon should be killed has been shaken again. It happened that he joined the chat group at this time, so he asked in the group. The king of demon kings. Killing demons is of course right, but a demon like me, who knows his mistakes and can be corrected, can do great things, and is harmless to humans and animals, should be given a chance to correct himself. Buddha, I really know wrong, you let me out, it has been 500 years, 500 years. Tu Shan's second master. Hey, two newcomers, didn't Sister Bai let you read the group documents? This is not the Western Heavenly Mountain, and there is no Buddha, only the great god of Hongmong. The king of demon kings. The Buddha said, the Buddha is in my heart, and you appear in my heart, how could it not be the Buddha? Sun Wukong pouted, trying to test him. No way, in this world, except the Tathagata, who can enter his heart. This must be the Tathagata to test him. The king of demon kings. Buddha, I really know I'm wrong. I keep every teaching of your old man in my heart. Just let me go. Hong Meng looked at the speeches of the two newcomers in the group, and already understood their identities. The king of demon kings is the monkey king from the world of Journey to the West, conquering the demons. He seems to be a good monster even though he is peaceful in the group now. But it's actually cruel and vicious. After being sealed by the Tathagata, his character has become more cunning. What he's doing now is to show that he is completely remorseful, realizes that he was wrong, and then tricks the Tathagata to let him out. Once he goes out, the ferocity and tyranny inside will be exposed. This world is not strong, but it is not too weak, with the Tathagata and the gods of heaven. And Dway Tianlong is the Fahai of the movie Green Snake world. This world also has gods and Buddhas in the sky, and the levels of the two worlds are estimated to be similar. God's dog. At the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, stop pretending, you are cunning and cruel in your heart, and saying that you are repentant is just a lie. We don't have a Buddha here, so you don't need to dress up. The king of demon kings. Buddha, I really knew I was wrong. Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart, and I really regretted it. Sun Wukong sneered in his heart, he would not be fooled by this kind of temptation. Dway Tianlong. At Hongmong God, Buddha, poor monk would like to ask, is it wrong to kill monsters? Are monsters good or bad? Should monsters be given a chance to reform themselves? But people's hearts are changeable, and the hearts of monsters are also changeable. How can we determine whether a monster is good or bad? How can we tell whether a monster has become better? How can we be sure that after a monster has become better, it will not hurt people again? The head of Washan. Fuck, are newcomers so fierce? Descendants of the Dian royal family. Scare. Seeing that Fahai directly detained Hong Meng, the group members were stunned. To be frank, they didn't dare to detain Hong Meng directly. In their hearts, the god of Hongmong is a supreme and great existence, how can they be disturbed casually? But Fahai didn't know that. What's more, he was misled by Sun Wu, thinking that this was the holy land of Lingshan, and he was upset at the moment, eager to know the answer, so he directly deducted the group owner. In his opinion, the group leader should be the Buddha. Although he didn't know why the Buddha used this name, he thought about it without flaws. Because at this moment, not only the problem of monsters bothered him. He also had wicked thoughts in his heart. Just now he saw the scene of a woman giving birth to a child. For the first time in his life, he saw the seductive body of a woman, pure the mind was hit by an unprecedented force. That heartwarming picture lingered in his mind and could not be erased. Grass. This dog and bald donkey. When Sun Wukong saw Fahai's problem, he was furious and cursed, wishing he could kill Fahai with a stick. Isn't this dismantling him? He felt that Fahai's every question was directed at him. Hong Meng watched Fahai detain him, and his heart moved. Fahai's question is not easy to answer clearly. Unpredictable. The demon heart is equally unpredictable. However, the fool only needs to give a vague concept and let him comprehend it by himself. God of Hongmong. At Dawei Tian Long, right or wrong depends on your heart. If you think you are wrong, then you are wrong. If you think you are right, then you are right. The God of Hongmong. At the King of Demon Kings, it is not difficult for you to leave the sealed cave. After reading the group documents, reciting my, viewing ideas, you have your own divine power to protect your body, and leaving the seal is easy. Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, meet my God. God's dog, meet my God. The Lord of Dakan, meet my God. Dewei Tianlong, thank you Buddha for clarifying your doubts. In the Green Snake world, Fahai returned to Jinshan Temple with his thoughts. Right or wrong is up to your heart. Fahai didn't read the group documents, and his mind was full of Hong Meng's words. The more he understood it, the more profound he felt, containing supreme Buddhist principles. The King of Demon Kings, thank you Buddha, I will recite the contemplation ideas. In Journey to the West to Conquer the Demon World, Sun Wukong didn't listen to a single word of other things, and only grasped the point of being able to go out by reciting contemplation ideas. He immediately downloaded viewing ideas. It's just an ordinary Buddhist scripture, but why did the Buddha use the name Hongmong God? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Forget it, take care of him, just go out. Sun Wukong didn't think about it anymore. He felt that the Tathagatas and these people were full and supported. They set up a chat group, and said that they were not Buddhas. How can he really play? Sun Wukong began to recite, contemplation of ideas. When the last word fell, he shuddered and saw a gray chaos. In the chaos, an indescribable great existence stood. He is like an eternal road. It is also like the parents of the universe, heaven and earth, and all things. The infinite universe evolves around him. Hundreds of millions of gods, demons and Buddhas pay homage. When I saw him, it was as if I saw Tao. This is the god of Hongmong. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, was overwhelmed in his heart. At this moment, he finally believed that the god of Hongmong was not the Tathagata Buddha. Because the Tathagata Buddha and countless Buddhas knelt before the god of Hongmong. And this Tathagata is many times stronger than the Tathagata who sealed him. The Tathagata who sealed him was not worthy to lift shoes for the god of Hongmong. At this time, the gaze of the god of Hongmong looked at him. Boom! Sun Wukong's mind was hit by an unparalleled shock, and his primordial spirit was shaky, as if it would collapse at any time. This moment, he saw the eyes of the god of Hongmong. In these eyes, he saw the time and space of the Hengsha number of the universe, and saw the past, present and future of the universe. I saw the master of the avenue that runs through the infinite universe of time and space. His primordial spirit seemed to burst. He woke up suddenly. Call. Sun Wukong was gasping for breath, and his heart lingered in fear. However, the next moment, he was stunned. My strength has actually increased. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. My strength has actually increased. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Can you improve your strength by reciting, viewing ideas, once? This is too scary. However, it seems not impossible to think of the terrifying existence he saw. By the way, there are also group files. After knowing that the god of Hongmong is not the Buddha, the king of demon king Sun Wukong also understands that the chat group is not the holy land of Lingshan. He consciously entered the chat group and quickly flipped through the group files. It turns out that this chat group is equivalent to a treasure that communicates with the heavens and the world. You can get rewards from the god of Hongmong by preaching and offering sacrifices, and you can only get the most basic divine grace by praying. After these people sacrificed, they changed from ordinary people to beings comparable to immortals and Buddhas. The god of Hongmong is really generous. If I also get the reward, wouldn't I be able to hang and beat the old Tathagata? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, became excited. Don't look at how loud he is. In fact, he himself knows that he is not the opponent of the Tathagata. Reciting, contemplation ideas, you can get divine protection. First try to see if you can go out. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, thought of what Hong Meng said, and while reciting, contemplation ideas, reverently, he jumped up. This time, the Tathagata's seal did not respond, and he sprang out of the hole directly, breaking away from the seal. Out. Haha, I'm out. The god of Hongmong is really powerful. Lord Tathagata, you rubbish, wait for me. The king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, looked back at the seal that looked like a dead thing. He was in a good mood, and he turned into the sky with a duel, excited. The king of demon kings, thanks to the great god of Hongmong. After 500 years, I finally came out. I'm going to preach and prepare sacrifices. Holy Maiden of Wuhun Hall, congratulations to the demon king for getting out of trouble, congratulations. The head of Washan, congratulations to the demon king for getting out of trouble, congratulations. God's dog, congratulations to the demon king for getting out of trouble, congratulations. Ding, God's dog uploads a video, Journey to the West to Conquer the Demons. Journey to the west to conquer demons. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, moved in the sky for a while, which is not surprising for Wang Hao's video, because he has already read all the files and chat group records of the chat group. Originally, he wanted to have a good relationship with the group members first, and then ask Wang Hao if he had any news about his world, but he didn't expect the other party to send it directly. The king of demon kings. Thank you, brother Wang. Ding, the king of demon kings sent an exclusive red envelope to the god's dog. God's dog. Thank you, demon king. Wang Hao, who has been single for 20 years, quickly received the red envelope, which contained a monkey hair, which contained the power of a blow from the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong. I didn't expect that the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, would be so good. Wang Hao sighed inwardly, and put away the monkey hair happily. Originally, he didn't have any feelings for Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, because the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, was a complete demon. There is a big gap with the orthodox Monkey King Monkey King. However, eating people has a short mouth, taking people softly, and receiving gifts from others, and I can't help but agree more in my heart. When Wang Hao checked the red envelope, the king of demon king Sun Wukong and other members of the group downloaded and watched the video one after another. I didn't expect that in the original trajectory, although Lao Sun also broke out of the seal, he was finally cleaned up by the Tathagata Lauer. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, flashed a sullen look in his eyes. This time, he will not lose again. Tathagata old man, you wait for me. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, moved towards Changan in the Tang dynasty. Changan is prosperous, the city is crowded with people, and it is very lively. In this world, demons are rampant, and if the human race wants to survive, it is useless to rely on the heavenly court and the Lingshan Buddha, because it is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. Therefore, the exorcist was born in the human race. As the most prosperous city in the Tang dynasty, Changan is naturally the place with the most exorcists. With the arrival of Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, the exorcist guarding the palace immediately sensed it. It's demonic. There is actually a monster sneaking into the palace, how presumptuous. Get up. Arrays of formations were lit up, and exorcists holding various instruments came from all directions to the king of the demon king, Sun Wukong. The little demon has seen all the fellow Taoists. The king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, showed a self-kind smile, but before he finished speaking, a magic weapon and a magical power fell on him. However, these magical powers were shattered one after another, and the magic weapons were also bounced one by one. The king of the demon king, Sun Wukong, was not damaged in any way, and he still had a smile on his face, saying, "The little demon is not here to make trouble this time, but to preach. I'm here to give you a chance. This monster is powerful, don't let it go." During the anger, the exorcists were surging with mana, and all kinds of magical powers were displayed at the bottom of the pressure box. Boom. The next moment, all the magic weapons were bounced off, and all kinds of magical powers attacked like mud cows into the sea. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, had a slightly stiff face, but he still kept a kind smile and said, "Do you know the god of Hongmon? Do you want to become an immortal and become a god? As long as you believe in the great god of Hongmon." He still didn't finish his words this time, and was interrupted by the anger of the surrounding exorcists. "This monster is so powerful, please bring out the magic sword of the treasure town of Datang Township." Among the exorcists, someone immediately turned back and quickly took out a large golden sword. Kill. Seeing the demon-suppressing sword, the spirits of the exorcists were lifted, and together they urged the demon-suppressing sword to kill Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings. When the demon-suppressing sword was stabbed on Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, it was no different from other magic weapons, and was thrown away directly. The king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, resisted the urge to get angry and forced a kind smile. "I know you don't believe it, but as long as you recite it with me." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted again. An old exorcist shouted to the young exorcist behind him, "This monster is too powerful, you go and ask for foreign aid, we old guys hold him back." The stiff smile on Sun Wukong's face, the king of demon kings, could no longer be maintained. He tried his best to suppress the urge to act and said, "I'm not here to trouble you. No, let's go together, we will never be deserters. Monkey King, king of demon kings, don't worry, I'm not here to kill you. Who said you were deserters? I asked you to ask for foreign aid. The responsibility for this matter is heavy, and only you young people can do it. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, you all be quiet, listen to me first. Don't think that we are small, so we can be deceived. Why don't you ask for foreign aid? Isn't it just to let us escape? Why don't you old guys ask for foreign aid? Ah. Have you said enough? The king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, couldn't bear it any longer and broke out directly. A terrifying demon swept all over the place with him as the center. Wherever they passed, people turned on their backs, and palaces were blown away. I saw the extremely rich and tyrannical center of demon energy, and a terrifying, incomparably huge chimpanzee stood on the ground and roared, "Shut up all of you. Hear me out." The exorcists stared wide-eyed and looked at the huge gorilla in front of them in horror. Could this be the legendary king of demon king Sun Wukong? What a horrible monster. I'm here today to spread the Tao for my god. The king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, looked at the exorcists and instructed, "You guys first recite the viewing ideas handed down by my god with me." What the hell? All the exorcists were confused. Spread the way for God. Sun Wukong surrendered to heaven. Boom. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, smashed a large hall with one palm and stared at the exorcists with dangerous eyes. "You don't want to." All the exorcists trembled, nodded like chickens pecking at rice, and said in horror, "Yes, yes." They were all captured by Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, and agreed out of instinctual fear. Very good. You follow me to read now. Remember that sincerity is the spirit, and you must read it every day in the future. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, urged. Aha. The exorcists nodded vigorously, but in their hearts they disagreed. When you leave here, who will read your viewing ideas? However, under the lewd power of Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, they all started to chant. The chanting is over. Although they were dishonest and received few divine favors, they all obtained it, and some of the mana they consumed before was recovered. Everyone looked at each other. Pay attention to the public account. After the Benshin station, pay attention to send cash and coins. Is that the god of Hongmong? Too horrible. My mana has recovered a lot. Me too. How is this going? Their eyes were full of puzzlement. Could it be related to the viewing ideas they recited? Their eyes couldn't help looking at Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings. Prayer brings divine grace, not to mention restoring mana. You can also improve your cultivation level, but unfortunately you are not sincere, so you won't get much divine grace. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, explained. It's really because of prayer. Prayer can increase your cultivation. The god of Hongmong is so generous. The exorcists widened their eyes in disbelief. But to feel the mana restored in the body, I have to believe it. Many soon began to pray again. This time, they also got divine favor, although not much, but the feeling of whoring for nothing is so cool that they can't stop. Okay, now you know how powerful my god is, right? After you go down, spread this view of ideas. The more people believe in my god, the better, and other great rewards. The king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, strikes while the iron is hot. He knows that by himself, even if his mana is boundless, his preaching speed will not be fast. These exorcists are quite strong, and they can all be used as subordinates to preach for him. However, he did not come to Changan to subdue these exorcists. Instead, he came to see the emperor of the Tang dynasty. According to the experience of chatting members, the fastest way to preach just from top to bottom. As long as you get the emperor, you will basically get a country. These exorcists understood the horror of the god of Hongmong, and they had benefits to take, and they all promised that they would work hard to preach. Then with the help of these exorcists, the king of demon kings soon met the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin. After Li Shimin recited contemplation ideas, his face was full of excitement, and he sighed, "The god of Hongmong is so great, so generous." He can clearly feel that his physical fitness has become several times stronger, his whole body is in good spirits, and he is fierce. I feel like I can hit 10 a night. As an emperor, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, her body has long been hollowed out, and the most exciting thing is this. With viewing ideas, in the future, I will no longer have to worry about my body being unable to carry it, and I can make whatever I want. Li Shimin's heart was boiling with enthusiasm, looking forward to the coming of night. He wants to kill and revive his glory. Thinking of the scene where Changsun Wagu and others were horrified, crying and begging for mercy, Li Shimin's eyes were full of infinite expectations. However, thinking of the request of Monkey King, the king of demon kings, he had a headache again. Demon King, I am willing to promote the belief in gods, but the gods and Buddhas in the sky. As an emperor, Li Shimin has exorcists and monsters in this world. He is no stranger to gods and Buddhas. He knew that both Heavenly Court and Lingshan existed. From his heart, he is very willing to believe in the god of Hongmong, and he is also willing to promote Guanxiang. This can improve the quality of the whole people and enhance the national strength of Detang. But Tianting and Lingshan will definitely not agree. Don't worry, those scumbags in heaven are not my opponents at all. If Tathagata dares to come, I will also clean up him. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, showed a suffocating aura in his eyes, but he couldn't really beat it. The big deal was to ask other members of the group for help. He has observed. His strength was rated as the 9th order in the chat group, and the Tathagata is stronger than him. It is estimated to be 10th order. In the chat group, there are 2 above the 10th order. Bibi Dong Zonglo. He had read the chat records and knew something about both of them. Bibi Dong is a staunch believer in God, and she will spare no effort to support anything that is helpful to God. The Tathagata stopped him from preaching, and when he went to ask for help, Bibi Dong would definitely help him. As for the heavy building, usually not very bubbling, speaking very rarely, a little cold. But judging from the only remarks from Zonglo, this is a fighting maniac. If Bibi Dong was not the Tathagata's opponent, then the strength of the Tathagata would definitely interest Chonglo. When the time comes, please ask Chonglo to help, and the other party should not refuse. Since the Demon King is confident, then I will pass on the edict that the whole country believes in the god of Hongmong. Li Shimin said readily. In fact, he has no other choice. If he doesn't agree, Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, will teach him to be a man right away. Soon, Li Shimin took action. The Manchu civil and military people were persuaded one after another under the great divine grace of view ideas. At the same time, through the Exorcist special news channel, the news that the king of demon king Sun Wukong came to preach in Changan also spread among the exorcists. Countless exorcists heard the words and their eyeballs fell to the ground. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, preached. Did something go wrong? Demons are extremely vicious and heinous beings. Even if they usually behave like ordinary people, they are disguised, just to eat people better. Now you tell me that Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, is preaching in Changan. What else is there to say? Countless exorcists don't believe it. However, they also gathered towards Changan one after another. The world is surging. However, with the spread of viewing ideas, the people who believed in the god of Hongmong grew like a snowball, and countless exorcists were dumbfounded. After they figured out the whole story, they all believed in the god of Hongmong without hesitation. They recite the contemplation ideas every day, and feel that the mana increases little by little, and the mood is wonderful. It turns out that this is the correct way to open up cultivation. Heaven. The clouds are shrouded in mist, and the clouds are steaming. In the huge and magnificent Lingxiao Palace, countless immortals and gods gathered together, each with a solemn expression and solemn expression. The Jade Emperor sat on the top of the Lingxiao Palace, looked at the immortals and gods, and said, "You Ichings, that demon monkey preaches with great fanfare in the world, do you know what his purpose is?" Monkey King, the king of demon kings, made too much noise. It's hard for them to know. What's more, they are all immortal gods achieved by incense, and believers are very important to them, and they cannot be lost. When the immortals and gods heard the words, they looked at each other, their expression solemn. Toda Heavenly King Li Jing pondered for a while and said, Monkey King, the king of demon kings, has always been sealed in Wuji Mountain, and now he goes to Chang'an to preach as soon as he comes out. It can be said that Sima Zhao's heart is well known. The faces of the gods froze. They knew that Li Jing, the king of Toda, was talking about the Tathagata. Li Tianwang means that the Tathagata deliberately released Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, and asked Sun Wukong to spread his beliefs for him. It's just, didn't it say that after the 500 years expired, the Tathagata chose one person to study the scriptures from the West? It's not time yet. The immortals were a little puzzled. Neja had a fiery temper, and went straight to the point. HMPH, isn't it easy to understand? Obviously the Tathagata can't wait. Teibai Jinxing said. It's just the Tathagata preaching, why use the name of the god of Hongmong? Barefoot Daxian said, I think it's just a myth. Don't Tathagata like this tune? It's not surprising to turn the great Sun Tathagata's true sutra into 300 children's songs and their Buddhist scriptures into contemplation of ideas. Makes sense. The immortals and gods nodded, with worry in their eyes, now that viewing ideas is spreading more and more widely, and spreading faster and faster. If we don't stop it, the believers in the heavenly court will be robbed. The Jade Emperor nodded and asked, Ichings, do you have a good plan? The gods bowed their heads and remained silent. Tathagata's strength is stronger than them. They couldn't even beat Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings. But if you are not tough, how can you stop it? Seeing this, the Jade Emperor felt helpless, and immediately changed the topic. Do you know what the mystery of view ideas is, and why it can spread so quickly? Each of them has many believers, and they know that it is not easy to spread their beliefs, and the same is true of Western Tathagata preaching. But this time, viewing ideas was unprecedentedly violent. Wherever it went, it was like the autumn wind sweeping leaves, and countless believers believed in it. This puzzled him. Has the Tathagata found a new secret to preaching? If so, could they follow suit and snatch believers over? To your majesty, I have recently heard people in the world and even exorcists talking about it every day. As long as you recite contemplation ideas, you can become stronger. Ordinary people will not suffer from all kinds of diseases, their physique will be enhanced, and practitioners will improve their cultivation. Shunfenger hesitated for a moment, then reported what he heard. How can that be? Even if the West is rich, it can't stand such consumption. It's totally worth the loss. One by one, the immortals widened their eyes in disbelief. They can also improve the physique of believers and increase their cultivation. But to pay a huge price, especially to improve the cultivation base, it needs to consume a lot of faith, which is not worth the loss. Therefore, they will only occasionally show miracles, confer a little divine grace, and show them off to other believers. Are you sure that every believer has received divine grace and prayed every time? The Jade Emperor stared at Shunfeng and asked solemnly. Shunfeng's ears shuddered, thinking of the presence of the stalwart he saw. He gritted his teeth and said, "To your majesty, Wei Chen thinks that this is not a trick of the Tathagata, but that there is really a god of Hongmong." Weiken heard the excited discussion between the people and the exorcist, and couldn't help but recite the viewing ideas, and saw an indescribable terrifying existence, and then the cultivation base was improved, and every prayer can be improved. What, Shunfenger, you actually believe in the Tathagata? Immortals were either shocked or angrily staring at Shunfenger. There was also a hint of coldness on the Jade Emperor's face. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became depressed. Your Majesty, Wei Chen does not believe in Tathagata, but the god of Hongmong. Being watched by one after another, Shunfeng's ears were numb, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If your majesty doesn't believe it, just find an immortal to recite it, and you can prove whether what Wei Chen said is true." Which I Ching is willing to give it a try. The Jade Emperor frowned, then looked at the immortals and gods in Lingxiao Palace, and he was in shock. Could it be that it is not the Tathagata, but another immortal god? I come. Nezha stood up directly. Didn't he just recite contemplation ideas? He is not afraid. He wanted to see if the Tathagata did something wrong. Okay. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. Under the gaze of countless immortals, Nezha did not hesitate, and began to recite contemplation ideas. A pair of eyes watched nervously and alertly. When the last word falls, Nezha trembled and saw an indescribable great being. He stood there like the center of chaos. Around him, every moment, there are Hengsha numbered worlds, time and space, and the universe is born. There are also Hengsha number of worlds, time and space, and the destruction of the universe. He is like an eternal road. Ancient, eternal, immortal. After a moment, Nezha woke up, his eyes full of shock, and excitedly said, "Your Majesty, I have seen the true eternal and immortal supreme god. Look, my cultivation has really improved a bit. The god of Hongmong is so terrifying, I can't describe it in words, I can't describe it in words. He is like the master of all things, the world is born because of him, the universe exists because of him, he is one, he is all, and he is the Tao." The Jade Emperor and the gods looked at Nezha, who had frantic eyes with a black line, and looked at each other in dismay. Is it possible? Nezha, I'm afraid he wasn't caught in the Tathagata's bewitchment, was he crazy? This viewing idea is too evil. No wonder it spread so fast. Feeling the strange eyes around him, Nezha reacted and quickly calmed down, explaining, "Don't worry, I'm not crazy, and I'm not influenced by the Tathagata." After Nezha's repeated explanations, coupled with Shunfeng's testimony, the gods were dubious, and they found some immortals to test. Result. It goes without saying. Including the Jade Emperor, all immortals and gods became followers of Hongmong. The Lingxiao Palace seemed to have become the scene of the Dharma assembly, and the immortals and gods recited contemplation ideas excitedly and devoutly. With this view, I can surpass the Tathagata within 100 years. The Jade Emperor's eyes were full of excitement, and he, the Jade Emperor, was very aggrieved. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, couldn't beat him, and neither could Shishin Tathagata. Just why did the demon monkey spread such a precious scripture? The Jade Emperor calmed down and found that something seemed wrong. If he got such a scripture, he would definitely cherish it, recite it quietly, and become stronger by himself. Absolute won't get out. Unless, it's better to spread it out. Exclamation mark quote. He knows Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings very well. This is a complete monster. Ferocious, cunning, cruel, irritable, vindictive, daring, lawless. I will never do anything that is not good. The immortals and gods nodded, and their hearts suddenly became hot. Such miraculous scriptures are used to preach, so how great should the benefits of preaching be? Your Majesty, I think we can investigate and see what benefits the demon monkey can gain from preaching, and then we will preach too. Jiang Xia suggested. Okay, I'll go in person. The Jade Emperor's eyes lit up, and he couldn't sit still in the face of this potentially huge benefit. If he doesn't go in person, he doesn't worry, then. The Jade Emperor took the immortals and gods towards Changan. Eternal continent, Jade pool, purple bamboo residence. After another detoxification treatment, Jiang Xia's pretty face was flushed, her beautiful eyes were hazy, and she leaned contentedly on Hong Meng's warm and powerful chest. Newlywed Yanner, like glue, she is now deeply poisoned, and comes to Hong Meng every day to detoxify. Hong Meng really realized what a grinding goblin is. Just terrifying. If it weren't for his strong body, he would be really unhappy. Afraid that the iron pestle will be ground into a needle. He hugged the beautiful woman's tender body from behind, and neither of them spoke. The silence speaks. Jiang Xia was carefully enjoying the relaxation after detoxification. Hong Meng, on the other hand, watched the chat group while feeling the preaching situation of believers in various worlds. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, this monkey is very fast, even the gods of heaven have become my followers. Feeling the believers in the world of Journey to the West, the world of conquering the demons, is skyrocketing every moment. Hong Meng smiled and was very satisfied. He likes this kind of driven believer. It's a pity that the newly joined Fahai has not made any movement so far, and even Fahai himself has not believed in him. Ding, it is detected that I don't want to be a mutation in the world where Jiao Gao is, and there are foreign demons invading. Please kill the foreign demons as soon as possible, and reward 10,000 points. Suddenly, a reminder that only he could hear sounded, and Hong Meng's heart moved, but he didn't expect another traverser to appear. Still in the mythical world where Gao Yao is located. The transmigrators can be said to be full of treasures, and maybe they can also get a ray of Hong Meng purple energy. Hong Meng is looking forward to it, although he knew that there seemed to be a terrifying mastermind behind these traversers. But he has already offended twice, and he doesn't mind offending 3 or 4 times, or even countless times. Since ancient times, there has been only the difference between no and countless times. Once you take the first step, it's hard to go back. With previous experience, Hong Meng slightly modified the task and posted it to the group. Ding, urgent task, detected that I don't want to be Jiao. The world where Gao lives has changed, and there are foreign demons invading. Please eliminate the foreign demons as soon as possible. The reward depends on the completion of the task, and the rewards vary from artifacts and exercises. Quote. Ding, urgent task. It is detected that I don't want to do a mutation in the world where Jiao Gao is, and there are foreign demons invading. Please destroy the foreign demons as soon as possible. The reward depends on the completion of the task, and the rewards vary from artifacts and exercises. God's dog. Wow, another foreign demon has appeared. Demon respect building. Extraterritorial demons. It's interesting to use special methods to travel to other worlds, and even to travel with a system. Chonglo has read the chat group records, and I also know a little about extraterritorial demons. I don't want to be Jiao Gao. This extraterritorial demon is not my hometown, right? But the chat group didn't say where the extraterritorial demon is, so I have to find it myself. God's dog. Don't worry, the first goal of ordinary foreign demons when they travel to the world of myths is to fuck the virgin bitch, collect flowers from the sisters of the Lu family, and then fool the first emperor to reach the pinnacle of life. Of course, except for some with special systems. So, there is a high probability that extraterritorial demons will come to the door on their own. Overlord of the World Association. Old Gao, do you need help? I don't want to be Jiao Gao. Thank you, gang leader Shang. When I discover the extraterritorial demons, if I can't deal with them, I will ask everyone for help. God's dog. Old Gao, how is your preaching? Do you want to ask my God to resurrect Lu Su, and then make sacrifices? I'm very curious about my God's supreme means of reversing yin and yang. The second head of Tu Shan said, I'm also curious about reversing yin and yang and resurrecting the dead, but for Gao Yao to resurrect Lu Su, it's not worth the gain for him. I don't want to be Jiao Gao. Now that Dakin has spread the belief of my God, with the help of the first emperor, I persuaded Princess Yushu, Xiaoyu and Lu Ji to sacrifice to my God. However, after Lu Ji and Lu Gong understood the greatness of my God, they begged me to resurrect Lu Su. Lu Su is indeed pitiful, so I plan to try. Sect Master Yun Lan. Young Master Gao is really warm-hearted. Gao Fengliang Festival, you must know that the reward of resurrecting Lu Su is enough to make your strength skyrocket and your lifespan greatly increased. I don't want to be Jiao Gao. As long as you devoutly serve my God, you will have a chance to get these in the future. Miss Lu promised that if Lu Su is resurrected, she will help me convince her to sacrifice to God together, and I should do something for them. Tomorrow, the first emperor and I will worship my God all over the country, and we will broadcast live to everyone at that time. Quote. Gao Gao is going to ask me to revive Lu Su. Looking at the information in the chat group, Hong Meng's heart moved, and what Gao Yao was thinking came to his mind instantly. Oh, Gao Yao, this guy has become smarter. Really? Pain and despair make a man grow. Hong Meng was delighted, and Gao Yao promised Lu Ji to resurrect Lu Su. On the surface, the gain outweighed the loss, but in the long run, he gained the great kindness of Lu Ji and Lu Sudian. It's still a good deal. After all, to become stronger and improve strength, there will still be opportunities in the future. No matter if Gao Ruo wanted to help Lu Ji and Lu Su, or had his own thoughts and wanted to make a long-term investment, Hong Meng didn't care. The world is all for profit. Every believer is an independent living body, and it is normal to think about it for himself, not to mention that this is something that Gao has to exchange for his own merits. No one can say it's wrong. It's like he is the boss, and if Gao is an employee, he gives Gao Yao a salary, and if Gao wants to use it to buy stocks, he doesn't care if he loses or makes a profit. Reviving Lu Su was not difficult for him. But he didn't try. You can practice your hands tomorrow, mythical world. Dawkins' death row. Lin Fun sat cross-legged, and the golden mana surrounded the waist, and the whole body was dazzling and extraordinary. But the death row jailer seems to have never seen it, and everything is doing his own thing as usual. I don't know how long it took. Lin Fun opened his eyes, and two golden lights burst out, hitting the invisible barrier in the air, causing layers of ripples. A golden pill is swallowed, and my life is up to me. Lin Fun spit out a mouthful of turbid air, turned it into a three-footed air sword, slammed into the formation he arranged, and then dissipated invisible. After signing in for this period of time, he not only obtained treasures such as magic weapons and formations, but his cultivation has also risen to the golden core realm. Now in the mythical world, I am also considered an immortal existence. There was a touch of excitement in Lin Feng's eyes, thinking that he hadn't signed in today. He immediately ordered, "System, sign in." Ding, sign in successfully, get the reward Divine Sword Royal Lightning True Secret Art. The true magic of Divine Sword and Thunder control 9 Heavens Profound Temple, turned into Divine Thunder. Wang Tianwei, led him with the sword. The supreme thaumaturgy in the Taoist immortal arts can absorb all the thunder for its own use. When casting the spell, a layer of invisible shield is naturally placed around the caster through the magic weapon, and the mortal body triggers the prestige of heaven and earth. It is paved with divine weapons and sharp blades, leading down the 9 heavens divine thunder, brilliance and divine power, and when the move is made, the sky shakes, and the situation changes. It is really invincible and powerful. I signed up for Dragon Slaying Sword yesterday, and today I signed up for Immortal Execution World's Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Secret Art. It's really good. With this Thunder Dao spell, my attack power is even higher. Lin Fun reached out and picked up the dragon-slaying sword next to him, his fingertips rubbing the blade, his face overflowing with joy. At this time, a jailer brought in food, and Lin Fun performed an illusion at will to prevent the jailer from discovering the abnormality. Boy, it's the last 2 meals, I'll give you something to eat, and be a full-fledged ghost tomorrow. The jailer did not find any abnormality and said to Lin Fun. After he finished speaking, he put down the meal and turned to leave. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with sharpness. Are you going to do something to me? Gao Yao, I'm looking forward to it. Lin Feng did not go out and continued to practice cross-legged. Overnight passed by. Today's Shenyang is extraordinarily lively and crowded. A huge altar has been built outside Shenyang City, and countless people have been waiting around, eagerly waiting. Gao Yao and Qin Shi Huang came to the altar with all the civil and military officials, all with excitement on their faces. Today they will be able to see the true God. What an honor this is. How lucky this is. On the offering, Gao Yao stood in the position of the priest and commanded. 3 animals and 6 animals, hundreds of classics, and all kinds of rare treasures were brought to the altar one after another, and the members of the chat group watched Gao Yao sacrifice through live broadcast. Apart from the elixir of life and the tiger talisman that travels through the world, the mythical world is just an ordinary ancient world without martial arts, weaker than Yu Buchan's proud world. So, their sacrifice was ordinary to the members of the group, and it was not even as grand as the first sacrifice of Ying Zheng in the world of Tianxing Juge. However, the people they were with, including Mo Zunlu, were following the live broadcast, because they were very interested in the resurrection of Lu Su, the god of Hongmong. Among the crowd, the nobles of the 6 nations were also among them. Uncle, do you think the gods will manifest themselves? Shang Yu looked at the majestic altar with awe in his eyes. Ying Zheng ordered the world to believe in the god of Hongmeng, and they naturally got the viewing ideas and tried it. After Shang Yu prayed for the first time, his strength at least tripled, and every time after that, it increased. So, he knew that the gods were real. Since the gods are real, it is very possible to manifest the saints. Shang Liang's eyes were complicated, and he knew that the dream of restoring the country was shattered. With the protection of a true god, it is impossible for Qin to be overthrown by them. Not far away, Zhang Liang, a descendant of a Korean nobleman, watched the offerings being put on the altar with a look of frustration. With his wisdom, he naturally understood that it was impossible to overthrow Ying Zheng. All his hard work over the years has been in vain. Xiao Chuan. Suddenly, Shang Yu saw that Lin Fun was brought over by the soldiers, and exclaimed, and wanted to rush up to rescue Yi Xiaochuan. You are crazy. Shang Liang held Shang Yu tightly, and said sternly, you can rescue Xiaochuan. You will only die in vain if you rush up. Uncle, are we not going to save us? Besides, there are so many people here. With my strength, I rushed to rescue Xiaochuan. Taking advantage of the chaos, there should be no problem in escaping. Your strength, Shang Liang sneered and said decisively. You have only recited contemplation ideas a few times. Your strength is indeed much stronger than before, but who hasn't recited contemplation ideas? What's more, the national teacher was favored by the gods. It is said that his strength has surpassed that of mortals. You want to save people just by your brute force. Then what should I do? Anyway, if I want to watch Xiaochuan be killed, I can't do it. Just when Shang Yu and Shang Liang were arguing, Lin Fun was brought before Gao Yao. His eyes were calm, and his clothes were spotless, with an extraordinary temperament. In the chat group, the head of Washan, old Gao, this Yi Xiaochuan doesn't look right. Holy Maiden of Soul Hall. I feel that he seems to have a strong strength, that is the temperament of a strong man. God's dog. Fuck, this Yi Xiaochuan must be a foreign demon, right? The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Gao Yao, I sent myself as a red envelope, you can accept it to make sure that there will be no problems in the ceremony of my god's sacrifice. I don't want to be Zhao Gao. Okay, thank you Saint Spy. When Gao Yao saw Lin Fun, he felt horrified in his heart. He didn't know where this feeling came from. But now Yi Xiaochuan gave him a very strange feeling. If it is a foreign demon, then it makes sense. Because the soul has already changed a person. Gao Yao, I didn't expect you to be barely comparable to Qi training. This kind of strength makes me a little disappointed. Lin Fun glanced at Gao Yao, because he practiced martial arts during this period of time, and with the grace of prayer, Gao Yao has reached the innate cultivation level in the martial arts world, which is probably equivalent to practicing Qi in cultivation. This strength, in the mythical world without martial arts, is indeed comparable to the existence of the gods on the land. But in front of Lin Feng's golden core realm's cultivation, it is not enough to see. It seems that you are a transmigrator. Who are you? Gao Yao asked, and received Bibi Dong's red envelope at the same time. Remember, the one who killed you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng has seen a lot and knows that the villain died of too many words. Since Gao Yao was able to cultivate to innate in the mythical world, he might have a system or something. And the system is the most unreasonable. So while he was talking, a mana condensed into a sword and stabbed Gao Yao between the eyebrows. End of this chapter. This moment, Gao Yao's spirits were dying, and he really felt the breath of death. And an inexplicable energy locked him. Even if he was innately cultivated, it would be difficult to move. Are you going to die? Gao Yao was in despair, but just as the sword of mana was about to pierce between his eyebrows, a slender hand stretched out and crushed the sword of mana. Bibi Dong's figure appeared beside Gao Yao, and an invisible aura filled the air, and the heaven and the earth rang out with immortal sounds. The sky is chaotic, and the ground is full of golden lotuses. Violet gas is transpiring and there are many visions. Just like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world, her body is dazzling and radiant. Unparalleled elegance and beauty. The sun in the sky has lost its color. Qin First Emperor Yingzheng, civil and military officials, nobles of the 6 kingdoms, and countless people were stunned. Is this a fairy? Meet the fairy. Seeing Bibi Dong's suffocating face, no one could raise a trace of blasphemy, and they all knelt down and worshipped. Fuck, what the hell is this? Lin Feng was stunned. Could it be the summoning system? The moment he saw Bibi Dong, although he was amazed at Bibi Dong's peerless appearance, he was even more shocked by Bibi Dong's strength. He knew he was definitely not an opponent. System, what the hell is this? Is there a spree or something? I haven't signed in today. Sign in now. Do your best. Lin Feng felt the shadow of death looming over, and called the system frantically in his heart. He crossed over with a poor hanging wire, and the only thing he could rely on was the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Due to a sudden abnormality, today's sign-in received 10,000 times the crit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a character temporary summon card. Temporary summoning card. It can summon all the mythical characters known to the host, and the strength of the characters depends on the characters. Use. Lin Fun didn't have time to watch the other information of the temporary summon card, and roared wildly. Die. Bibi Dong also followed the principle of not talking too much, no nonsense, no greeting to Gao, and pointed at Lin Fun with one finger. It's over. Lin Feng's soul trembled, feeling that he was going to die. In the face of this kind of power, his Golden Core Realm cultivation base has absolutely no resistance at all, and there is no chance to use the Dragon Slaying Sword or the Divine Sword Royal Lightning True Secret Art. It's useless even if you use it. In the chat group. God's dog. Mightier than elder sister. The head of Washin. It's really easy to take action than the saint. This extraterritorial demon is dead. The overlord of the World Association. Oh, I knew I would go too. Demon Respect Building. If this extraterritorial demon just died like this, it doesn't seem to matter. Looking at Lin Fun, who was waiting to die in despair under Bibi Dong's hands, Zonglo shook his head slightly. It seemed that the same was true of foreign demons. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fun would definitely die today, time and space suddenly froze. Boom. A black vortex suddenly appeared, and it seemed that some terrifying existence was about to come across time and space. What is this? Everyone's eyes widened, and as the black vortex appeared, a golden decree flew out, and then quickly burned. The dazzling light shines on Hengyu, facing the high sky, with an invincible atmosphere, blocking the universe, sealing the world. One after another, the laws of immortality are intertwined, and mysterious runes appear one after another, imprinting the void and making a grand and vast fairy sound. It is like 3,000 Buddhas chanting sutras, and like 3,000 gods and demons shouting angrily. The sky is falling apart, and the ghosts are crying. The whole world seemed to be reopened and re-refined, and an ancient and terrifying immortal figure manifested under the interweaving of endless laws and runes. With the breath of an immortal king, he is invincible in heaven and earth, looking at the past, present and future. Countless creatures in the mythical world knelt down, squatted on the ground, shivering, and reverently recited the contemplation ideas of the god of Hongmong. Only in this way can they feel more relaxed, otherwise it will be like the whole person will be crushed by the terrifying air machine. What exactly is going on? Shang Yu was also crushed to the ground, his eyes full of horror and confusion. What's wrong with this world? How come one after another terrifying existence appears one after another? It was a fight between gods and mortals. God's dog. I knew it wasn't that simple. Last time, the extraterritorial evil demon broke out at the peak of the small completion of the holy body, approaching the power of the great completion of the holy body. Mo Zun Lu. It's a horrible atmosphere, it feels like it's enough to fight me. Overlord of the World Association. Fuck. This Nima is getting more and more exaggerated. Shangba felt a chill in his heart, but fortunately he didn't go, otherwise he wouldn't be able to bear it at all. Although he has the protection of the god of Hongmong, he will not be in danger, but it is very humiliating to be defeated. The top of the fairy, proud of the world, if there is me, Anlin, there will be heaven. The Chifeng spear, the immortal shield, slay the immortal king and destroy the 9 heavens. In the mythical world, the invincible figure stood in the void, holding a spear in the left and a shield in the right, and a majestic and grand voice came from his mouth, shaking the reincarnation of ancient and modern. This moment, the sky trembled, and the universe seemed to be overturned. Bibi Dong's attack was shaken by a wisp of air, and Lin Feng's desperate eyes bloomed with endless brilliance. Fuck. Lin Feng's eyes widened, the powerful and magnificent voice echoed in his mind, and his heart was overturned. My system is so powerful that even the king of Anlin has been summoned. Anlan is the immortal king of the perfect world. Although this peerless beauty in front of her is powerful, she is definitely not an opponent. He didn't believe that Gao Yao could summon a more powerful existence. What a terrifying existence. Is this an immortal? The power of immortals really destroys the sky and destroys the earth, so terrifying. Shang Yu, Zhang Liang and the others were on the ground, shivering, and they kept reciting the viewing ideas of the god of Hongmong in their hearts. This is not the main body, but its strength is probably comparable to that of a 12th order powerhouse in the heavenly god realm. Bibi Dong looked at Anlan's figure with solemn eyes. After the battle with Zonglo, her strength increased a lot, but she still did not reach the level of the 11th order true god. But she has felt the power of the heavy building, which is far inferior to the incarnation in front of her. At this moment, the figure of Mo Zunlu appeared beside Bibi Dong. After seeing Anlan, he felt the strength of the other party, and without hesitation, he deducted Gao Yao, and then came over. After the last sacrifice, his strength has been raised to the 12th order. Invincible among the 6 realms. In addition to the god of Hongmong, the chat group is also invincible. Bibi Dong, who was able to fight him originally, is no longer his opponent at all. So seeing in Lan's incarnation, the blood in Zonglu's body boiled. You dare to fight with me in the outer world? Zonglu looked at Lan and said excitedly. Nima, another one. Seeing the heavy building, Lin Fun was in a bad mood. The momentum of Zonglo seemed to be no weaker than that of Lan, and 10,000 Sao Nimas rushed past in his heart. Just seeing the highly recognizable red hair, horns and crow wings on the back of the Zonglo, a name floated in my heart. Is this the demon respect building of Immortal Sword 3? And Lan's avatar heard what Zonglo said, and looked at Lin Fun. In fact, he is not really Lan of the perfect world. He is just a character condensed by Lin Feng's system. During this period, he completely obeyed Lin Feng's orders. Without Bibi Dong's suppression, Lin Feng instantly flew to Lan's side, feeling the terrifying aura on Lan's body, and finally felt a little sense of security in his heart. However, he had already obtained the information of the temporary summoning card, and Lan's avatar could only last for half an hour. So, he has to solve the problem within half an hour. It's just that the strength of Zonglo doesn't seem to be weak, and for half an hour, I'm afraid that there will be no winner or loser. And the other party has a Bibi Dong. What if Chonglo dragged Lan and Bibi Dong came to kill him? He looked at Gao Yao and begged for peace. Brother Gao Yao, everyone is a traverser, their own people, maybe from the same place. We have no hatred, so why kill each other? Wouldn't it be fun if we swore to be brothers and fought the heavens together in the future, drinking and eating meat? Hit, most likely not. Escape. If Lan can't take him to find a new planet of life within half an hour, and he can't survive in the starry sky, he is likely to die. It's fine for a while. After the reconciliation, Gao didn't know if he could still summon Lan, so he was afraid and would not dare to shoot him casually. If you get angry, the mythical world will be destroyed. No one can please. He believed that Gao Yao would definitely make the right choice. Is this Xiaochuan? He actually summoned the terrifying immortal. Shang Yu looked at Lin Feng standing beside Lan, barely recovered, and was stunned. Did you not hear about it just now? He is Lin Feng, not the Yi Xiaochuan we know. Shang Liang said in a low voice. Although he didn't understand many things, he probably figured out what was going on. Xiaochuan, I'm your eldest brother, save me. At this moment, Lu Bang, who was huddled in a corner, shouted. He doesn't care if Yi Xiaochuan is the previous Yi Xiaochuan, anyway, if Gao wants to kill him, he can only ask for help. He has no choice now, because Gao wants to sacrifice his blood, so he can only ask for help. Beijing Saintess, what should I do now? Gao looked at Bibi Dong. He had no strength, and he had not obtained the imprint of the gods, so he could not deal with a powerhouse like Lan. Of course it's war, Zonglo said directly. Can you promise not to destroy the mythical world, but to kill them? Bibi Dong gave Zonglo a cold look. After the heavy building was stagnant, he felt the power of Lan, and he was not sure that he would be able to defeat Lan, let alone kill them under the conditions of protecting the mythical world from being broken. He simply couldn't do it. Lin Feng wrinkled. Things seemed to be different from what he thought. Gao Yao even asked Bibi Dong's opinion, so he looked at Bibi Dong. I don't know what to call this fairy. I misunderstood what happened just now. In fact, we don't have a deep hatred, there is no need to go to war. Jade all burnt. The threat of his last words was obvious. Burning all the jade. Bibi Dong's beautiful face showed a hint of ridicule, and then her expression turned away. Her eyes suddenly became pious. She knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, Great God of Hongmong, your devout believer Bibi Dong asks you to come, destroy evil, and cleanse the universe. Bibi Dong. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He didn't expect this perfect goddess like a fairy to be the goddess in his previous life. As expected of his goddess, she is so beautiful. It's just that Bibi Dong is so strong. And what the hell is the god of Hongmong? Wasn't she summoned by Gao Yao? Lin Feng was full of doubts, and followed him when he saw Gao Yao also kneeling on the ground. His eyes were pious and fanatical, and he said loudly, respectfully invite my god to come and destroy heresy. Before he could figure out what was going on, Bibi Dong's brow, the imprint of the divine spirit, radiated brilliance, shooting out a mysterious purple light. All of a sudden, a bad premonition surged deep in Lin Feng's heart. Ask for a subscription, ask for a ticket. End of this chapter. Respectfully invite my god to come and destroy heresy. As the voice fell, a mysterious light shot out from Bibi Dong's eyebrows, and the sky suddenly changed. A golden lotus fell from the sky. Falling on the ground, vegetation grows, and all things rejuvenate. When it falls into the water, it takes root and emits a fragrant smell, making the fish jump for joy. Fall on mortals. The mortals suddenly felt refreshed and all illnesses disappeared. Falling on people with cultivation. Immediately, they felt that their cultivation had grown, their spiritual platform was transparent, their inspiration was like a spring, and they were suddenly enlightened, and their previous doubts were easily resolved. Mighty and mighty, the purple energy that can't see the end comes from the sky, the sound of Taoism is faint, and the celestial music bursts. Countless Tao laws are intertwined, manifesting an indescribable stalwart figure. World. World. As if welcoming, the big sun hanging high in the sky fell. In the air, filled with joy. World. Cheering for the arrival of this great being. Everyone who sees him is like seeing the avenue. Countless avenues of law. Countless mysteries of the universe. Countless heaven and earth. The moment they saw it, one by one flashed from their hearts. The god of Hongmong. The moment I saw this figure. Even those who do not know the god of Hongmong have a clear understanding in their hearts and know his name. Meet my god and welcome my god to come. Qin Shi Ying Zheng paid his respects excitedly. It was the first time he saw the arrival of the god of Hongmong, and he was excited, frightened, and apprehensive, to name a few. Civil and military officials and countless people knelt down on the ground, ecstatic in their hearts. With the arrival of Enlan just now, the terrifying aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth made them tremble with fear and tremble. But with the arrival of the god of Hongmong, all the fear disappeared, as if returning to the arms of his mother. So warm, so safe, so comfortable. They knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly, "Meet my god, welcome my god to come." Fuck, what the hell is the god of Hongmong? Lin Fun was dumbfounded. Mixed flavors in my heart. Traveling through the mythical world and being put on death row, I thought it was a hell start. As a result, the sign and system was obtained. In just 7 days, he was promoted from a mortal whose body was hollowed out to Jindan Great Master, holding the dragon-slaying sword and the divine sword and the true magic of thunder. For mortals, he was a first-class immortal. I thought it took off. In the end, Gao didn't know how to get Chonglo and Bibi Dong, but his system was also powerful, and he summoned Wang Anlin. I thought that even if I couldn't defeat Gao Yao, I would be safe. But what the hell is the god of Hongmong? Although he didn't do it, he knew that Enlan was definitely not an opponent. Even if the real Enlan comes, it is estimated that he will have to kneel. This Lao Shizi Hongmong god is terrifying. Take me away. Lin Fun roared. At this moment, he had no more thoughts to stay. The world is too dangerous. He'd better stay away. The endless immortal light surged, and Lan did not hesitate at all, and with the mana wrapped around Lin Fun, he had to cross the space to leave the mythical realm. Destroy. Hong Meng looked at Lin Fun and the Enlan he summoned, no nonsense, and a voice without the slightest emotion resounded through the world. Everyone's heart trembled, as if the power of heaven had descended. The God King level avenue communicates with the universe and the world, and it is shocked and killed. And Lan's body trembled, the invincible immortal aura dissipated, and the divine body turned into a little fairy light, disappearing from the world. Lin Feng's eyes widened, full of unwillingness, but the breath had already dissipated, and the dead could no longer die. The God King level Tao is equivalent to the Tao of the immortal emperor of the perfect world. Shocking them is the same as 3D shocking 2D. There is no difficulty. Hiss. Zonglo took a deep breath. He knew that the god of Hongmong was extremely terrifying, and there would be absolutely no problem in killing Enlan. But he didn't expect a ray of divine power to incarnate, so easily destroy Enlan. It's so terrifying. Killing him is a matter of words. Book Friends benefits: you can get cash or coins when you read books, as well as iPhone 12 and Switch waiting for you to draw. Pay attention to the VX public account end of the God Station to get it. This power, hard to imagine, incredible, I am mighty. In the chat group, all the members of the group were shocked. Although they all knew that the god of Hongmong was invincible, seeing such a terrifying Enlan was shocked and killed by a ray of divine power. That intuitive psychic shock, unparalleled, shocking. Dangling soul, my divine power is boundless, and my divine power is boundless. Qin Shi Ying Zheng was shocked and in awe. It's over. Liu Bang's face is ashen, this even the gods can't save him. My god is mighty, and my god is immeasurable. Gao Yao's face was flushed with excitement, nervousness, all kinds of emotions, indescribable. All beings, all worship. Hong Meng did not speak, and the avatar dispersed. Jade Pool, Purple Bamboo Residence. Ding, congratulations to the group leader for destroying the extraterritorial demons, completing the task, and rewarding 10,000 points. A prompt that can only be heard as a group owner resounded in Hong Meng's mind. This task was actually completed by Bibi Dong. However, the chat group sent the task to Hong Meng. Hong Meng revised the task and sent it to the group members. The completion of the group is equivalent to his completion. But he needs to reward the group members. It's better to reward Bibi Dong with an artifact. After thinking about it, Hong Meng used the name of the chat group to send the task completion notification to the group. Ding, congratulations to the members of the Spirit Hall Saintus for completing the group quest and rewarding the best heavenly artifact Angel Wings. Mythical world. Lin Feng's body fell from the sky, and Bibi Dong reached out and grabbed it, placing it on the altar. At this time, the prompt of the chat group sounded in my mind. In fact, she didn't take the task, she came here by sending red envelopes. I didn't expect that the chat group still determined that she had completed the task. Although a little surprised, but not surprising. Although she didn't accept the mission, Lin Fun was indeed killed by her using the divine power that Hong Meng left in her body, and she destroyed it. Congratulations to Saintess Bai for getting a top-quality divine artifact. Gao Yao stood up and congratulated Bibi Dong. Congratulations. Chonglo also congratulated him. Thank you. The ability to eliminate foreign demons is entirely due to the mighty power of my gods. With gratitude in her eyes, Bibi Dong became more and more devout in her belief in Hongmeng. She was able to have the gift of the god of Hongmeng today. In the chat group, God's dog. Congratulations to Sister Bai, the best heavenly artifact, divided by the level of the chat group, it is the peak treasure of the 12th order, Envy and Jealous. JPG, Overlord of the World Association, Envy and Jealousy. JPG, the top quality artifacts in his hands are divided according to the level, which is the peak of the 10th order, which is 2 levels away. This moment, it was a regret in his heart. If he goes to the mythical world first, he will complete the task. Although he is not an opponent of foreign demons, he also has the divine power left behind by Hong Meng. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. The King of Demon Kings. Congratulations to Saintess Bai. Monkey King, the King of Demon Kings, preached in Changan. Bored, he was very interested in the live chat group. Looking at Bibi Dong, Zonglo, and Enlan, he felt more and more insignificant. He used to be a monkey at the bottom of a well, and he didn't know how high the sky was. Tathagata is an ass. He looked at the countless people in Changan who were chanting prayers, with a bright smile on his face. These are the fruits of his preaching. Watching the number of believers increase day by day, he felt more fulfilled in his heart than ever before. In a few days, it's almost enough to offer sacrifices. I don't know what rewards I can get. Monkey King, the King of Demon Kings, is full of expectations. According to the experience of other group members, the reward is most likely to be a cultivation base or supernatural power. By then he should be able to blow up the Tathagata's head. Mythical world. The heavy building did not stay for a long time, and returned directly to the 3 worlds of Immortal Sword. Gao Yao and Qin Shi Huang continued to offer sacrifices. Bibi Dong also stayed. Your Majesty, God, please forgive me. Lu Bang was dragged to the altar, struggling and shouting loudly. Scoff. A guard raised a knife, blood splashed, and Lu Bang fell on the altar. Then, Princess Yushu and Xiaoyu concubine Yu, all dressed in costumes, walked up to the altar, graceful and beautiful. Gao Yao stood in the priest position and began to pray. Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng, civil and military officials, and countless people followed and prayed. After the previous episode, everyone's belief in the god of Hongmeng has been greatly improved, and each one's eyes are pious, with excitement and fanaticism. The supreme god of Hongmeng. As the last word fell, the altar shone with unprecedented dazzling light. A beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth went straight to Xiao Han. The sky has changed. Eternal continent. Yaoqi. Purple bamboo residence. Okay, my sister is gone. Jiang Xia got up from Hong Meng's arms. Her body was like jade, pink as Sha, her graceful and delicate body, showing her peerless enchantment. The shock at that moment made Hong Meng's heart warm, his heart surging, and his heart swayed. Little fairy. Hong Meng scolded secretly, stretched out his hand and grabbed the soft little hand of the beauty, and said with a smile, remember, come to play often in the future. Boom. Jiang Xia held up Hong Meng's head, bowed her head and gave a heavy kiss, and smiled charmingly, Xiao Mengzi, you are very good, next time my sister will order you. The charming voice echoed, and the red gauze skirt appeared, wrapping the extremely enchanting exquisite jade body. Jiang Xia's enchanting figure walked away, leaving an intoxicating fragrance alone, floating in the air. Little fairy. Hong Meng sniffed, smelled the fragrance of the beautiful woman, and was in a happy mood, his eyes swept over the messy silk quilt beside him. There is a large watermark on it. It's really big, wet sister. Hong Meng smiled slightly, and 2 words appeared in his mind, very moist. Ding, a ray of faith was detected. This time, it has been increased by 10 million times, and you have gained 10 million ray of faith. Ding, your believers sacrificed 3 animals and 6 animals to you. This time, you will get a billion-fold increase. You will get 200 purple-eyed demon cows and 200 golden-winged pigs. Ding, your believers have sacrificed hundreds of classics to the masters. This time, you will gain a 5 billion-fold increase, and you will gain the halo of immortal civilization. Quote. Gao Yao is about to start offering sacrifices. Hong Meng's heart moved, and the figure disappeared in Zijuju. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Divine Kingdom Temple, sitting high on the throne of the Divine King. He is not interested in ordinary things that Gao Yao sacrifices, but he is full of expectations for Lin Fun, a system traveler. I don't know what to bring him. Ding, your believers sacrificed to Yu Xiaoyu, the daughter of great fortune, with 10 powers of fortune. This time, it has achieved a 5 billion-fold increase. You gain 50 billion source powers. You get the Holy Spirit Little Moon. Ding, your believers sacrificed to you Princess Yushu, the daughter of destiny, with 20 powers of luck. This time, it has achieved a 5 billion-fold increase. You gain 100 billion source powers. You have obtained the legendary hero dancing the city. Yushu. Ding, your believers hold a national sacrifice, and you gain the power of a country's luck. This time, it has achieved a 5 billion-fold increase. You get a golden dragon for luck. A majestic and sacred golden dragon flew over and merged with the 9 golden dragons of luck on Hong Meng's body. There are still 9 golden dragons of luck, but each one has been enhanced by at least 10%. Hong Meng knew that the number of golden luck dragons should remain at 9, but the quality would become stronger as more and more golden luck dragons were integrated. Ding, your believers sacrifice Lu Bang to you in blood. This time, you will get a 5 billion-fold increase, and you will get a dragon. The Emperor Dao Tianlong flew over and merged into the 9 golden luck dragons, which not only strengthened the power of the golden luck dragon, but also added a majesty and domineering to the emperor. This old hooligan still has this usefulness. He deserves to be the emperor who can create the Han dynasty. Although it doesn't look very good, his fate is still very good. Hong Meng secretly said, Ding, your believers sacrificed your blood to Yi Xiaochuan, the son of destiny. This time, you will get a 5 billion-fold increase, and you will get a holy halo. Aura of Our Lady under the King of God, as long as he sacrifices the halo of the Virgin, even if he kills his parents and robs his wife and daughter, he can forgive you and treat you like siblings. Above the God King, the stronger the strength, the less affected it will be. Fuck, it's amazing my brother. Hong Meng's eyes widened, he didn't expect such a thing. This is forcibly distorting the consciousness of others. There are billions of points stronger. But fortunately, not too bad. After all, there are restrictions on cultivation. If no matter what the cultivation base, the effect is so terrifying. That's called defying. Do you want to try it another day? Hong Meng thought badly in his heart. Ding, your believers sacrificed Lin Fun, the transmigrator, to you. This time, you have obtained a 10 billion-fold increase, and you have obtained the Dao level martial art Hongmeng refinement art. Hongmeng refinement technique Dao level exercises can condense the true soul of Hongmeng. Hongmeng divine refinement art. It's not bad. Hong Meng's eyes lit up. He can also practice this technique, which can greatly enhance his soul and is extremely effective. You get a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi. There are 3 strands of Hongmeng purple chi now. At this speed, it seems that it is not difficult to gather 50 strands of Hongmeng purple chi to form a complete Hongmeng purple chi. Hong Meng secretly said in his heart, inexplicably expecting in his heart. 50 avenues, 49 Tianyan, escape to 1. The sages of the heavenly Tao in the prehistoric world merged with a stream of violet chi to become holy, and the primordial spirit was entrusted to the Tao of heaven. Sounds pretty cool, but in fact, it is still under the avenue. Because the Hongmeng purple chi given to them by Hongjun is only composed of 49 strands of Hongmeng chi, and it can only be regarded as a treasure of heaven in terms of level. The most primitive one of Hongmeng purple chi contains 50 strands, and it is flush with the avenue, which can be called the treasure of the avenue. If you can integrate the most primitive Hongmeng purple energy, you can become a saint of the Tao, transcending the heavenly way, and being equal to the Tao. Hongmeng is not walking the way of saints, but Hongmeng's purple energy is not exclusive to saints. It is the original treasure. It is a treasure for the strong no matter which path they take. Yafei. Restraining his mind, Hong Meng cried, Meet my God. The figure of Yafei appeared, kneeling on the ground, with a graceful figure and undulating curves. She is charming and enchanting, like a seductive female cat, which can seduce men's hearts. She was wearing a bright red tight-fitting brocade robe, a noble brocade robe with gorgeous and fine workmanship, which just perfectly outlined the woman's wonderful curves. The dazzling snow-white long legs under the brocade robe made people feel a fiery impulse in their hearts. At the willow waist that Ying held, a silver sash was tied, which highlighted the slender willow waist vividly. As expected of all kinds of elegant concubine, the blessing of charm, she is simply a stunner in the world, no, she is a stunner in heaven. Hong Meng looked at the graceful curve like rolling hills, and was secretly shocked. But he is not in a hurry, good things have to be tasted slowly. It's all his anyway, he can enjoy it anytime. The mythical world has high requirements for offering sacrifices, you go there for me. Hong Meng ordered. Yes, my god. Yafei Yingying got up. Her twin peaks were towering. She twisted her slender and soft waist and walked towards the mythical world along the channel of belief. Hong Meng divine sense followed closely, and just saw the swinging buttocks, full of infinite charm. Mythical world. As the altar lit up, 3 animals and 6 animals turned into divine beasts, and hundreds of ancient books turned into dazzling and mysterious runes, forming a sacred halo. Yu Shu and Xiaoyu floated into the air, their bodies were full of brilliance, their bodies were dazzling, snow-white and crystal clear, and the whole person instantly sublimated and transformed into a god. Is this the power of my god? It's unimaginable. Lu Ji knelt down on the side of the altar, looking at Yu Shu and Xiaoyu who had transformed into gods, his eyes were fiery, with infinite longing. Even at this moment, she had some regrets. However, this emotion quickly disappeared. Anyway, she didn't lose the opportunity, she was just waiting for the next sacrifice with her sister. But it was late. For a maximum of 3 months, she can also ascend to the kingdom of God. Thought here, she was full of anticipation. Miracle. This is a miracle. Ying Zheng, civil and military officials, nobles of the 6 kingdoms, and countless commoners, their eyes were shocked and fanatical. Although he has seen the mighty power of the god of Hongmeng before. But the shock in my heart still can't be added. Boom. A thunder blasted, the sky was torn apart, and endless divine light poured down. A peerless and enchanting figure that made the world feel sad and paled in color, walked with slender and straight beautiful legs. Countless people were dazzled, but they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look directly, and could not bear the slightest blasphemy in their hearts. God, not to be desecrated. God, do not offend. Yafei came to the sky above the altar, respectfully accepted the decree handed down by Hong Meng, and then her eyes fell on Gao Yao. Just when Gao Yao didn't know how to ask the gods to revive Lu Su, Yafei's voice sounded in his ear. Gao Yao, do you want to revive Lu Su? God's envoy Mingzhan, the villain really wants to ask my god to resurrect Lu Su, is it okay? Gao Yao suppressed the surprise in his heart and said quickly. God knows everything. God is omnipotent. Knowing that he wanted to resurrect Lu Su was very simple. What's more, he said it in the chat group. My god already knows about your affairs. My god planned to reward you with 10,000 years of skill, 1 immortal scripture, and 1 supernatural power. With these, your lifespan will increase by at least 10,000 years. Are you sure you want to use these rewards in exchange for Lu Su's resurrection? Yafei asked. Hey, 10,000 years of skill, as well as immortal scriptures and supernatural powers. And the 10,000 years of life that comes with it, it's just 1 step to the sky. My god is so generous. Qin Shi Wang Yingzhang, civil and military officials, nobles of the 6 nations, and countless commoners were shocked, their eyes were burning, their breaths could not help but quicken, and they wished they could take their place. If you replace them, definitely choose to be rewarded. Instead of resurrecting someone who has nothing to do with it. Lu Ji and Lu Gong looked at Gao Yao and felt guilty. They knew that the high demand for the resurrection of Lu Su, the god of Hongmeng, would cost a lot. But they don't know what to pay and have no specific concept. Now that I have a specific concept, I can imagine the shock in my heart. Everyone looked at Gao Yao. I want to see how Gao Yao will choose. To the envoy, I choose to resurrect Lu Su. Gao Yao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Although he was shocked by these rewards, at this moment, he had no choice. If he chooses a reward, what will the gods think of him? Certainly, he doesn't regret it either. These things, as long as he works hard, there will be in the future. Do things. What is most afraid of is the Qin dynasty and the Chu, and the changes of the court order in the evening. It is good. Yafei nodded slightly, then unfolded the golden decree, and read out, Gao Yao has done a good job in preaching and sacrificing sacrifices, and he will grant him the post of divine envoy in this world, and resurrect Lu Su. Her voice fell, and 2 golden lights flew out from the decree. A line that fell into the eyebrows of Gao Yao turned into a mark of the gods. A phantom that turned into the god of Hongmeng. Hong Meng's spiritual thoughts poured into it, and two divine lights bloomed in his eyes, and the power of the source was quickly consumed like water. Everyone in the mythical world and all members of the chat group stared at each other, and their hearts were full of curiosity. Even Chonglo and Bibi Dong are no exception. They all wanted to see how Hong Meng resurrected Lu Su. Under everyone's curious eyes, the divine light in Hong Meng's eyes shot into the void. The void is like a wave of water, turning into a mirror of light. In the mirror, one screen after another quickly rewinds. Lu Su died. Lu Su leaves home. Lu Su went to Pei County. Lu Su's family was robbed on the road. The final frame was before Lu Su was robbed by bandits. That's our way to Pei County. Lu Ji was curious. They just met bandits on the road, the family was killed, and then Yi Xiaochuan appeared, and the hero saved the beauty. Follow closely. Under everyone's unbelievable gaze, Lu Su in the picture was pulled by a mysterious force, as if to pull her from the past to the present. Boom. Thunder exploded in the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and the purple divine thunder surged, like a world-destroying divine thunder. Everyone's heart trembled, Tianwei descended, and they all felt a great terror. Trembling. Liver and gallbladder split. In the chat group. Demon respect Lu. Reverse time and space, reverse yin and yang, the rules of the world do not allow it, and the punishment of the world-destroying God must be imposed. The head of Washan. Reversing time and space is unimaginable. The second head of Tu Shan. My gods are boundless, and the punishment of the world-destroying gods must be useless. The overlord of the World Association. Yes. My god wants to resurrect a person, even the world can't stop it. The eyes of each group member are burning, although the sky is mighty and terror is boundless. If they pass by, they will instantly turn into ashes. But no one would think Hong Meng would fail. For the god of Hongmeng, they are so confident. Under their expectant gaze, Hong Meng turned into a phantom, raised his head, and glanced at the sky. Then, a scene that shocked everyone in the spirit appeared. The sky instantly returned to calm. The god of destruction is gone. Instead, golden lotuses descended from the sky. Thousands of Rui Kai, Shaguang Wan Dao. Immortal music resounded between heaven and earth, as if to congratulate and please. God's dog. My God is mighty, and with one look, the world is afraid, so I can only flatter and beg for mercy. Overlord of the World Association. My God is angry and the world is turned upside down. Sect Master Yunlin. My God is angry, the world is turned upside down. The Lord of Dakan. My God is angry and the world is turned upside down. As the punishment disappeared, the golden lotus descended from the sky, and Lu Su's delicate and graceful body walked out of the past time and space, turning from virtual to solid. Her delicate and moving figure came from the past to the present. She is alive. Reversing time and space, pulling people from the past to the present, is really amazing. Unimaginable, elusive. My God opens up an infinite universe in his breath. Isn't it easy to resurrect a person? I am invincible. I am invincible. The members of the chat group were full of emotion, and all the people in the mythical world who saw this scene were equally horrified. However, the gods are omnipotent, and resurrecting a person does not seem to be a big deal. Susu. Really Susu. Susu is resurrected. Elder Lu burst into tears and was full of surprises. Lu Ji's beautiful eyes were blurred, looking at the invincible and unparalleled figure in the sky. His heart was swaying, his heart was fascinated, his eyes were adoring and obsessed. However, the projection of Hong Meng only appeared to revive Lu Su. When Lu Su was resurrected, he disappeared into heaven and earth as a little golden light. This is where Lu Su was held by a force and landed beside Lu Ji and Lu Gong, her beautiful eyes full of doubts. Didn't she go to Pei County with her father and sister? How would it appear here? Follow me to thank the great god of Hongmeng for saving his life, and I will explain other things to you later. Although Duke Lu was pleasantly surprised, he did not forget the current occasion, and hurriedly pulled Lu Su to kneel to thank him. Lu Su looked confused, but did not disobey Duke Lu's order. Her beautiful eyes looked around curiously. Crowds of people. There is also a huge altar in front. There are countless mythical beasts and fairies on the altar. She widened her eyes, and her heart turned upside down. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? For her confusion, Yafei ignored her, holding the golden decree, and continued to read. Ying Zheng sacrifices meritorious deeds, bestows thousands of years of cultivation, and one practice. The words fell, and a golden light merged into Ying Zheng's body, his breath soared, his cultivation level climbed steadily, and his old face returned to youth, looking like he was 30 years old. Lu Su's eyes were full of shock. She was resurrected by Hong Meng from the time before she met Yi Xiaochuan. Naturally, she didn't know anything about what happened next. Not even aware of the existence of gods. Bibi Dong's sacrifices have merit, and he bestows the Tao of the 9 elements true God. Yafei's voice fell, and the 9-colored light group containing the 9 ways of the true God fell, submerging into Bibi Dong's body. All of a sudden, the barrier in Bibi Dong's body that hindered her promotion was instantly pierced, and a powerful and terrifying aura permeated from her body, and her cultivation level was promoted to true God. Surrounded by 9-colored rays of radiance, her body is dazzling, snow white and crystal clear, like the first bloom of a divine lotus, with a noble temperament, holy and sacred, and unbelievably glamorous. The 9 avenues of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, creation, and destruction condensed into a 9-colored godhead in the sea of consciousness between her eyebrows. The snow-white robe flutters, and 3,000 blue silks flutter. There was a divine imprint between her eyebrows, and the sparkling fairy light bloomed, adding to her endless divine show. The whole person stood there, making the world dim, and everything lost its luster. God's dog. My sister is so beautiful. In front of her, everything has lost its color. The head of Washan. Congratulations to Saintess Bai, the cultivation base has made great progress, and she has been promoted to true God. The second head of Tu Shan. Congratulations to Big Sister. The overlord of the World Association. I was promoted to a true god then a saint, reached the 11th rank, and also obtained a top-quality heavenly artifact. It's a double happiness, which is enviable. Dominate the lemon. Jealous. This time, Bibi Dong really made a profit. Destroy the demons outside the realm, and the chat group will reward you with a superb heavenly artifact. Sacrifice the corpse of the foreign demon to the gods, and get rewards, and the cultivation base skyrockets. This extraterritorial demon is simply a walking experience baby. Kill one and earn big. Thank God for the gift. Bibi Dong's cultivation base made a breakthrough and said excitedly. Thank God for the gift. Yao Yao, Ying Zheng and others bowed down in succession. I hope you will make persistent efforts to live up to my God's high hopes. Yafei passed down the golden decree in her hand and landed it in Gao Yao's hands. After reminding everyone, she turned and left. Yushu, Xiaoyu and other sacrifices followed closely behind, with the endless divine light retreating like a tide and disappearing into the sky. The sky returned to calm. Everyone was like a dream. Everything today is so fantastic. First the fairies fight. Then the great god of Hongmeng descended, killed the evil god, and settled the world. At last, the sacrifice begins, reverses time and space, and resurrects the dead. Everything is just like a dream. Do not, can't even dream. Yao Yao will definitely live up to the high expectations of my God. For the glory of my God, he will be smashed to pieces, his liver and brain will be smashed to the ground, and he will die. Yao Yao said loudly. The sacrifice is over. But what happened today was centered on Shenyang like a 12th level storm and quickly spread to all over the world. Father, what's going on? Lu Su looked at Duke Lu with a full stomach. Everything that happened just now was like a dream. Su, in fact, you were already dead. Duke Lu and Lu Ji explained the next thing in detail, and Lu Su was like listening to a book from heaven. If I hadn't seen all kinds of miracles with my own eyes before, I saw gods. She had a hard time believing the bizarre story of the two. But after seeing the miracle just now, she had no doubts about what her father and sister said. My life was saved by divine envoys and gods. Since my father and sister have agreed, what reason do I have to object? What's more, it's my great honor to be able to serve God, isn't it? As for the next sacrifice to the gods, Lu Su has no objection. You can understand. Lu Gong and Lu Ji nodded in relief. Not surprisingly, the current Lu Su is the Lu Su before he met Yi Xiaochuan, and Lu Su, who has no sweetheart, can be said to be a very obedient and good daughter. She would agree, no surprise. What's more, for the girls in the waiting room, there are a few places where they can ascend to the kingdom of God and serve the temptation of the gods. Certainly, if the resurrected Lu Su had met Yi Xiaochuan, they might have to spend some time, and they might not even be able to achieve their goal. But no if in the kingdom of God. Ahead of mythical beasts were settled by Azu and others, while Yushu and Xiaoyu underwent transformation in the reincarnation pool. None of this need Hong Meng to worry about. Hong Meng swallowed the wisp of Hongmeng purple chi he had just obtained into his body to refine it, and the 2 Dao level exercises of the Hongmeng golden body art and the Hongmeng refining divine art were running at the same time. Hongmeng purple chi merged into his body and soul bit by bit. When he was promoted to true God, his spirit and body were perfectly fused. But that doesn't mean his soul is gone. It can only be said that his divine soul is perfectly dispersed and fused in every physical particle, but the divine soul itself still exists, but the form of existence is different. With the integration of Hongmeng Purple Chi, Hongmeng Golden God and Hongmeng Divine Soul continued to strengthen, and countless insights came to my heart. A time. Inspiration floods. A mysterious breath gushed out. The Tao of Hongmeng emerged from Hongmeng Lingtai. Honorable. Vast. Majesty. Continuously evolve the 3,000 avenues and evolve the universe. 9 golden dragons of luck surround the body, and a halo of civilization hangs behind the head, slowly turning, as if the evolution of civilization is endless. Outside the temple, the ancient Bodhi branches and leaves swayed, exuding an ethereal and mysterious atmosphere, which could help people to understand the Tao and understand the universe. Hongmeng fell into an epiphany. There is a sound of Taoism around, and the fairy music bursts. It is like 3,000 Buddhas reciting sutras, and it is like the Taoist preaching. The sound is faint, deafening. I don't know how long it took. Hongmeng's body was suddenly shocked, and then quickly climbed. The way of Hongmeng also sublimated and transformed at this moment, and it became several times stronger. Cultivation is a breakthrough. Late days of the gods. Although the strength has not increased too much, the underlying foundation itself is 100 times stronger. Hongmeng opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body, with a look of joy on his face. He has mastered nearly 10 God King level avenues, and his strength is comparable to that of a God King. A breakthrough in a small realm is difficult to improve his strength by much. He was mentally prepared for this. No way, his upper limit is too high. However, as the third strand of Hongmeng purple chi was refined into the body, his physical body was at least 10 times stronger. Don't look at just 10 times. You must know that his physical body is inherently terrifying, even if he is more powerful than the divine body, immortal body, of the King of Gods Deluo. Otherwise, he is afraid that he would have been worn down by Jiang Xia's goblin and can't walk. Not to mention subduing the goblin. At this time, Yushu and Satsuki came out of the reincarnation pond. The two of them were born too weak, and even with a 5 billion-fold increase, Yushu barely reached the realm of true gods, while Xiaoyu had only the upper gods. However, Hongmeng did not despise them. He summoned them according to the usual practice, and after a few words of encouragement, he sent them down. It's another night with full moon and flowers. Hongmeng looked at the sky. There are also sun, moon and stars in the kingdom of God. He was in a good mood just after breaking through the cultivation base. Mood is decisive. Tonight, he is exalted. It's just the moon. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Hongmeng moved in his heart and came to the Mingyu Palace. Mingyu is dressed in white, with a face of melon seeds, willow leaf eyebrows, bright eyes and white teeth, quiet and elegant, long hair like a waterfall, hanging down at the waist, skin like a cream, and a body like a willow, graceful and moving. She sat quietly by the window, as if admiring the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, she felt the breath of Hongmeng, got up quickly, kneeled on the ground with her graceful body, and said respectfully, "Meet my God. I don't know if my God is coming, and if you miss it, please forgive me." Her voice was clear and crisp, like an oriole crowing softly. She circled around the beam for 3 days, her pretty face flushed, like a ripe red apple, and her heart was pounding like a deer. If there is a task, Hongmeng will send her to the temple through voice transmission. It's night time now. Hongmeng came to her bedroom. The purpose is self-evident. I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. She was completely unprepared. Get up. Hongmeng looked at the beautiful woman in front of her. She was beautiful and refined, with a celestial air. She could be called a peerless beauty. Very tempting. Very moving. Thank God. Mingyu stood up, a little tangled in her heart. She didn't know whether to serve Hongmeng directly to rest, or to take a bath and change clothes first. As a god, he is free from dust and dirt, his body is crystal clear, and his skin is like jade. Bathing and changing is just a formality. Show respect for the gods. But Hongmeng has already come, and it doesn't seem good to let Hongmeng wait. But the next moment, she didn't have to worry about it. Because Hongmeng has already made a decision for her. Hongmeng took a step forward, stretched out his hands, and a princess hugged Mingyu's tender and graceful body. He and Yuming have no other topics of communication. The only thing that needs to be communicated is body. The majestic and strong masculine breath rushed towards the face. Mingyu's pretty face became hotter and hotter, and her whole body felt soft. Hongmeng took her and strode into the silk tent, neatly. No nonsense. Hongmeng began to instruct Mingyu to cultivate. Hongmeng's instructions are simple and direct. Straight to the core. Mingyu's body trembled, instantly breaking the barrier that had been stuck for 20 years. Her realm rose wildly, her whole body transformed and sublimated, and her whole body kept trembling. In the chat group, Fahai appeared again without saying much. Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha, the poor monk Fahai, I have seen all the Buddhas. Quote. Question mark. One more update tonight, and tomorrow will continue. Ask for a ticket. End of this chapter. Mo-san Gongzi reminds you. After reading it, ask for collection and it is more convenient to watch it later. The second head of Tu Shan. The newcomer has not spoken for a long time, and finally came out. Just why are we called Buddha? Sect Master Yunlin. It is estimated that it was influenced by the king of demon kings before. The second head of Tu Shan. I'll go, haven't the newcomers figured it out yet? It's been almost a week. Dewei Tianlong. At Hongmeng God, last time Buddha said, right or wrong depends on your heart. If you think you are wrong, then you are wrong. If you think you are right, then you are right. The poor monk has been enlightened for a few days, and he deeply believes in it. He has benefited a lot. He has broken through many demons, delusions, and karmic obstacles, and his cultivation has made great progress. It's just that the poor monk now has a new problem, and he also asks the Buddha to point out the maze. Fuck. Everyone in the group was dumbfounded when they saw Fahai's actions. 10,000 Sao Nima galloped past in my heart. Fahai had eyed the god of Hongmeng once before, but he didn't expect it to appear again. The Lord of Dakan. Are all newcomers so fierce? Direct at Hongmeng God, or twice. Shocked. JPG. The head of Washan. The newcomers don't know the greatness of my god, and the ignorant are fearless. King of Demon Kings. At Dawei Tian Long, monk, this is not a spiritual mountain, and there is no Buddha. Although I don't know how strong the Tathagata in your world is, it is definitely not comparable to my god. Don't make a mistake. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, reminded him that this newcomer joined the group with him last time, but he seemed a little silly, and he still hadn't figured out the situation. However, the other party seems to have always regarded the god of Hongmeng as the Buddha because he was called Buddha before. This pod must be cleared away. God's dog. At Dawei Tian Long, go and read the chat group file. You will know the information of the chat group. There is no Buddha here, and I will give you a small gift. Ding. God's dog uploaded a video of Green Snake. Isn't it Lingshan Holy Land? Green Snake World. Jinshan Temple Mahavira Hall. Fahai's handsome face with a touch of contemplation, began to check the group files. The first thing he clicked on was the video Wang Hao just posted. Huh, this is my experience. Fahai was stunned for a moment, and the pictures in the video flashed quickly. After subduing the spider spirit, I saw the woman give birth in the forest, and the two blue and white snakes helped the woman to keep out the rain. Although there are some differences in the appearance of the characters, there is no difference in the story experience. The video screen continues. Because the woman gave birth, Fahai saw the body of a mature woman for the first time, and had a lewd and evil thought in his heart. He returned to Jinshan Temple and began to break through himself, trying to suppress his inner demons. However, together with lustful thoughts, it is difficult to suppress. He was angry, and the killing intent in his heart surged. Afterwards, he went all the way to exorcise the demons and saw the ominous look on the stupid Xu Xian's face. He immediately knew that he was trapped by the snake demon, so he was determined to take down the two snakes so that they would not cause harm to the world. The blue and white snake still didn't know that the disaster was coming, and as usual, he stayed with Xu Xian greedily, burning the red dust and lust, and didn't hear the wind and rain outside the window. However, during the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhao King hidden in the lotus pond was forced out of its original shape by Realgar wine, scaring Xu Xian to death. In order to save Xu Xian, the two snakes went to Kunlun Mountain to ask for an elixir. They met Fahai and killed him on the way. Bai Susan took the elixir and left, and Zhao King fought with Fahai after breaking up. The mana collided, the water waves surged, and the climax came one after another. Fahai asks Qing Snake to help him in his cultivation, which is enough to break his lust, and if he succeeds, he can still let her live. So the green snake charmed Fahai with its beauty, caressed and whispered beside him, and applied all the tricks learned in the world. A screen flashed. In front of Fahai, Zhao King struggled with a black-gray giant snake in the water. Finally, the little green monster screamed. Fahai sat cross-legged in the lake, huge bubbles spewed from the bottom of the water, and the black-gray giant snake disappeared without a trace as the bubbles emerged from the bottom of the water. In the end, Fahai was unable to resist Zhao King's temptation. He was lustful, self-defeating, failed in cultivation, became angry, and fought violently. After the green snake left, Fahai, who had violated the lust and precepts, was full of inner contradictions, so he sent Xu Shanji to Jinshan Temple, forcing him to have his ordination, and preaching scriptures for him. The blue and white snakes both flew over, their long sleeves flew over, and they fought against Fahai. For a time, the water flooded the Jinshan Mountains, the rivers burst their banks, flooded the houses, and the life was devastated. The white snake was pregnant long ago, and after a fierce battle with Fahai, the fetal chi moved and gave birth to a baby in the water. Fahai, who had already been confused by the evil fate of human beings and the thoughts in his heart, was shocked to see the white snake giving birth, and he was even more in a trance. No matter how difficult it was for him to figure out what was the difference between the so-called human, god and evil spirits, what was the purpose of his painstaking practice to exorcise and subdue demons. Qing Snake broke into Jinshan Temple to rescue Xu Xian when Fahai lost his mind, but looking at Xu Xian, his heart was mixed. If it weren't for some lust and love for the world, how could it cause the sisters to turn against each other today and never live forever? On the other side, White Snake realized something, gave the baby to Fahai, and was immediately sent to the heart of the lake by the tower town. Qing Snake took Xu Xian out of Jinshan Temple and found that his sister had long since disappeared, so he stabbed the sword in Xu Xian's chest and threw him into the water. Fahai felt lost and muttered to himself, "Stop it." The green snake showed a miserable smile, and jumped into the water, drifting with the current, saying goodbye to the world, never looking back, only the river still flowing eastward, mighty and galloping towards the sea. In the chat group, everyone watched the video. Overlord of the World Association. God, I suspect that you are playing with colors. Descendants of the Dian royal family, be confident and get rid of your doubts. The second head of Tushan. Alas, life is like a coffee table full of cups tragedy. The head of Washan. How do you feel at the moment when Fahai sees the video? Sect Master Yun Lan. Ask the shadow area of Fahai at this moment. Jinshan Temple, Mahavira Hall. Fahai had already finished watching the video, but he was speechless for a long time. Human, demon, Buddha. Love and hatred, doubts arose in Fahai's heart, and he consciously opened the chat group files one by one. It turns out that the chat group is a treasure for communicating with the heavens and the world. Fahai was surprised by the existence of the heavens and the world, but it was not difficult to understand and accept. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. It is not surprising that there are other worlds outside the world. It turns out that the god of Hongmeng is really not a Buddha, but an immortal god overlooking the outside world. As the files and videos were watched, Fahai had a certain understanding of the chat group and all the members in the group. He also has a deeper understanding of the greatness and terror of the god of Hongmeng. Although he is a Buddhist, the Buddha in their world is probably not comparable to the god of Hongmeng. Suddenly, he remembered the words of the god of Hongmeng in his heart. Right or wrong is up to your heart. If you think you are wrong, then you are wrong. If you think you are right, then you are right. If there is such a great existence as the god of Hongmeng, every word is precious, and it must not be wrong. What's more, he has learned a lot before and has benefited a lot. If I'm not wrong, then the Buddha is wrong. The Buddha forbids lustful thoughts, but what is lustful thought? Everything in the world, living and multiplying, is it wrong? If all living beings have no desires and no desires, wouldn't the living beings be extinct? What's more, since Buddhism forbids marrying lewd wives, why is there a Buddha of joy? Buddha said that all living beings are equal. Why are there differences between human beings, demons and Buddhas? Why do you want to kill demons and eliminate demons? Fahai's thinking continued to diverge, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. The god of Hongmeng said, "If you think you are right, then you are right." So, he is right. Buddha is wrong. With the thought together, Fahai suddenly became enlightened, and felt that his whole person was sublimated. Many previous confusions and all kinds of demonic obstacles collapsed one after another. Humans and demons cannot fall in love, this is wrong. Buddhism forbids marrying a wife, which is also wrong. Slaying demons and eliminating demons is also wrong. All things in the world are good and bad, and cannot be generalized. Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha, the poor monk is enlightened. God's dog. What did you realize? Curious. JPG. The second master of Tushan. Curiosity +1. Dewei Tianlong. The poor monk clearly realized his heart and found that many of my Buddha's teachings are not correct. For example, human beings and monsters cannot fall in love, and Buddhist disciples are prohibited from marrying wives. The head of Washan. Shocked. JPG. Descendants of the Dian royal family. Can you realize this too? Where did you realize this? The worlds where Yu Bukchun and Murong Fu live have Buddhism, and they are very clear about the teachings of Buddhism, but did not expect Fahai to say these words. Who told him this? God's dog. Could it be that Fahai watched the video and wanted to be a rambunctious hero, so he realized that it was wrong to understand the rules of Buddhism? Wang Hao's eyes widened, he could only think of this reason. That is, Fahai wants a woman. However, this was inconsistent with Buddhist teachings, so he had an epiphany that Buddhist teachings were wrong. In this way, he can openly find a woman. Devil Queen. What kind of she-male can't fall in love? What can't a man and a woman love? So bullshit and strict rules, who made it? It's wrong. The king of demon kings. The queen is right. I was born in the world. When I was free, how could I be bound by those rules? Those rules and precepts made by the old man of the Tathagata are the annihilation of humanity. Monk, you can understand now. Wake up in time. Very good. The second head of Tushan. The demon king seems to have a lot of resentment towards the Tathagata, the overlord of the World Association. It has been suppressed for 500 years. Can there be little resentment? Dewei Tianlong. It's just that the poor monks understand that I am right and they are wrong, but they are stubborn and insist that I am wrong. The poor monk wants to ask, how can I make them realize that I am right and they are wrong? He had wanted to ask this question before. 7 days ago, he subdued the spider spirit, and saw the woman give birth, and the 2 blue and white snakes helped him, and he became confused and lustful. At that time, he joined the chat group and got the guidance of the god of Hongmong. Enlightenment for a few days. He gained a lot, so he asked those eminent monks about his gains for advice, and then everyone did not agree with his point of view, and thought that he had gone into the devil's way and entered the devil's way. He also wondered if he was wrong. But today, I saw Wang Hao's green snake video in the chat group, and I understood the greatness of the god of Hongmong. He finally had an epiphany. The guidance of the god of Hongmong cannot be wrong. He's not wrong either. It was they who were wrong. The Buddha was wrong. But he couldn't even convince the eminent monks around him, let alone the Buddhas and Buddhas in the Western heaven. So, he only asked this question. The king of demon kings. At Dawei Tianlong, I have experience with this, and it's very simple, just beat him directly. After the beating, ask him if he understands. If you don't realize it, then beat him up. Ask after the beating. If he says he is enlightened, it means that he has realized his mistake and knew he was wrong. If he says he doesn't understand, then you keep beating him until he understands. The little dragon girl who fell asleep with the silk thread. I also know this, and I was taught by my sister. This is called convincing people with strength, and it is a sublimated version of convincing people with reason. Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. Did I say it? Why can't I remember? God's dog. Sister bye, so you are like this. Demon Queen. Monkey King, you're right, it suits this king's appetite. Do you want to come and follow this queen? The second head of Tu Shanren, the god of Hongmong warns. Demon Queen. When I didn't say anything. The king of demon kings. Take it down, just your 7th order strength. I'll stab you to death with a stick. Devil Queen. Fuck. You dead monkey, believe it or not, the devil's claws of the old lady will crush you to death. The king of demon kings. I'm afraid of you. Do you want to try the power of my Rui golden hoop? Yi Tiandi. The Rui golden hoop. Is it the Dinghaishan needle that can be long or short, large or small, thick or thin, and can measure the depth of the ocean? God's dog. I suspect that the car is driving upstairs. The master of Dakin. Isn't it for the newcomers to be puzzled? The widow has just left for a while, and the wheels and wheels are flying into the sky. The king of demon kings. Didn't I already give some advice to the newcomers? The second head of Tu Shan. I'm afraid you're not mistaken for your children. The king of demon kings. Who said that? This is what Tathagata personally demonstrated to me back then. If you don't believe me, I will send you a video. Ding, the king of demon kings uploaded the video, Tathagata Truth Law. Dewei Tianlong downloaded the Tathagata Truth Law. The second master of Tushan downloaded. Soon. The chat crowd downloaded the video one after another. Green Snake World. Jinshan Temple. Fahai sat on the futon in the Mahavira Hall, dressed in a moon-white monk's robe casually draped over his body. He downloaded the video from the chat group, and then the whole person seemed to be in it. Surrounded by a dilapidated palace, in the distance there is a very huge black-haired orangutan, standing in the clouds, roaring up to the sky, roaring excitedly. One by one, the soldiers and the generals wailed and screamed under the chimpanzee stick. Is this the king of demon kings, son Wukong? It's really powerful, and he deserves to be the king of demon kings. Fahai secretly said in his heart that he was definitely not an opponent. At this time, a ray of golden Buddha light fell from the sky, the clouds were torn apart, and an incomparably huge and majestic golden giant Buddha manifested. He sat there, unable to see the whole picture. Surrounded by endless Buddha light, it is dazzling. Sacred. Majesty. With the appearance of the golden giant Buddha, there were bursts of Sanskrit sounds between heaven and earth, as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting sutras. Buddha. Seeing the giant Buddha, Fahai felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart. He was sure that this was the Tathagata Buddha. He was very curious what the Buddha would do. At this moment, a deafening Buddha sound rang out, and the golden Buddha lowered his eyes and looked at the black gorilla. Beast, do you know what's wrong? The black gorilla didn't respond. He raised the golden cudgel in his hand and smashed it hard at the Buddha. This stick was so powerful that it slashed Mount Washan, making Fahai tremble with fear. I saw the big Buddha shaking his head slightly, and the golden Buddha palm bigger than the mountain suppressed it, and slapped the black gorilla flying with one palm. The black gorilla smashed the heavenly palace and smashed into the earth from the sky. The terrifying power made the surrounding mountains tremble, revealing a bottomless pit. The golden Buddha overlooked the chimpanzee that climbed up from the big pit, still with a solemn appearance and a loud voice, and asked, "Beast, do you know what's wrong?" "I am right." The chimpanzee roared up to the sky and was about to rush up. "I don't know what's wrong." The golden Buddha once again suppressed it with one palm, smashed the chimpanzee into the depths of the earth, and asked, "Beast, do you know what's wrong?" The Tathagata. Crazy voices sounded from deep underground. "Looks like you don't know what's wrong yet." Boom. The huge golden palm embraced the overwhelming terrifying power and suppressed it fiercely, and the big pit where the chimpanzee was located suddenly expanded dozens of times. "Beast, do you know what's wrong?" "Thus, I didn't." An angry voice roared out, and the chimpanzee rushed out. Boom. The big golden palm was like swatting a fly, and it suppressed it again. "Beast, do you know what's wrong?" "I am right." The unruly voice came with boundless anger, and the great Buddha suddenly turned into an angry Vajra, saying, "What a wild and untamable monkey, really stubborn." The voice fell, the Buddha clasped his hands together, and thousands of giant golden palms appeared behind him. The golden giant palm exerted force and took pictures one after another. The earth trembled and the roar continued. It lasted 10 minutes. The Buddha withdrew his palm. The magma on the ground was flowing, and the black gorilla lay in the magma. The gas was like a gossamer, and it was extremely miserable. Amitabha. The great Buddha proclaimed the Buddha's name, and the treasured image was solemn, and said lightly, "Beast, you know what's wrong now." I was wrong. Seeing here, the video ends automatically. But the phrase, "I was wrong." But it was deeply imprinted in the depths of Fahai's heart, which could not be removed or erased. A long time. Fahai came back to his senses, folded his hands together, and said with a solemn appearance, "So this is how my Buddha Tathagata used my heart to prove his heart. I got it." The king of demon kings. At Dawei Tianlong, do you now know how to let someone know it's wrong? Dawei Tianlong. I understand. I will use my fists to pass on the truth and let them understand. The second master of Tu Shan. Sect Master Yunlin. The newcomer was completely screwed up. The king of demon kings. Not bad. If a man is wrong, let a man know he is wrong. If a group of people is wrong, let a group of people know they're wrong. If everyone in the world is wrong, let everyone in the world know they are wrong. This is to use my heart to prove his heart, to convince people with reason, and to convince people with strength. As long as everyone knows that they are wrong, then they will naturally understand your truth and understand that you are right. Dawei Tianlong. What the demon king said is true, but my strength is not very strong. Whether it is the Buddhas in the West or the gods in the sky, I am not an opponent. It's hard for me to make them understand my truth by the means of my heart to prove his heart. He is just a mundane cultivator. Although he has a good talent, he does not think that he is the opponent of those immortals and Buddhas who have cultivated for countless years and overlook the world. God's dog. This is simple. As long as you believe in my God, you can get the blessing of my God's divine power, and your cultivation will be 1,000 miles a day. More importantly, as long as you preach and sacrifice for my God can bestow you with magical powers. Then what are the Buddhas in the West and the gods in the heavens? Then you can spread your truth as much as you like. If there are stubborn people, use your fists to convey the truth and let them feel the greatness of the truth. They will naturally realize their mistakes and understand your truth. In the kingdom of God. Looking at the news of the chat group, Hongmeng felt a joy in his heart, using my heart to prove his heart, and convincing others with strength. Fahai was taken crooked, but this Fahai seems to be good at convincing people. Dawei Tianlong. The king of the demon king, thank the demon king for his guidance. The king of demon kings. You're welcome, just call me Mr. Sun. I like helping others the most. When there is time in the future, we will communicate more. Dawei Tianlong. Well, okay. The second master of Tu Shan. Overlord of the World Association. The eyes of all the group members are full of weirdness. An eminent monk who slays demons and eliminates demons became friends with a demon. But after joining the chat group, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Eventually they will become believers of my God. God's dog. Devil Queen, Miss Liang Bing, how are you preparing for your sacrifice? Demon Queen. The starry sky altar is ready, just waiting for the little angel to take the bait. Demon Queen. Oh, said Cao 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 arrived. Keisha sent her left-wing guard Angel Yan to Earth. The game is about to start. God's dog. Wow, Miss Liangbing, show us the live broadcast. I have seen angels. Drooling. JPG. In fact, Guzi wanted to see Angel Yan, who was his goddess. Demon Queen. Look at your cowardice. Do you want this queen to give you a little angel watch to play with? God's dog. Forget it, I can't afford it. Demon Queen. Chi. A look of contempt. JPG. I'll show you a live broadcast later, so you can see how this queen's men caught the little angel. God's dog. Looking forward. The second master of Tu Shan. Looking forward to one. Super Universe. In Demon Number 1, Liang Bing looked at Angel Yan who entered the earth in the projection, and a strange smile appeared on his coquettish face. Keisha, this king is looking forward to meeting you. Addo. Cold Bing shouted. Queen. A demon leader came in. It was Lian Bing's confidant, Addo. Go and catch this little angel. Watch back. Remember to live. This is a sacrifice to my god. Lian Bing stared at the projection of Angel Yan who entered the earth and warned. Queen, don't worry, you are guaranteed to complete the mission. Otto's eyes were full of excitement. During this time, he recited ideas every day, and his strength increased at least tenfold. Even if Angel Yan is Keisha's left-wing guard, he is confident. Well, let's go. Liang Bing nodded with satisfaction. Otto's strength was originally stronger than the current Angel Yan, but now that it is 10 times stronger, there is no problem in capturing Angel Yan alive. Earth, Tianhe City, Angel International. Angel Yan came with 2 angels under him. During this time, Liang Bing made a lot of movements in the sun and successfully attracted the attention of the angel. Therefore, the Queen of Angels, Holy Keisha, sent Angel Yan, a powerful man, to come to Earth to find out the movements of the demons and the real purpose of Liang Bing. Besides, the news that the Super Seminary will be established on Earth and prepare for the God-building project also attracted the attention of the angels. Today in the universe, the angelic civilization stands at the top of the pyramid, and Keisha is known as the king of the gods. However, in the ancient past, the power of the Super Seminary far surpassed that of the angels. Keisha, Liang Bing, Carl and others have all studied at the Super Seminary. Angels naturally did not dare to take it lightly for the Super Seminary's plan to create gods. Angel Yan's arrival this time, in addition to investigating the news of the devil, the more important purpose is to find out the Super Seminary's god-building plan. Angel Yan sat on the leather chair on the top floor of the Angel International building, with Erlang's legs crossed, and her snow-white and delicate thighs were exposed under the miniskirt. Slim and round, straight and moving, her eyes flickered with white light, and she could faintly see countless data flashing in her eyes. She is reading the Earth's message. Looking at the Earth's message, her face made no secret of her contempt and disgust. It's really filthy. No matter how many years of human development, these bad habits will never be changed. War, killing, self-destruction, so ugly. The angel chased. It is because of the inferiority of human beings that we need the guidance of our angels. In these years, we are also guiding the development of human civilization as much as possible. Angel Yan did not speak, turned around on the revolving seat, and asked, what news does Super Seminary and the devil have? For demons, Angel Yan's heart is full of killing intent. In her 1,000-year warrior career, she has fought demons more than once. Many sisters who fought side by side died at the hands of demons. The Super Seminary's god-building plan has been launched, and there is also Lina, the Lord of the Liyang Star. This is the list of students of the Super Seminary. The first one, Gal Shaolun, the power of the galaxy. This is what Queen Keisha ordered to focus on. Second place, Nuo Star Wars. The god Lu Chuang is a warrior who is said to have the power to kill gods. Angel Yan snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. A hanging wire, a jerk, god-killing power. After getting to know the staff of the Super Seminary, Angel Yan paid more attention to the devil and said, what news does the devil have? We found that the Earth and even the entire galaxy are often haunted by demons, but they are basically little demons. The really powerful demons seem to be avoiding us, but I see that they seem to be building something. And I also discovered people from the Styx galaxy. Humph. Angel Yan snorted and said dissatisfiedly, death always has the same smell as the devil. The Styx galaxy is the domain of Karl, the god of death. Angel's justice order and Karl's philosophy are also in conflict. Although the two sides are not like demons, they will fight when they meet, but their relationship is not good. Angel Chase continued. According to Queen Keisha's calculations, the demons should not have recovered yet, but now they are jumping out to provoke us with such a big fanfare. I suspect that the Styx galaxy is behind them. Angel Yan said. This matter must be reported to Queen Keisha as soon as possible. The devil is not to be afraid of, but if it joins forces with the Styx galaxy, it will be very unfavorable to us. Karl, the god of death of the Styx galaxy, is also a very powerful main god in the universe. Even Keisha is a little afraid. The angel chased. Sister Yan, what you said is very true. You stay and continue to observe the movements of the super seminary and the devil. I will go back and report to Queen Keisha. Angel Yan stood up. The white angel wings spread out behind him, and his figure rose into the sky. Bang! However, just as Angel Yan flew into the sky, he was hit by a black shadow falling from the sky. The whole person fell like a broken kite and hit the ground heavily. Sister Yan. The angel chased the two angels and felt the movement, and rushed out immediately, only to see Liang Bing's big demon Atuo carrying the stunned Angel Yan. Stop. Put down Sister Yan. Holding the sword of flames, the two of them snarled at Atto. Since it's delivered to the door, I'll take you back together and sacrifice to my god. Atto put down Angel Yan. His figure flashed. He came behind Angel Chase, and knocked him unconscious with a knife. Chase. The angel Lingxi was shocked and angry, and desperately killed Atto. However, in the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Atuo did the same, knocking Lingxi unconscious. My god is so great, so generous. Long live the queen, long live my god. Atto looked at the three angels on the ground with excitement in his eyes. Angel Chase and Lingxi are nothing, but Angel Yan, as the left-wing guard of the Holy Keisha, a high-level angel, is not weak. In the past, even if he could defeat Angel Yan, it would be a hard fight. How easy is it now? This is the gift of the god of Hongmong. It is your supreme honor to be able to sacrifice to my god. Looking at Angel Yan's three angels, Atto didn't stay long, picked them up and quickly disappeared into the sky. Mo San Gongzi reminds you. After reading it, ask for collection and it is more convenient to watch it later. In the chat group, Liang Bing broadcasted the video of Atto going to catch Angel Yan. God's dog. Wow, I finally saw my goddess, so beautiful. JPG. Seeing Angel Yan appear, Wang Hao's eyes lit up and his saliva was drooling. The head of Washan. God, I feel that the quality of the whole group has been lowered by your Diocese breath. Descendants of Dian royal family. Women only affect the speed of drawing swords. The overlord of the World Association. God, I think your body is hard, so don't be hard on yourself. You will suffer for your face. How about this old man give you two top-notch beauties? Oh twins. Of course, if you really like angels, the Demon Queen will not mind giving you two angel beauties. Demon Queen. Yes, what this king said before still counts. Except for Angel Yan, I just caught two angels this time. Do you want me to send you two? God's dog. HMPH, am I that kind of person? With my current strength, why don't I want a woman? The second master of Tu Shan, first order strength. Sect master Yun Lan, first order strength. God's dog. Sister Rongrong, Sister Yun, I'm very embarrassed for you to be like this. The Lord of Qin, shocked. Dog, do you still have face? The overlord of the World Association. The Queen's men are very strong, and they subdued Angel Yan with one move, but it's just boring. God's dog. I feel sorry for my goddess for 2 seconds. In the live broadcast, I saw Angel Yan being solved by one move, and the other two angels were also killed in seconds, and everyone felt dull. But didn't care. They didn't have any expectations. Is Liang Bing ready to take action? In the kingdom of God, Hong Meng looked at the information in the chat group, and had some expectations for Liang Bing's preparation to sacrifice to the angel. Speaking of angels, Hong Meng thought of the holy Keisha, especially Liang Bing once said that Keisha was not captured and imprisoned by Hua Yi when she was young, and she was tortured. Among them, an unknown powerhouse appeared. In general, the plot will not change. Unless there are traversers or other forces that do not belong to the universe. The story of the super universe has already started. If there are transmigrators, they should appear in the near future. Hong Meng flashed thoughts one after another, looking forward to the appearance of the system traversers. For him, the system traverser is a walking experience baby. The more the better. At this time, Mingyu's blurred beautiful eyes looked at Hong Meng. Her hair was messy, her pretty face was flushed, her body was as jade, and her pink was as rosy. Hong Meng no longer thought about it, and continued to instruct the beauty to practice. Super Universe. Demon number 1. Bing Bing closed the live broadcast. Atto has returned to the base with 3 angels of Angel Yan, and Lian Bing came to Angel Yan. Angel Yan's body power was sealed, and the whole person was tied up. Lian Bing looked up and down with his burning eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's not bad, it's a bit predictable, my god should like it very much. Bah, if you want to kill it, kill it. Angel Yan had a stubborn look on his face. Although he was severely injured and sealed, he was trapped in the devil's cave, but he did not give in or fear at all, and spit at Lian Bing. In the middle of the fierce and huge evil, she held her head high, and said, Morgana, you can't get any information about the angel from me. Ha ha. Lian Bing's eyes were full of disdain. She reached out to wipe the spit from her chest, and sneered, you really look down on yourself, this king needs to get information from you. When this king led the angels to rise, you and she were not born yet. Angel Yan was shocked. The amount of information in this sentence was a bit large, which made it difficult for her to react for a while. Has Morgana ever cooperated with or loyal to an angel? As for Morgana herself being an angel, she never thought about this possibility. How can a demon be an angel? In her eyes, demons are dirty and evil creatures. Angels are messengers of divine justice. However, Liang Bing was not interested in explaining the past to Angel Yan. She reached out and raised Angel Yan's fair and clean chin. Tisk tisk. This face, this figure, very good. It looks like a virgin. This king did not arrest you for your information, but to give you a great fortune. Sacrifice you to my god. My god should like it very much. My god. Angel Yan's eyes moved. Morgana said it once before, she didn't care too much, but now she mentioned it again. Absolutely unusual. Could it be the foreign aid that Morgana found? But even Karl, the god of death, is not qualified for Morgana to call him, my god, let alone let Morgana prepare sacrifices to sacrifice to each other in the form of a subordinate. What god? Angel Yan couldn't help asking. This news must be found out, and then let Queen Keisha know. 9 times out of 10, the abnormal behavior of the devil this time has something to do with this, god. Seeing Angel Yan's curious and solemn expression, a strange smile appeared on Lian Bing's face. With awe and admiration in his eyes, he said, my god is the god of Hongmong. He is detached from the universe, detached from time, detached from everything, immortal and immortal, eternal and eternal, and he is also my Morgana's man. Want to know more about my god? Liang Bing walked up to Angel Yan and smiled jokingly. Angel Yan's mind was like a thunderbolt. What did she hear? Morgana's man. When did Demon Queen Morgana have a man? Why don't their angels know? As for what Morgana said about being out of the universe, Angel Yan didn't care, she just thought that Morgana put gold on her face and was bragging. It's just that the Demon Queen really has a man. She looked at Morgana in surprise. There should be no need for the other party to lie to her. In other words, Morgana really has a man. And the man who can make the Demon Queen Morgana fall in love and worship so much must be very powerful and terrifying. However, their angels do not know the news. Once a war begins, the consequences are unimaginable. Even if they can win, I am afraid they will lose a lot. As for failure, she never thought about it. In her mind, Divine Keisha is invincible and the strongest in the known universe. Even if Morgana's men are likely to be much stronger than Morgana, they are definitely not the opponents of Divine Keisha. Just who is this god of Hongmong? She didn't even have the slightest bit of information about the other party in her treasury of knowledge. The news has to get out. Only, now that she has been reduced to a prisoner, how can she have the ability to pass the news? Angel Yan was in a heavy heart. However, the most urgent task is to find out the news of the god of Hongmong first. Morgana, don't you make drafts when you lie. You are beyond the universe, beyond time, beyond everything, even Queen Keisha can't do it. Do you think I'll believe the god of the primordial Lao Shizi that I've never heard of you've made up? Angel Yan sneered, making it clear that he didn't believe it. Haha, Xiao Xian, you are too embarrassed to take out such a low-level aggressive method, and play tricks with this king, you are still a little tender. Don't you just want to know the news of the god of Hongmong? It's not like this king won't tell you. Lian Bing's eyes were full of sarcasm, and he reached out and touched Angel Yan's smooth cheek. That skin was finer than the finest china, smoother than the finest silk. Her right hand continued downward, her body leaned forward, the huge evil was pressing on Angel Yan, her head was placed on Angel Yan's shoulder, and she chuckled lightly, you don't know, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. As for Keisha's bitcha, in front of my god, it is as small as an ant, even an ant, and it cannot be compared with my god at all. Hearing this, Angel Yan was furious. Queen Keisha was the person she admired and respected the most, but she never expected to be so belittled by Morgana. She immediately retorted, Queen Keisha is the most powerful being in this universe. You don't understand the power of Queen Keisha at all. To measure Queen Keisha with your low and narrow eyes is an insult to Queen Keisha. Lian Bing grabbed his right hand heavily, stood up straight, put his hands on his hips, the huge evil trembled, and laughed, I don't know Kesha Nabachi. No one in this world knows that bitcha better than me. Lian Bing leaned forward, looked at Angel Yan with a puzzled face, and asked, "Do you know who Keisha Nabikai is this king?" Who? Angel Yan is very curious. Morgana mentioned before that she seems to have a close relationship with Angel. Of course it's the king's dearest sister. Liang Bing's voice was gloomy and cold. Ever since he turned against Keisha, he has been chased and beaten by Keisha over the years, like a mouse crossing the street. She hated Keisha more and more. Impossible. Angel Yan immediately retorted, "How could a demon like you be Queen Keisha?" Before he could finish speaking, Angel Yan's voice stopped abruptly. Because a pair of white angel wings appeared behind Morgana. Others can be faked, but that angel's wings will not be fake. Angel Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. The demon queen turned out to be Queen Keisha's sister. The news was like a bolt from the blue. Too shocking. Incomprehensible. She never thought that Morgana would have such a relationship with the angel. No wonder she was so arrogant, saying that she knew the angels very well and Keisha very well. You know now. Your understanding of angels is only on the surface, on the side that Keisha Nabichi wants you to see. Angel Yan didn't speak, because she didn't know how to answer, and her heart was overturned and it was difficult to calm down. Speechless, right, you angels are always self-righteous, arrogant and conceited, and dare not face the world at all. They will only shrink in 1/3 of their own acre to dominate the world. Lian Bing sneered and said, "Keisha's bitcha is just a pitiful idiot who sits in the sky and is arrogant and doesn't dare to face himself." Angel Yan heard the words, his eyes suddenly changed, getting up sharply, he shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to slander Queen Keisha. Even if you used to be Queen Keisha's sister, but you turned your back on the angels and beliefs, you are now just a demon who is in the company of dirty and ugly demons, not worthy of being compared with Queen Keisha." Queen Keisha doesn't tell me this. There must be her reasons. You can't think about the relationship between me and Queen Keisha. Angel Yan has a firm look on his face, as if letting you talk about it, I will not be provoked by you. Ha ha, Lian Bing sneered. Do you think I want to convince you? Want to provoke the relationship between you? You are not qualified. This king is only in a good mood to tell you this. As for Keisha Nabichi, I'll take care of her soon. Don't you want to know the news of my god? I'll tell you now. Liang Bing's words moved Angel Yan's heart. She really wanted to know the news of the god of Hongmong. It's just that Morgana would really kindly tell her. There will be no conspiracy, right? You don't want to lie to me again, do you? Angel Yan sneered. Put away your low-level and ridiculous aggressive tactics, and if you want to know the god of Hongmong, just follow me and read it. After reading it, you can feel the invincible power of my god. That's the power that makes you despair. That's the power that makes you tremble. That's an existence that you can't compete with. Thinking of the god of Hongmong, Lian Bing's eyes were filled with awe, admiration, and fervor. Demons worship power, and Hongmeng's mighty power conquers her. She was made to cry the first time she chanted, contemplation ideas. It was indescribably terrifying and powerful. The power she is proud of is nothing in front of the god of Hongmong. Small as an ant, Angel Yan looked at Morgana, who was adoring and fanatical in disbelief, and chanted in a low voice. She wants to figure out who the god of Hongmong is. There will be an update tonight. Tomorrow will continue to be 10,000. Please subscribe and ask for tickets. End of this chapter. Opening up Hongmong. Lian Bing's voice resounded and echoed in the hall. Although Angel Yan suspected that Liang Bing had a conspiracy, in order to find out the news of the god of Hongmong, she gritted her teeth and chanted. As she prayed, she felt an inexplicable force coming towards her, mysterious, elusive and incomprehensible. When the last word fell, she shuddered and came to a gray world. Not up and down. There is no space for time. There are no cosmic stars. There are no living beings. Some are just a great being that cannot be described in words. He is beyond the sun. He is beyond the stars. He is beyond the universe. He is the origin of all things. He is the ruler of the universe. He is the eternal road. The endless ancient universe opens up, evolves, and destroys naturally with his breath. Week by week, endless, Angel Yan's slender and graceful body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock, horror, and fear. It was a horror she had never seen before. It was a power she could not imagine. Desperate, it doesn't make people feel the slightest bit of resistance. Before seeing the god of Hongmong, Angel Yan never thought that there was anything in this universe that could threaten Queen Keisha. But now, even if she doesn't want to admit it, she doesn't want to believe it. I also have to say that Queen Keisha is really not as good as the god of Hongmong. Because, this is not the power that the creatures of the universe can have. Nor is it a force that the creatures of the universe can resist. No wonder the demon queen of the first generation mentioned that the god of Hongmeng would be so revered and worshipped, so fanatical, and even considered herself a woman of the other party. No wonder the demon queen is so confident in dealing with angels. It turned out to be because of the god of Hongmeng as her backing. Thought here. Angel Yan's heart skipped a beat. Angel pill. If Queen Keisha rashly clashed with Morgana, the consequences would be disastrous. Suddenly, Angel Yan returned to God. Soft all over. Weak limbs. Even if it was the most difficult war at the beginning, even when it almost fell, it is not as powerless as it is now. I saw Morgana looking at her jokingly. How is it? Feel the power of my God. Are you powerless, desperate, and helpless? Weak, pitiful, shivering. Angel Yan recovered from the shock. Even if the shock and horror of the god of primordial power was strong, she still would not yield in the face of the devil. She held her head up. Her eyes were stubborn, and she did not show weakness. Since the god of Hongmeng is so powerful, why haven't you ruled the universe yet? Since the god of Hongmeng is so terrifying, can you still look at you, a dirty and ugly devil? And if you say that the god of Hongmeng is your man, you will really put gold on your face. Reading to receive red envelopes. Follow the public account end of the God Station reading books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Don't look at yourself. Angel Yan calmed down. Thinking of the horror of the god of Hongmeng, she suddenly discovered that the relationship between Morgana and the god of Hongmeng may not be as good as Morgana said. The god of Hongmeng is obviously not the existence of their universe. Maybe it will not come over at all. Morgana is just a fox and a tiger. Damn it, believe it or not, the old lady killed you. Liang Bing was furious, stretched out his hand to squeeze the chin of the angel Yan Bainan, and said viciously. You kill. If I frowned, I wouldn't be called Angel Yan. Angel Yan did not show weakness and looked at Morgana, seeing death as if at home. Looking at Angel Yanju's pretty face, Morgana suddenly smiled, released the hand holding her chin, stroked her fair and smooth face, and continued, haha, I like this stubborn temperament, it's fun to play. Don't worry, the old lady is reluctant to kill you. Tisk tisk, look at this face, this figure, this beautiful leg, this curve. I'm sure God likes it. Maybe in a few years, a few beautiful little angels will be born. The cold and unbridled laugh, Angel Yanju's arrogant eyes changed slightly, and a trace of fear and tension surged in his heart. She is not afraid of death. In her 1,000-year warrior career, she was ready to die in battle. But being played with and even having children, Angel Yan was agitated all over. Crack, but she didn't say anything. Because she knew that whatever she said was meaningless. No matter how strong or unyielding she is, she scolds each other. Still begging to admit defeat, kneeling and begging for mercy. None of this worked. It will only make the devil more excited. More torment her and beat her more tirelessly. So she just stared at Morgana coldly, as if indifferent, like a clown. Lian Bing shrugged, seeing that the other party didn't respond, and felt uninterested. Just like playing dead people, it's no fun. She waved her hand to let Angel Yan be taken away and locked up. Subsequently, Lian Bing contacted Carl, the god of death. Lang Bing, how are you doing recently? Carl's projection looked at Liang Bing and greeted. Under the glory of my god, is it okay? Liang Bing gave him a white look and said directly, how are you preparing? Has Hua Yi come out? Under the blessing of my god's divine power, I made a major breakthrough. I gave Hua Yi a random void engine, which made his strength skyrocket and his mentality inflated. Although he is still afraid of the Holy Keisha, he was successfully persuaded by me, and promised to attack the Merlot Heavenly Court after the Holy Keisha came to Earth and regain the throne of the King of Angels. Carl spoke slowly. With his own strength skyrocketing, the temptation of the King of Angels, and Carl's powerful strength and various guarantees, even Hua Yi's scheming, he could not resist the temptation in the end. He himself is a scumbag who has no love for women and is unrestrained. Now there is a chance in front of him. Although Keisha is not dead, he is still a little risky. But he still wanted to give it a shot. Give it a go, the bike turns into a motorcycle. After all, he has seen Carl's strength. It is very strong and terrifying. There should be no problem with Keisha. What's more, the void engine that Carl gave him also made his strength skyrocket to an unimaginable level, and he also had confidence in himself. Once the throne is retaken, the beautiful female angels there will surrender to him and let him play with him at will. It is exciting to think about it. For tens of thousands of years, Ronning has been by his side. Tired of playing. Okay, everything is ready now, just wait for Keisha Nabachi to come over. Liang Bing was overjoyed, full of expectations. Tens of thousands of years. Her battle with the Holy Keisha was not won. This time. She will not lose again. If it really doesn't work, she can also ask other members of the group for help. Just asking for help, her credit will be divided. This is also the fundamental reason why she did not seek help from other members of the group. At the same time, Super Seminary. Command Room. Dukao, Rose and Lena watched a video on the big screen. In the video, Angel Yan was attacked, and was beaten to the ground by the demon in one move, then two angels chased out, and was also knocked unconscious by one move, and then the demon disappeared into the sky with 3 angels on his back. These angels are really useless. I heard that the leader is the high-level guardian angel of Holy Keisha, and that's it. Reina's eyes were full of contempt, and she was easily cleaned up by a demon. Isn't it a waste? Dukao stared at the screen, his eyes solemn. These are high-level guardian angels, and their strength is not weak, especially Angel Yan, as the left-wing guardian of the Holy Keisha. His strength is unquestionable, and the one who died in her hands. There are not a few demons, and they are also called Thunder God of War. It can only be said that the angel is not too weak, but the demon is too strong. He is definitely a powerful general under Morgana. Chiangwei said. Morgana grabbed Keisha's left-wing guard as soon as she shot. Is this trying to provoke a war between angels and demons? Dukao said solemnly. I'm worried that Morgana is not just as simple as provoking an angel, there may be a bigger purpose behind it. According to the previous battles between demons and angels, wherever Morgana goes, she will first transform the creatures there into demon warriors, and after accumulating enough strength, she will fight the angels decisively. Now that Morgana has just arrived here, she has no preparations. It stands to reason that she should keep a low profile, rather than stand up and provoke the angels. Even with the help of the Styx Galaxy, the current demon still has no advantage in the face of angels, but why did she capture Angel Yan and anger the Holy Keisha? Unless Morgana has some trump card, she is confident to deal with Holy Keisha. But it's impossible. Dukao knew the power of Divine Keisha, and also knew about Morgana, who had never been better than Morgana. It is said that the sacred body of the Holy Keisha has reached the realm of immortality and immortality. It is impossible to solve the Holy Keisha. But it couldn't be solved. Why did Morgana jump out in such a hurry to provoke the angel? Isn't this looking for death? He couldn't believe Morgana was that stupid. It's really stupid. It's been destroyed by the angel long ago. I think the devil just likes to die, has no self-knowledge, and is arrogant. Reina pouted. She had to think so much. Dukao ignored Reina, the second goddess of the middle school, and his eyes were full of thought. Should we tell Holy Keisha about Angel Yan's attack? Chiangwei changed the topic. Recently, Super Seminary and Angel have reached a cooperative relationship, and the relationship between the two parties is good. Of course the angels have to be notified about this. Dukao nodded and contacted Holy Keisha. Soon, the projection of the Holy Keisha appeared. Dukao told the story again, and the video of Angel Yan's attack. What do you think of His Majesty Keisha? Dukao asked. Divine Keisha and Morgana's relationship is no secret to him, and angels and demons are antagonists who know each other best. He wondered if Divine Keisha could get rid of the demons. There is some Morgana's purpose. Holy Keisha had a lazy face, crossed Erlang's legs, and sat on the throne of the King of Angels. She leaned against the armrest of the throne with her right arm and held her head in her palm. Interesting. Her voice was calm, as if it was just a trivial matter for Angel Yan to be attacked. It's not a matter of Chaos Seminary, I will solve it myself. After speaking, Holy Keisha directly hung up the communication. Damn, it's really pulling. Reina pouted, disliking Keisha's behavior. People have that strength, Chiangwei said. Strength? Reina disapproved and said with contempt. My confidant was caught by the devil, and there was no reaction at all. I think that's it. You think everyone is the same as you, putting everything on their faces. Chiangwei looked at Reina speechlessly. Really, the bear has no brains. The goddess of the sun, the goddess of the second middle school, the goddess of no brains, it's almost the same. Holy Keisha said she would solve it herself, which shows the anger in her heart and the importance she attaches to this matter. Dukao said, as the Queen of Angels, Holy Keisha has to take action herself, which is evident. The decisive battle between angels and demons is about to begin again. Dukao was in a heavy heart. Angels and demons are both very powerful. They can shoot real fire with their double shots and use all kinds of star-killing weapons. They are afraid that they can destroy the solar system. Morgana is now on Earth. Once the war begins, it will bring disaster to Chiu. The consequences are unimaginable. Earth is likely to be destroyed. Looks like we'll have to prepare early. Dukao's expression was solemn. In the original plan of the Super Seminary, Zhe Xiaolun and others would face several months of super military training before they could barely grow up. But Morgana suddenly grabbed Angel Yan and directly accelerated the war between angels and demons. He wanted to throw Zhe Xiaolun and other super genetic warriors into the war. However, Jie Xiaolun and the others have just started training, and they have no fighting power at all. If they rush into the war, I am afraid they will only sacrifice them in vain. You must know that Jie Xiaolun and others are the results of tens of thousands of years of super seminary. If they sacrifice, the loss is incalculable. Rena, Rose, the war is about to break out, and the training of the soldiers must be accelerated again. Even if it is not for the war, it will give them a better chance of surviving in the future war between angels and demons. Dukao solemnly instructed. Yes, Rena and Rose answered. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. Angel Queen Sacred Keisha sat on the angel throne, tapped the armrest lightly with her fingertips, her beautiful eyes closed slightly, and said lightly, Lang Bing, what are you trying to do? Do you think that you can deal with me by uniting with the death god Karl? Or what other reinforcements did you find? The god of death Karl has been doing a lot recently, so naturally, it can't be hidden from her eyes, but even with the help of the god of death, she doesn't think Lian Bing can defeat her. It's been tens of thousands of years, let me see if you have grown. Holy Keisha's eyes became cold, and her heart was tired. Not only because of the wars with the devil, but also because of the crown on her head. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. She found that her concept was actually not suitable for Angel to continue to develop. But she, as the king of angels, is wrong. She will not admit it, nor can she refute it, and will maintain it. Not only because she is an extremely proud woman, but also because of the stability of the angel. The stability of the just order. A lot of things can be changed not just by changing, but by changing. But she had already figured out a way. That is to abdicate. When the new king ascends the throne, the angel will naturally usher in a new situation and correct her mistakes. Angel Yan is the one she left to assist the new king. She has high hopes for Angel Yan. Unexpectedly, Angel Yan was planted on the earth this time and was captured by Morgana. It's time to end the struggle for so many years. Sacred Keisha sighed in her heart, and then went out with the elite angels and rushed to the earth of the solar system. As for the angel Nebula, with Hexi in charge, she was very relieved. This time, she wants to completely solve the war between angels and demons. As the Holy Keisha was dispatched, countless forces in the universe were also alerted and paid close attention. Styx Galaxy. Karl, the god of death, looked at Hua Yi, who had a wretched smile in front of him, and said, Holy Keisha has acted, and is now rushing to Earth with a large number of elite angels. It seems that he is ready to completely solve the cold ice. Can Liangbing do better than Keisha? Hua Yi is still a little worried, he has a shadow on Keisha. Don't worry, Keisha is dead this time. Karl said confidently. Even if Liang Bing is not an opponent, it is not a problem to hold Keisha. After we capture Merlot Heaven, and then join forces to eliminate Keisha, won't it be easy? The void engine you have now is the most. You should be very clear about the power of the newly developed technology, don't you have confidence? Hua Yi heard the words and felt the power and terror of the void engine. He shrugged forcefully, and said with a wretched expression, Of course I have confidence. This time I must kill that little bitch Keisha. Hua Yi's face was ferocious, and he stiffened his waist. This time, I must let her know how powerful I am. Let her cry and beg for mercy under Lao Su. Karl did not speak, with a calm smile on his face. When the Merlot Heavenly Court was captured, Hua Yi and a group of male angels were also his sacrifices. At that time, all blood will be sacrificed to God. At that time, he will be able to see the great god of Hongmong, and he will also be rewarded. Thinking about it makes people excited. Kingdom of God. At the end of the night, the morning sun rises slowly, and the warm sunshine illuminates the earth. When Hong Meng opened his eyes, he saw the beautiful face of the beautiful woman in his arms, rosy and lustrous, with a few tears in the corners of his eyes. Like a rose that bears the rain and dew in the morning, it is delicate and beautiful. My God, seemingly sensing Hong Meng's movement, Mingyu's long eyelashes trembled, her beautiful eyes opened with a hint of shyness, and her originally rosy cheeks turned even redder. Have a good rest. Hong Meng glanced at the delicate red mark on the silk quilt beside him, bowed his head and kissed the beauty's forehead, pulled out, and left the room. Congratulations to my God. Mingyu got up, knelt down on the bed, and said respectfully. A long time. She lay down again, pulled the quilt over her head, smelled the residual breath on it, and her hot cheeks had a touch of unprecedented happiness. Hongmeng returned to the temple, and all the heroes or holy spirits were working hard to cultivate the ancient Bodhi tree, the seven treasures Janmu, the blue silver emperor, the ancient tree of life, and the fiery red lotus are growing rapidly every day. At the same time as they grow, they are constantly strengthening the barriers of the kingdom of God, and constantly devouring the innate aura that the chaotic energy of the void transforms into various attributes. The innate spiritual energy in the kingdom of God is so rich that even the heavenly paradise in the great thousand worlds is absolutely incomparable. The ancient trees are towering, the divine beasts are jubilant, and the momentum is magnificent. It truly has the atmosphere of the kingdom of God. Looking at the changes in the kingdom of God, Hongmeng was filled with emotion. When they came across, the kingdom of God was empty and dilapidated. In less than 3 months now, there are dozens of heroic holy spirits, millions of divine beasts, and the kingdom of gods has reached the level of the middle thousand worlds. The changes have been turned upside down, and before the change, I couldn't imagine it at all. Looking at the ever-changing kingdom of God, Hongmeng was in a happy mood and was full of pride. It's such a great feeling to get stronger every day lying down. No need to fight and fight. No need to go to the secret realm to adventure Taobao. When you are bored, you can practice, or guide your heroes to practice, or play Pokemon battle games together. Such a day is really unpretentious and very fulfilling. There is also a group of sand sculpture believers in the group every day. Thinking of this, Hongmeng entered the chat group consciously. The king of demon kings. Praise my God is so great. Dewei Tianlong. Mr. Sun, what kind of happy thing did you encounter? God's dog. Did you meet a female monkey that overwhelms the country? The king of demon kings. Women will only affect the speed at which I pull out the stick, and the same goes for the female monkeys, they all crawl away from me. Overlord of the World Association. I suspect that the car is driving upstairs. The head of Washan. I just want to know why the demon king is so happy. The king of demon kings. Picture. JPG. The second head of Tushan. Shocked, these are the heavenly gods in your world. You subdued them. When Tushan Rongrong saw the Jade Emperor and the immortals in the photo, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, to move so fast. The king of demon kings. It's all thanks to my divine power. They voluntarily joined the Hongmeng sect, and I dare not take credit. The sect master of Yunlin sect. With heavenly court helping you spread your faith, it will be easier for you to preach. The king of demon kings. As long as the Tathagata is dealt with, preaching will be no problem. Dewei Tianlong. Congratulations to Mr. Sun. The king of demon kings. Fahai, how is your preaching? Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha, the poor monk has not made much progress yet, and all the followers of my god are also in Jinshan Temple. No money to read novels. Send you cash or points for a limited time of 1 day to receive. Pay attention to the public account end of the god station, get it for free. The king of demon kings. You're not fast enough, what are you busy doing? God's dog. Could it be that Fahai Dashi is busy convincing the snake demon? Tu Shan Rongrong. I heard that the snake's den is very deep. Could it be that Fahai falls into it and is difficult to get out? Yi Tiandi. Shocked. I didn't expect you to be such a little fox. Sect Master Yun Lan. Shocked. I didn't expect you to be so graceful. Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha, the donors have misunderstood. I did persuade the 2 blue and white snakes, but they did not enter their snake cave, but they delivered it to the door. God's dog. Surprise. JPG, Dashi is indeed Dashi, and he was able to let the snake demon bring it up by himself. In Wang Hao's mind, 2 beautiful figures of green snake and white snake appeared in Wang Hao's mind. Their enchanting snake bodies swayed. Fahai is in the middle, subduing demons and subduing demons. Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha, the ability to persuade the 2 blue and white snakes is entirely due to my divine power. After they recited contemplation ideas, they received the gift of my God and understood the greatness of my God, so they became my God's believers. The poor monk told them about offering sacrifices, and they all volunteered to be sacrifices to serve my God. God's dog. It turns out that Dashi really persuaded the snake demon. I thought Dashi has become a hero of the grass. Dewei Tianlong. Fahai looked confused and felt that the people in the group were speaking strangely. Could it be that he practiced Buddhism for too long and was derailed from the world? Listen to everything, didn't know. The Lord of Dakan. The newcomer was brought down by you filthy demon kings. Tu Shan second in command. Guzi, what about you? You don't work hard in preaching all day long. Except for thinking about women, you just drive a car and don't do a proper job. God's dog. Who said that the snake's den is deep? Tu Shan Rongrong. I'm just stating a fact from the demon clan's point of view. The snake clan's lair is deep. It's your thinking. I am Tushan's purest little fox. God's dog. Quote. Fahai actually wants to offer me a snake. Do you want me to be a reckless hero too? Hongmeng looked at the chat group. His eyes moved, and he couldn't help looking at a palace not far from the temple. There seems to be a big boa constrictor there. In the palace, a beautiful woman was dressed in a graceful purple brocade robe. The delicate body under the brocade robe was plump and exquisite, like a ripe peach, exuding a touch of charm. A head of 3,000 blue silk was casually draped down from the fragrant shoulders, hanging down between the slender willow waist, and under the brocade robe, a pair of flawless white and greasy legs were exposed. It was the Medusa queen of the snake people who came up from Union in Dupo world. 9-colored swallowing python. Time is the only criterion for testing the truth. Why don't you find time to explore it? Confirm whether what Rongrong said is true. Thinking of Tu Shan Rongrong's words in the group, Hongmeng's originally calm heart lake swayed with layers of ripples, and his heart was about to move. He looked at Medusa's graceful body, and his eyes became hot. Meet my god. In the palace, Medusa seemed to feel something, raised her head, met Hongmeng's gaze from the air, and quickly knelt down. You are very good, I will come to give you some pointers tonight. Hongmeng looked as usual and said lightly. Thank my god for the praise. Medusa opened the door, waiting for my god to come. Medusa was overjoyed and quickly thanked her. Practice well. Hongmeng encouraged and took his eyes back. At this time. In the chat group, Lian Bing bubbling. Demon Queen. Hello everyone, the Starry Sky altar is ready. Just wait for Keisha's group of angels to deliver to your door, and then broadcast it to everyone. Lord of Qin. The altar of the stars, look forward to it. The head of Washan. The Devil Queen should be the first in this group to build a Starry Sky altar. It's amazing, and you is also looking forward to it. God's dog. Miss Liangbing is mighty. The second master of Tushan. Looking forward to +1. Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. Looking forward to +1. Super God Universe. Demon Base. There is a smile on Lian Bing's face, pretending to be a force in the group. It's so fucking cool. Although Emperor Yi Tian and the King of Demon Kings in the group were capable of building the Starry Sky altar, she was the first to build it. It was the first time that the sacrifice was built. Her Demon Queen is the most favored cub of the gods in the group. To the Queen, about to reach Earth. The position of the heroic company has been found. The location of the power of the galaxy has been located. Already located at the position of the new Oshing War God. The position of the sun's light has been located. No trace of the devil has been found for the time being. Queen, do you land directly? On the Skyblade battleship, a senior guardian angel reported to Holy Keisha. Let's land, Holy Keisha said. Yes, Queen, get ready to enter the atmosphere. Let the clouds roll. Queen Keisha is here, Jiang City. Over the giant gorge, the wind is surging, and the powerful energy rolls up the sky and clouds, forming a huge tidal vortex of energy. In the energy vortex, a huge sky blade battleship like a sharp sword slowly emerged from the vortex and landed above the giant gorge. In an instant, the alarm on the Jiang Xia was constantly on, and the soldiers were armed with live ammunition and alerted. Reina, Qiangwei, Qilin, Zhe Xiaolun and other soldiers of the heroic company quickly put on their battle armor and came to the deck of the giant gorge, looking at the sky with solemn eyes. Fuck, is this an alien battleship? Zhe Xiaolun looked at the sky with a strange shape, like a sky blade battleship with a huge cross, his eyes widened. It's so spectacular. I always thought that the giant gorge was already a behemoth, but compared to this battleship, it's nothing short of nothing. It's awesome. It's really awesome. Hey, these aliens all have white wings, are they the legendary angels? Lu Chuang and the others still didn't know about the angel, and they were all shocked. Yes, they are angels. The purpose of coming here today is to destroy the demons headed by Morgana. Lena said, I'll give it a go, there are angels here. Is there a god? Angels and demons fight, it's exciting to think about it. When Zhe Xiaolun, Lu Chuang and others heard the words, they immediately became excited. Okay, shut up, Rose shouted. Her face is cold and arrogant, and her body is sexy. Under the decoration of tight-fitting combat uniforms, she is even more hot and tempting. Zhe Xiaolun and the others don't know what it means for angels and demons to fight in the solar system or even on the Earth, but she is very clear. It means that the Earth is likely to be affected and destroyed. Reina pouted and said disdainfully, what happened to the angel? Make a fuss, do you know who I am? I, Darena, the light of the sun, your goddess, the goddess of the sun. According to your historical heritage, I am the Lord of Heaven, the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of Heaven. More than 1,000 years ago, our soldiers of Liang Star had a dispute with a monkey on your Earth, and it was written into a book. It's that, Journey to the West, I'll go, the name is really low. Lena said disapprovingly, but Zhe Xiaolun, Lu Chuang and the others widened their eyes, their faces filled with doubt, shock, fear, and daze. Although Reina kept saying that she was the light of the sun, the goddess of the sun, they didn't care too much. Just think of it as a middle school girl. But now, had a fight with a monkey over 1,000 years ago. Lord of Heaven, Jade Emperor, let me go, the Jade Emperor is actually a girl. Lu Chuang couldn't help but said in horror. When everyone heard the words, they laughed and screamed. Fuck, Captain, you are the Jade Emperor, isn't that monkey the Monkey King Monkey King? My niece, the Monkey King has come out. Captain, are you really? The legendary Jade Emperor. Jie Xiaolun swallowed in disbelief. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Reina's vanity was greatly satisfied. She put her hands on her hips, her head held high, and she waved her hands and said, "What is this? But it's just the name you Earthlings gave this emperor." Everyone looked at Reina's smug expression, full of speechlessness. Your tail is up in the sky, what is it? However, there was a hint of awe and respect in their eyes. Captain, is there really Monkey King Monkey King? Is there a Tathagata Buddha too? All of them seemed to be curious babies, looking at Reina with fiery eyes. There is indeed a son Wukong, but he is actually a super soldier. Speaking of which, he is also a super seminary academy, and he is your senior brother. Reina said, but there is no Tathagata Buddha. Fuck. Brother Monkey is actually my senior brother. It's awesome. I see you as an incompetent pig. You are incompetent. Quote dot. Okay, let's get down to business. Seeing Lena, the second goddess, and the bear soldiers like Jie Xiaolun and Lu Chuang, Chiangwei's eyes were full of helplessness, and she quickly reminded. It's all about trouble. You're still in the mood to bullshit here. Cough, let's talk business. Reina coughed twice and said, according to our information, the devil captured 3 angels on earth before, and there is also a proud servant of the King of Angels. Sacred Keisha, the King of Angels, is here to crusade the demons. Once they start a war on Earth, the battlefield will spread to the entire solar system, and the Earth is likely to be destroyed. The people who didn't care at first suddenly became dignified. Originally, they thought that angels and demons were fighting. They only needed to watch the battle, and they didn't have to go to the battlefield. They were all very excited. But when they heard that the battle would destroy the Earth, everyone was not calm, their faces became very ugly, and a fear surged in their hearts. Although they have all integrated super genes, their own Diosi and gangster temperament have not changed, and they can't exert any strength. Facing the battle of angels and demons that can spread to the solar system and destroy the Earth, they are really a little scared. Our mission is to prevent angels and demons from fighting on Earth as much as possible. Before Reina could finish her words, she felt that the angel battleship in the sky had already reached her head. Holy Keisha, what do you mean? Haven't asked our opinion, come directly to Earth, do you want to declare war with our super seminary? Reina raised her head to look at the Holy Keisha sitting on the central throne of the Skyblade battleship, her eyes full of anger. Isn't the King of Angels God? It turns out that God is also a girl. Jie Xiaolun muttered when he saw the Holy Keisha. The power of the galaxy, unfortunately it's still a little bit. Holy Keisha ignored Reina, and his eyes fell on Jie Xiaolun. The power of the galaxy. What is that? Jie Xiaolun was a little stunned, feeling that today's bizarre news one after another made his underdeveloped brain almost shut down. It seems that Super Seminary hasn't told you the truth. If you want to know, just ask yourself. Sacred Keisha withdrew her gaze, looked at Reina whose face had become blue, and said lightly, if these crooked melons and cracked dates are Super Seminary's trump card, it's better for you not to interfere in this war. What? You can say that they are crooked melons and cracked dates. This emperor is a dignified sun goddess. I really thought I was afraid of you. Lena was furious. She didn't look down on Jie Xiaolun and Lu Chuang herself, and it was normal for the Holy Keisha to look down on them. But she is the goddess of the sun. You cannot. Divine Keisha glanced at Reina lightly, as if stating a trivial fact. Your grandfather, it's almost the same. Hateful. Reina gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. This is the Earth, the site of the Super Seminary, and it's not your turn to call the shots. Are you declaring war on me? If that's the case, I can kill you first. Holy Keisha said calmly. Why does Queen Keisha care about a child? At this time, Du Cao's voice came from the side, dressed in military uniform, mature and steady. This is the grudge between angels and demons, and it is also the final battle, no one can stop it. Holy Keisha said. Do you understand? Du Cao's heart trembled, the final battle between angels and demons. It seems that the Holy Keisha wants to completely end the war with the devil. This shows her determination. In other words, the battle between angels and demons must be very fierce. Because this is a life and death battle. Once this kind of war begins, it is bound to be extremely tragic. And Earth will undoubtedly fall prey. Du Cao was angry in his heart, but the situation was stronger than people, so he had to ask, Queen Keisha, are you going to give up the Earth and the 6 billion humans on the Earth? Jie Xiaolun, Lu Chuang and others also understood the seriousness of the matter, and they were angry, but they were helpless. It's not even their turn to speak here. Holy Keisha did not answer, but said indifferently, 3 days, after 3 days the angel will launch a general attack on the devil. Du Cao's face was ashen, but he didn't expect to be ignored directly. This is the sorrow of the weak. Jie Xiaolun and others became frightened and angry. They all know now that once the angels and demons start a war on the earth will be destroyed. When? What should they do? Under the nest, how can there be a complete egg? It's so arrogant, this goddess seems to beat her. Lena clenched her fists and couldn't help saying. Haha, stupid human, see the true face of the angel now. Along with the loud laughter, a huge projection of Liang Bing appeared over the giant gorge. She looked at the sacred Keisha on the Sky Blade battleship and smiled. My good sister, long time no see. If you want to kill me, you don't have to wait 3 days. This king will go to the solar system to wait for you now. The earth is the mission field of my male god, but I can't let you break it. Sacred Keisha's pupils shrank, and the originally lazy and calm pretty face had a hint of surprise and doubt. Male god. When did Liang Bing have a male god? Why hasn't she received any news at all? As Liang Bing's older sister, she knew that Liang Bing was very arrogant in her heart, and ordinary men could never enter her eyes. Very surprised, seeing the change in Holy Keisha's face, Liang Bing looked smug. Indeed, I didn't expect someone like you to be attracted to you. Sacred Keisha said calmly. Liang Bing's complacent expression froze, and she said angrily, HMPH, it's better than you, a 10,000-year-old virgin who no one wants. I'm curious about your male god. Sacred Keisha thought a lot at once. This time it was unusual for Liang Bing to capture Angel Yan, maybe it had something to do with the male god she spoke of. It's just that she thought about it for a while, but she couldn't think of who the male god of Liang Bing was. It seems that none of the male gods she knows are suitable for Liang Bing. Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Liang Bing folded her arms in front of her chest, showing her stalwart heart, and looked at the Holy Keisha. I will give you and your angels to my god, just treat it as a dowry for me. My good sister, you don't mind, do you? Liang Bing looked excited, and the huge evil surged with her mood. It depends on whether you have that ability. Sacred Keisha's expression did not fluctuate, but he kept thinking in his heart. She didn't expect that Liang Bing wanted to give him and the angel to her so-called male god. Could it be Tianjia Wai? Shouldn't be possible. But who is not the scumbag? Shibei should be treated with admiration for 3 days. This king is waiting for you in the solar system. Let's see if you have that ability. The voice fell, and the projection of Liang Bing disappeared. I want to see how you impress me. Although Sacred Keisha didn't know what trump card and confidence Liang Bing had to dare to fight her head on, she was not afraid of things either. Set off, she ordered to the angel under her command. Yes, Queen. The Sky Blade battleship started and went out of the earth. Let me go. The Demon Queen and the King of Angels are actually sisters. The Devil Queen still wants to give the Angel Queen and all the angels to her male god. Isn't his male god so happy? Jie Xiaolun, Lu Chuang and others were stunned, feeling that everything they saw today was too subversive. Lord of Heaven, Darena. Fight against Buddha, King of Angels, God, Holy Keisha. Demon Queen. Are we going to fight? Du Cao looked at the sky, his heart still heavy. Although Morgana took the initiative to leave the earth and fight the angel, he was slightly relieved. But even if angels and demons fight in the solar system, they may not be affected. The crisis has not been lifted either. However, compared to the decisive battle between angels and demons on Earth, the form is much better. At the same time, angels and demons have successively resisted the extraterrestrial starry sky through battleships or wormholes. War. Just a touch. The vast starry sky. Angels and demons face off. Hundreds of thousands of angels are neatly arranged, standing proudly in the cosmic starry sky. They were dressed in silver white armor and bright red short skirts. Brave and graceful. Or cool. Or pure. Or charming. Or noble. Or sexy. Or enchanting. At a glance, hundreds of thousands of angels are all top beauties, charming, as if they were in 1,000 flowers. And the demon army opposite them with less than 100,000 looks very shabby, not only because there are few people, but the queue is reluctant. It's more because they all look weird and ugly, and when you look around, it's like entering the Shira hell, and you'll lose your appetite when you look at them. It really makes people doubt Liang Bing's aesthetic ability. But her smoky devil outfit is really ugly. Aside from the military formation, the strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. This situation makes people even more worrying. Earth. In the command room of the giant gorge, Dukao looked at the angels and demons on the big screen, frowning, and his eyes were full of puzzlement. Chiangwei was surprised. The devil's army is so small. I'm afraid it is only less than a quarter of the angel, right? Isn't it that the angel's combat power is generally stronger than that of the devil? Dukao nodded and said in a heavy voice, yes, according to the information collected in the past, every time the war between the devil and the angel wins with absolute power. In general, 3 demons can fight against 1 angel warrior. If there is a large-scale war, it generally takes 5 demons to fight an angel warrior. Because the devil worships degenerate freedom, the formation is scattered, and it is not suitable for group warfare, while the angels are forbidden and disciplined. In such a large-scale decisive battle, if the devil does not have 5 times the strength of the angel, it is very difficult to have any hope of winning. Reina said, the devil's combat power is not as good as that of the angels. Now the army is less than a quarter of the angel's strength. Isn't it certain that he will lose? Morgana is going to die. Dukao shook his head. Morgana and Sacred Keisha have been fighting for tens of thousands of years. Although they have been defeated every time, they are definitely not foolish people to die. And the demons this time seem to be different from before. What's the difference? Reina took a closer look at the demon army and found nothing unusual. You didn't find the demon army this time. Has the military appearance been neat? Dukao said. What? This is called neatness. What is the name of the army of angels on the opposite side? Lena glanced at the army of demons and said disdainfully. You can't compare demons with angels. You should compare current demons with previous demons. Dukao called up a photo of the previous battle between demons and angels, and Lena and the others were stunned when they saw it. The demons of the past were not called military appearances at all, and they had no formation at all, like a group of refugees gathered together. What a gibberish. It's really neat. Without contrast, there is no harm. Reina and Rose nodded in agreement. Compared with the previous demons, the current demons have indeed changed a lot. Other than that, the lineup alone has undergone earth-shaking changes. But even if demons know how to fight in groups, they are still not the opponents of angels. Reina still had some doubts. The absolute strength gap is not so easy to make up. So that's what's worrying, Dukao said. The devil dares to fight with the angel in an open and fair manner, and there is definitely a trump card and certainty that we don't know. I feel it has something to do with the male god Morgana said. He was originally the marshal of Nuo Xing, who launched the war in the Denuo galaxy. After the destruction of the Denuo galaxy, he came to Earth, gave birth to his daughter Chiangwei, and became the commander-in-chief of the Super Seminary, Earth Defense, and Shangbing Company. He has some understanding of the powerful gods in the universe, but he still can't think of who Morgana's male god is. What do we do now? Rose asked. Look at it first. Dukao looked at the projection on the big screen, staring at the angels and demons. In the vast starry sky, Lian Bing sat on a strangely shaped throne, with Erlang's legs crossed, looking at the Holy Keisha in the distance. Holy Keisha sits on a throne that looks like a cross, surrounded by 2 heavily armed angel guards and hundreds of angel warriors. She sat there, divine majesty, noble and elegant, worthy of the name of the king of gods and queen of angels. As for the ice cream, she, the demon queen, seemed a little low, but she herself didn't feel it, or even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Keisha, today I will settle the account with you. Bing Leng looked at the holy Keisha. I remember everything you have done to my mother over the past tens of thousands of years. You are still so careful. Holy Keisha said lightly. Hetui. Lian Bing spat and sneered. I'm just so careful, what's wrong? Are you coming to bite me? This king will reward you with a foot. None of you want to leave today. With you and your group of crooked melons and jujubes. They are also worthy. Sacred Keisha glanced at Lang Bing lightly. Neither Lian Bing nor his demons, she paid no attention to it. Receive cash red envelopes. You can get cash by reading books. Pay attention to the WeChat public account and Benchen station cash point coins are waiting for you. But she knew that Liang Bing wouldn't be really that stupid. There must be something behind her, and she was probably the male god in Lian Bing's mouth. She was curious about this. Haha, today this king will let you see if you are worthy. Do you know why this king is willing to fight with you here? Because this king has prepared a great gift here. Lian Bing's eyes were full of excitement, her beautiful face had a touch of intoxicating red, and she said excitedly, burst. Her voice fell, and humming sounds sounded in the starry sky, and the entire starry sky seemed to be shaking. Holy Keisha's heart was dignified, and she quickly checked the surrounding starry sky. I saw one after another dazzling bright lines lit up on the surface of the stars. It was a mysterious and complex rune, as if it contained the mysteries of the universe and the truth of the universe. As the runes lit up, the entire solar system suddenly brightened, as if the sun was shining across the sky, shining in all directions. Infinite divine light crisscrosses the vast starry sky, like golden chains. Hook the stars together to form a peerless array. This, countless cosmic forces watching the battle through various means, such as Dukao, Lina, Liang Star Pan Zhen, and so on, from the Earth's super seminary, were stunned. The battle between angels and demons is not once or twice. But this is the first time they have seen a bizarre situation like today. In the vast starry sky, countless angel warriors looked at each other, with doubts and tension in their eyes. Many of them have fought demons before, but this is the first time they have encountered such a situation, which is incredible. Queen Keisha. The surrounding archangels gathered around the holy Keisha. One is to guard, and the other is to wait for the instructions of the holy Keisha. Holy Keisha did not speak, squinting to observe the changes in the solar system. At this moment, the countless stars of the solar system seemed to have turned into a huge cage under the special rune rules. And they were in prison. In fact, this is not a cage, but an altar of stars. Did you see it? In fact, the moment you entered the solar system, your destiny was doomed. Liang Bing looked at the holy Keisha proudly, and said proudly, now this king can even deal with you without a single soldier. But after so many years, if the final decisive battle is not fought, this king will not be happy. Little ones, have you seen it? The little angels are right in front of them. Catch them and sacrifice to my God, and you will all be rewarded. How many rewards you can get depends on your performance. Kill. Lian Bing waved his hand and commanded. Kill, for the queen, for the glory of my God. Catch these little angels. Come on. The army of nearly 100,000 demons shouted excitedly and frantically, waving their weapons and charging towards the angel. In their eyes, this is not an angel, but a tempting sacrifice. During this time, they prayed every day and received divine grace, and their strength skyrocketed several times. You can see the generosity of God. If they caught these angels and sacrificed them, the rewards they would get can be imagined. Kill. Holy Keisha waved his hand gently, and the army of angels behind him killed the demon in an orderly manner. The battle between angels and demons begins. Angel Nebula. Carl and Hua Yi led the army to attack the angel's nest, Merlot Heaven. Did you see? This is the latest technology. Sacred Keisha enters it and absolutely cannot come out. If it wasn't for Liang Bing who wanted to fight against Sacred Keisha, it would be solved directly without fighting. Carl looked at the projection on the big screen and said to Hua Yi who was beside him. This is to inspire Hua Yi's confidence and make him work harder to attack Merlot Heavenly Court. When the Merlot Heavenly Court is defeated, it will be time for him, the fisherman, to take action. The plan he and Liang Bing made at the beginning was not only aimed at the female angel headed by Holy Keisha, but also the male angel headed by Hua Yi. They will sacrifice the entire angelic race, certainly. These male angels Hua Yi sacrificed their blood. It is good. Hua Yi's eyes were full of excitement, as if he had already seen himself conquer the Merlot Heavenly Court and ascend the throne of the King of Angels again. Countless beautiful angels surrounded him and let him enjoy. Merlot Heaven. King Tianji, Styx Galaxy Death Carl and Tianja Y's army have resisted Angel Nebula, and Queen Keisha lost contact before. Through observation, we found that the solar system is surrounded by a huge golden altar, and Queen Keisha may be caught in it. An angel paired by Hexi, the king of heavenly foundation on the throne. Carl, Hua Yi, Liang Bing. Hexi frowned. She had a hunch that this was probably the biggest crisis Merlot Heavenly Court had ever encountered. Open all defenses of Merlot Heavenly Court. Our mission is to protect Merlot Heavenly Court. Queen Keisha, we need to have information on her. She will definitely be able to solve it. Hexi ordered. There are not many elite angels in Merlot Heavenly Court now, and it is difficult to go to support Holy Keisha. Yes, King Tianji. Solar System. The battle between angels and demons broke out in an instant, but the fighting power and fighting will displayed by the demons were beyond everyone's expectations. One by one seems to have been beaten with blood. Originally, 3 or 4 demons could fight an angel warrior. But now it's completely reversed, and even 3 or 4 angel warriors are not a demon's opponent. Haha, brothers, grab this little angel watch. And the big long legs, that bear is really big, grab her and dedicate it to the great god of Hongmeng, my god must like it very much. Hey, I've already caught 5 angels, look at this figure, bulge forward and backward, look at this skin, smooth and delicate, such a great sacrifice, my god will definitely reward me. Congratulations, I only caught 10 angels. Fuck. Damn, I must catch 100 angels today. Brothers, work harder, those bastards next door have already caught dozens of little angels. I lost your grandmother to a bear. You didn't eat, so I caught a few angel chicks for Lao Su. There are quite a few over there. Hurry up, grab them and sacrifice them to my god. Exclamation mark quote quote. For the glory of my god. For the queen. Go ahead. In the starry sky, the demons roared excitedly. The powerhouses who watched countless spectators were stunned. How did the strength of the devil change so much? No, because of that big formation, the power of the angels was suppressed, the power of the demons was increased, and the power of the demons increased greatly. What kind of technology is this that can cover the entire solar system? The cosmic powers watching the battle watched the battle between angels and demons, and their hearts were full of doubts. It's not that they haven't seen the war between angels and demons, but this time today is extraordinarily abnormal, with strangeness everywhere. But they quickly guessed the mystery. The demons' change must have something to do with the great formation that enveloped the solar system. And this big formation should have something to do with the god of Hongmeng in the mouth of the devil. Just no matter how hard they rack their brains, they can't think of when there will be a powerhouse called the god of Hongmeng in the universe. Holy Keisha, as a client, felt more obvious about the demon's changes. She could clearly sense that the demon's strength, resilience, and stamina were greatly enhanced. This source and this great formation that enveloped them. This great formation is mysterious, and powerful, and even with her power, it is impossible to parse the mystery. Queen Keisha, you can't fight like this anymore, otherwise, even if you can destroy the demon, the price you will pay is unimaginable. You must destroy this great formation of the demon. An archangel came to Holy Keisha and said anxiously. They've fought demons so many times, and they've never been so suffocated. Not only let the devil win more with less, but he was also suppressed and beaten by the devil. Divine Keisha naturally knew this, and her eyes turned golden. One after another data flashed in her eyes, although she couldn't parse this big array. But she could see that this great formation was built on the basis of countless stars in the solar system. As long as these stars are destroyed, the great formation will naturally be self-defeating. The core of the big formation should be the sun, but destroying the sun directly may lead to the collapse of the big formation and the collapse of the entire solar system. With her strength, it is estimated that she can't die, but none of the angels she brought can survive. The sun cannot move, but she doesn't need to completely destroy the formation, as long as she breaks the formation and makes it difficult to operate. In this way, just destroy a few stars. Her eyes fell on the stars around the sun star, and finally she looked at Mars and said, target Mars, destroy the star. Yes, the angel who received the command immediately acted. They know that Keisha will not aimlessly, which is likely to be the key to breaking the big formation. The muzzle of the Skyblade battleship is aimed at Mars. The star extinguisher main gun is charging. Preparing for charging. 10%, only 20%, 30%. Quote dot. Seeing this scene, the commander of the giant gorge, Dukao, Chiangwei, and others were furious. Once Mars is shattered, Earth will also be directly affected. Mars is not too far from the Earth. Once there is no Mars, the gravitational force between the planets will change. Before long, the Earth will be deorbited, and then it will be the end of mankind. But they couldn't stop at either Merlot Heaven. In Tiangong. Hua Yi has already recaptured the Tiangong. At this moment, seeing Keisha's movements, he changed slightly and said worriedly, that bitch of Keisha won't break through and escape, right? Don't worry, if it's broken so easily, then there's no way to deal with Holy Keisha. Carl looked calm, full of self-confidence. This is the construction method of the starry sky altar passed down by the great god of Hongmeng, although it is not used for fighting and trapping the enemy. But at this level, even the power that comes with it is impossible. Imagination. Definitely not something that the Holy Kesha can destroy. Solar system. The vast starry sky. When Lian Bing saw Holy Keisha's actions, his eyes were full of ridicule, as if watching a clown struggling desperately in a desperate situation. Does she have any trump cards? Sacred Keisha has been paying attention to Lian Bing. Seeing that Lian Bing is not worried at all, a doubt arises in her heart. Could it be that she guessed wrong? But whether it's right or not, she has to try it. Not to mention that the order has been issued, and she cannot withdraw it. Soon, the main gun of the Skyblade battleship was fully charged, and a huge white blazing beam of light ripped apart the void like a divine sword that opened up the sky and slammed into Mars. Boom. The energy cannon hit Mars, and the terrifying roar and tremor shook the entire starry sky, and the entire solar system seemed to tremble. A dazzling light rose from the position of Mars, stabbed people to the point of being unable to open their eyes. It's over. Dukao was completely powerless, sitting on the chair in the command room, his eyes lost. In the chat group, God's dog. Fuck, Mars won't be destroyed just like that, right? The second head of Tu Shan. Probably not. You can see that the Devil Queen is winning, and there is no worry. Yi Tiandi. How could the starry sky altar handed down by my god be destroyed by a star destroyer? Mars must be fine. Under the shocked gazes of the powerhouses from all sides, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Mars appeared in front of everyone intact. I saw the dazzling lines flashing with brilliance, as if the laws of the endless avenues were intertwined, mysterious and endless, magnificent and moving. Sect Master Yunlin. The starry sky altar is really powerful, my god is mighty. The king of demon kings. It turns out that the starry sky altar can also be used as a large array, and its power is still so great. I decided that I would also build a starry sky altar, and then seduce the old man to come over, and finally teach him to be a man. Sun Wukong watched the believers in the altar gain endless growth. The enemy was suppressed, and it was so powerful that his eyes suddenly lit up. Although his cultivation has improved a lot through prayer during this time, he is still not an opponent of the Tathagata. But if, like the demon queen, the Tathagata is suppressed in the starry sky altar, and he gains enhancements and blessings, he can definitely hang the Tathagata. Mars is intact. How can that be? The angels were dumbfounded. The power of the Star Destroyer cannon was clear to them, and it was more than enough to destroy Mars. It is not that they have not destroyed similar stars before. It's not broken. Although Holy Keisha was surprised, it was not too surprising. Seeing Liang Bing's confident and playful expression before, she thought about several possibilities. Either the Star Destroyer cannon can't shatter Mars, or someone will block the Star Destroyer cannon's attack. Mars is still there. It's not broken. Duke Ao and others widened their eyes, and then a huge surprise came to their hearts. As happy as she is, there is Liang Bing. Liang Bing knew that the Star Destroyer cannon should not shatter Mars, but she had no idea if she hadn't tried it. Don't look at her as stable as a dog on the surface, but she is actually panicked. Now finally at ease. Haha, how is it? You know how powerful it is. With the blessing of my divine power, you can't break any planet here. Lian Bing raised his head, his eyes full of pride. Then I want to see how much you have grown in these years. Sacred Keisha watched the angel warriors being taken away, and the great formation could not be broken, and was ready to take action in person. Catch the thief first to catch the king. As long as you catch the cold ice, everything else is easy to say. Come on, let's see how this king cleans up your bitch. Lian Bing stood up and walked towards Holy Keisha. A love and murder between sisters is staged again. Angel Nebula. In Tiangong, seeing that Keisha couldn't break the formation, Huayi immediately felt relieved, shrugged, and said excitedly, without Keisha, the remaining angels are nothing to be afraid of. Angel warriors, go ahead, let these angel girls surrender to us. Take the Merlot Heavenly Court. This king allows you to play as much as you like. Let go of it. All the female angels are our playthings. How can we let them ride on our heads? Kill, 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 kill. The eyes of the male angels were scarlet, as if they had been beaten with blood. They became extremely excited. Huayi's heavenly palace has an extremely powerful temptation for all male angels. Because Tiangong order respects the ultimate hedonism. Female angels are just vassals and playthings of male angels. They all want to return to the Tiangong era. That is heaven to them. Although a hell of female angels. Watching Hua Yi lead the male angels to attack the Merlot Heavenly Court, Carl's eyes showed a smile, and he was full of expectations. Looking forward to the arrival of the god of Hongmong. Looking forward to the reward of the god of Hongmong. In the kingdom of God. Through the channel of faith, Hongmeng watched the battle between the devil and the angel with a ray of spirituality. In the altar of the stars, there is no suspense about the outcome. Although Keisha is stronger than Liang Bing has improved a lot during this period of time, and she is blessed by the starry sky altar, and Keisha is suppressed, so she is probably not Liang Bing's opponent. Hexie should not be the current Carl's opponent in the Merlot Heavenly Court. Carl, the old yin ratio, is very strong. During this period of time, thanks to my divine grace, the improvement is even more terrifying. Hongmeng thought of taking care of the entire universe and starry sky, so there should be no surprises in this wave of Liang Bing. Really, as time passed, the angels' defeat became more and more obvious. At the central altar, more than 100,000 angel warriors have been severely injured and captured alive. The center of the altar is a world of its own, and these angels who were captured alive were thrown into it and couldn't leave. As a high-level altar, the starry sky altar is not just huge, it contains many mysteries. Holy Keisha is going to lose. Countless powerful people in the universe looked at the sacred Keisha who was suppressed by the cold ice, and their eyes were full of complexity. They don't have a good impression of sacred Keisha, and they even want sacred Keisha to fall. After all, no one wants to have a strong man on their head. The myth of Holy Keisha, the king of the gods, has been shattered. But another demon queen has risen. They looked at Lian Bing's arrogant figure, and their mood was solemn. In fact, compared to the demon queen Morgana, they prefer the holy Kesha to win. A gentleman can deceive him. The order of justice implemented by the holy Kesha is to do things within the rules. It's actually fine to deal with. But the demon queen Morgana is a demon, advocating the freedom of depravity and acting recklessly, which is even more fearful and disturbing. Boom. Holy Kesha's silver wings were smashed, and the whole person was knocked off by the cold demon's claws. Queen, Angel Leng waited for several high-ranking guard angels to rush over, help Holy Kesha, and stare at Leng Bing vigilantly. It seems that the god of Hongmong has helped you improve a lot of strength. Who is the god of Hongmong? Holy Kesha stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth gracefully, her expression still calm. It's just that she still can't think of anyone in the universe who has this strength. You will soon know that what you object to, what you don't believe, and what you despise will all be proven. Liang Bing was in a good mood. For tens of thousands of years, she had dreamed of defeating the Holy Kesha, and she finally did it today. In fact, she didn't want to kill the Holy Kesha. After all, Kesha was her sister and used to be very kind to her. They turned against each other only because of differences in academic theory. Sacred Kesha frowned slightly. Leng Bing's words reminded her a lot. What she doesn't believe in, opposes, despise, and has something to do with Liang Bing, seems to be only the ultimate fear. Did Liang Bing find the ultimate fear? Is the god of Hongmong related to ultimate fear? My good sister, don't worry, I will not kill you, nor will I kill these beautiful angels under you. On the contrary, I will send you a great fortune. Don't you want to know who my god is? You have read this, contemplation ideas, over and over again. There will be surprises then. Liang Bing projected, viewing ideas, into the starry sky, and then with a big wave, he retreated to the other side with all the demons. At the same time, she controlled the altar and sealed Kesha and all the angels in it. Queen, what should we do now? The angel looked at sacred Kesha coldly. At this time, there were not many angel warriors around them, and most of them were captured by the demon and held at the central altar. And they feel that the surrounding space seems to have changed, and they seem to be inseparable. God of Hongmong, I want to see what kind of existence you are. Sacred Kesha did not answer, but looked at the viewing ideas in the sky. Queen, let me read it first. Seeing this coldly, the angel said quickly. She didn't believe that the devil would be kind, so there must be some deceit. After speaking, she quickly recited regardless of whether Holy Kesha agreed or not. Sacred Kesha frowned slightly, but in the end did not stop her. Her eyes turned golden, staring at the cold change of the angel. The surrounding angels also stared intently. Under their eyes, the angel's cold expression gradually changed. Surprise, shock, apprehensive, calm. She opened her eyes, thinking of what she had just seen. Her eyes were full of shock. She finally understood why the demons could win and why they lost so miserably. Because the god of Hongmong is too terrifying. Sister Leng, your injury. At this time, the angels exclaimed. I saw the angel's cold chest, and the deep, bloody wounds on his arms healed in just a short time. That is a supreme being that transcends the universe and everything. Indescribable how powerful he is. I can't describe his greatness. He is like the master of the avenue, the origin of all things. Angel Leng didn't care about the changes in his body and said to Holy Kesha. Her voice was shaking. If it was before, she would never believe that there was such a terrifying existence. No wonder those demons recovered quickly after being injured. It turned out to be because of the existence of that statue. Holy Kesha did not speak, but chanted in a low voice. Anyway, she has to try it herself. After a moment, Holy Kesha with a dejected expression, her injuries have recovered a lot thanks to the grace of God. But she didn't have the heart to continue fighting and looking for a breakthrough. Because, she knew that her power could not break through. This formation must have been obtained by Lian Bing from the god of Hongmong. She was not wronged. It's a complete class suppression. Even if the god of Hongmong didn't take action in person, he was such a terrifying existence, and it was not something that they could compete with. Haha, my good sister, do you feel the greatness of my god? My sister will send you up to serve my god in a while, isn't she good to you? This is a blessing that others can't ask for in 10 lifetimes. Lian Bing's smug laughter came from outside, reminding, by the way, a friendly reminder, these beautiful angels under your command, it is best to recite my gods, viewing ideas, and devoutly worship my god. In this way, the probability of them flying to the kingdom of God will be much higher, otherwise they will die in vain. As for Holy Kesha, she was not worried. Holy Kesha is the daughter of great luck even if not the daughter of destiny. Even if you don't believe in the god of Hongmong, you can forcibly sacrifice it, and there is basically no problem. But other ordinary angels, they are not even the daughters of great luck, and there is a certain risk in offering sacrifices. Not necessarily can fly to the kingdom of God, certainly. The more devout you are, the higher the chance of ascension and the more benefits you get. Let all the angels recite contemplation ideas. It is not shameful to believe in the god of Hongmong, and there is no need to sacrifice in vain. After a long silence, Holy Keisha sighed in her heart and commanded. She is now defeated. There is no other option. Instead of letting their angels die, let them have a new future, even if they are loyal to others in the future. Queen, the surrounding archangels wanted to say something, but seeing the unquestionable eyes of Holy Keisha, they swallowed the words that were on their lips. They passed on the order, and all the angels recited the viewing ideas and believed in the god of Hongmong. As the angels prayed, their injuries recovered quickly, and the original altar's suppression on them disappeared. But they still couldn't get out. The altar is controlled by cool ice. Otherwise, Liang Bing would not have given viewing ideas to them. Countless forces in the universe saw that hundreds of thousands of angels were reciting the contemplation ideas, and they were all stunned. Angels also follow the demons to believe in the god of Hongmong. However, what scares them even more is that the wounds on the hundreds of thousands of angels are recovering quickly. Some even had their wings broken, and the dying angels came to life. Before they saw the demon's injuries recover quickly, they thought the demon had special means. Now they understand a little bit. This is because of the god of Hongmong. Could it be that reciting the viewing ideas and believing in the god of Hongmong can restore the injury? Earth, giant gorge. Damn it. How is this possible? Watching the angels change, Lena couldn't help but swear. Her eyes were full of curiosity. This goddess will also try it. I want to see what the god of Hongmong is. No, Dukao hurriedly stopped. This is the evil god that the devil believes in. How can he just recite the other party's things? What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a piece of viewing ideas? I am the light of the sun, and I am still afraid of him as an evil god. Reina didn't care. She might not be the opponent's opponent, but she couldn't believe it could hurt her just by reciting it once. When Dukao and Rose saw this, they didn't say any more. Although Reina is the captain of the Shongbing Company, she is also the main god of the Liang Star and does not belong to them completely. After a while, Qiangwei hurriedly supported Reina, who was so tender and soft that she almost fell to the ground. Seeing the sparkle in Reina's eyes, she worriedly said, Reina, are you all right? It's okay, I'm just a little touched. The god of Hongmong is too great and too generous. I just prayed once, and my strength is at least 10% stronger. Lena waved her hand, but she wouldn't tell Qiangwei that she was provoking the god of Hongmong in her consciousness, but she was hanged and beaten by the other party, and she was made to cry. Can you improve your strength? When Qiangwei and Dukao heard the words, their eyes widened, and they suddenly realized. No wonder the demon's strength has soared. It turned out to be so. It's just why Morgana made such an important view ideas public in the starry sky. What conspiracy is there? Dukao is known as a war madman, and he thought about it a lot. He did not recite directly, nor did he let Qiangwei recite. There is too much doubt about this. It must be confirmed. He carefully inquired about Reina's various news, and then found someone to test it. Not just Dukao. All the forces in the universe that get the view ideas are similar to what Dukao does. Find someone to test first to determine whether there is conspiracy or harm. Time passed little by little. Various forces in the universe have tried several times, but found no problems. Just pray for grace. The first most. The more devout the faith, the greater the ascension. Moreover, this divine grace is almost omnipotent. It can improve strength, recover injuries, expel all diseases, and even regenerate from severed limbs. While the universe was surging, Merlot Heavenly Court was finally broken under Hua Yi's onslaught. Certainly, Hua Yi was able to capture the Merlot Heavenly Court mainly because Karl, the god of death, captured Hexi, the king of heaven. Haha, my king Hua Yi is back. Hua Yi opened his hands and laughed excitedly. Congratulations to my king, meet King Hua Yi. All the male angels knelt down and bowed, with excitement and fiery sparkling in their eyes. They are accustomed to playing with female angels every day. They have gone crazy without a female angel for so many years. Now that the female angel has been defeated, King Hua Yi's Tiangong era is coming. In particular, Hua Yi promised them before that once they entered the Merlot Heavenly Court, they could do whatever they wanted and vent their grievances over the years. Everyone has worked hard, and the promise of this king should be fulfilled. Release your nature and relax, ha ha ha. Hua Yi said loudly. These male angels are his staunch force in maintaining his rule, and he naturally won't let them chill. Thank you, my king, the male angels said excitedly. They stood up and looked at the captured female angels around them, with perverted smiles on their faces, like hungry wolves that had been hungry for tens of thousands of years, their eyes glowing. You bastards, Keisha won't let you go when she comes back. He was extremely angry, and his beautiful eyes stared at Hua Yi. It is unimaginable what kind of perverted torture these female angels will suffer under the hands of Hua Yi. These people were perverts before. Now it has been hungry for tens of thousands of years, and it broke out at one time, as you can imagine. Haha, Hexy, I like your stubborn appearance. Hua Yi shrugged and walked to Hexy with a wretched face, rubbing his fingers and grabbing towards Hexy. Kill. Suddenly, the indifferent voice of the god of death Karl sounded. These female angels are his trophies, and they are to be sacrificed to the great god of Hongmong, but he can't let these heavenly scum go to Ho-Ho. Swish swish. In an instant, the Styx warriors who had been prepared for a long time suddenly burst out and attacked the unprepared male angels around. These male angels are all thinking about how to enjoy the fruits of victory and how to play with the female angels, without the slightest guard. For a moment, countless male angels were beheaded. Karl, you dare to yin Laozi and court death. Hua Yi was furious and attacked Karl. I gave you your void engine, you still want to kill me. Karl's eyes were full of disdain, and he saw rays of light flashing in his eyes. Hua Yi's body suddenly trembled, and then fell softly to the ground. You bastard, I'm going to kill you and tear you to pieces. Hua Yi roared angrily. He didn't expect that he would be scheming for the rest of his life, and he was finally overshadowed by Karl. As Hua Yi was captured, most of the other male angels were quickly beheaded, and the rest surrendered one after another, and the death god Karl became the only victor in Zaicheng. It's a good way to use Tianjia as cannon fodder to attack Merlo Heavenly Court, and finally reap the benefits. Hexy looked at Karl and sneered. King Tianji, don't worry, I will not treat you angels, but I will give you a fortune. Karl smiled slightly, full of anticipation in his heart, and said, you have the opportunity to serve the supreme god of Hongmong, this is your glory. What the hell? Hexy was a little confused. Karl did not explain, and immediately rectified the people. Then he took Hexy, Hua Yi and all the angels to join the solar system and Lianbing through the wormhole without stopping. Lang Bing, you've changed. Hexy saw Lian Bing and Keisha, who was trapped in the big formation, with disappointment in his eyes. Anyway, Liang Bing is also an angel. Apocalypse King, who was once an angel. Even if they became enemies because of the conflict with Keisha's academic ideas, it was not a deep hatred with angels. Her grievance with Keisha is to be resolved by herself. There is no need to implicate the whole angel. Now she even joined Karl and brought the angel to a pot. Too ruthless and heartless. Hexy, don't worry, I didn't want to destroy the angels, I just gave you a great fortune, and you will definitely thank me in the future. Liang Bing sent Hexy to the altar to join Keisha. How is this going? Hexy looked at Keisha. She didn't expect Keisha to lose, and she lost so badly. But what puzzled him was that there were hundreds of thousands of angel warriors around, and they didn't seem to be hurt, so why did they just give up their resistance? You'll know when you recite it once. Sacred Keisha pointed to the viewing ideas projected in the starry sky and said calmly. Hexy was a little puzzled, but she didn't ask any further questions and recited it again. Feel that great presence. She was silent. That really isn't something they can contend with. Subsequently, place angels were thrown into the altar, and Holy Keisha also made them recite the contemplation. Angel Yan was also sent in. Queen Keisha, I'm sorry. Angel Yan came to the Holy Keisha, full of guilt. She felt that it was because of her that the angel was crushed and the angel was defeated. It has nothing to do with you, don't say more. Holy Keisha said calmly. Lian Bing, let me go, I am sincere to you, I support you as the king of angels. Hua Yi was escorted over and shouted when he saw Lian Bing. It's a pity that Liang Bing ignored him at all. Pay attention to the public account. After the Benshan station, pay attention to send cash and coins. Seeing this scene, the forces of the universe fell silent. The universe has changed. Morgana and Karl teamed up to take the angel out of the pot. Even Hua Yi, the former lord of the heavenly palace, was not spared. Liang Bing didn't care about the thoughts of the powerhouses in the universe. Now, everything is ready, it's time to worship. She stood in the priest position and said loudly, little ones, stand up and prepare to sacrifice to my god. Karl stood beside her, his eyes excited and full of anticipation. The rest of the demons quickly stood behind them. The eyes are pious and enthusiastic. They have captured a lot of angel girls one by one, and they will definitely get a lot of rewards from the god of Hongmong. Kill. Lian Bing looked at Hua Yi and other male angels and said indifferently. Don't want. Hua Yi yelled in horror. Laugh. The great demon Addo killed Hua Yi with a sword, and hot blood splashed and fell on the altar. The other male angels were beheaded one after another. Keisha and Hexi stood aside and looked at them lightly, feeling a little complicated in their hearts. Angel Yan, Angel Leng, A Wei, Ji Shin, Ling Shi and other angels were a little curious. Although they have heard the reputation of Tianza, they know that Tianza is evil. But they have basically never experienced Hua Yi's Tiangong era, nor have they seen Tianju. Not aware of the tragic dark lives of female angels of that era. When they were born, Tianza had disappeared and was driven to a remote place in the desert by Keisha and others. Their opponents are basically demons. Relative to the scumbags, they actually hate demons more. The sacrifice begins. Everyone pray with me. All the scum was beheaded, Liang Bing said loudly. Hey, what's going on? I haven't woken up yet. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded in the starry sky. A handsome man with a pot of wine and a sword looked at Lian Bing, Keisha, Hexi and the others with star-like eyes. With a dazed expression, Lang Bing actually served the angel in a pot. How is this going? Ding! The system upgrade is completed, and abnormal changes in the super god universe have been detected, and the task is now released. Save the king of the gods, the holy Keisha, the king of heaven, Hexi, and all the angels, and defeat the demons. The task is completed, and the supreme divine body chaos divine body will be rewarded. Reward Holy Keisha favorability plus 99999, Hexi favorability plus 99999. Quote. Eternal Continent, Kingdom of God, Host, Hong Meng Cultivation. Late Heavenly God, The Way of Hongmeng Plugins. Unlimited increase in talent, Chat Group of the Heavens Source Crystal. 18.05 million. One source crystal equals 10,000 trillion source power treasures. Double Sword of God and Demon, Xuanyuan Sword, Immortal Sword of Longevity, Immortal Clothes of Reincarnation, Holy Halberd, Black Dragon God Cauldron, 9th Grade God Fire Qinglian. The Avenues of Gods and Kings. The Way of Amitabha, the Way of Qinglian, the Way of Life, the Way of Flames, the Way of Shira, the Way of Evil, the Way of Destruction, the Way of Magic Sword Heroes of the Holy Spirit, Yan Ruyu, Nightshade, Jiyu Zuner, Medusa, Ah Yin, Yuti Sha, Xiaoyi Xian, Qinglin, Jing Zhao, Yafei, Wang Yuyan, Azu, Mingyu, Luo Xian, Yaoye. The life of the gods is so simple and unpretentious. Looking at his customized attribute panel, Hongmeng was in a good mood. Certainly, tomorrow will be better. Ding, it has been detected that the world where the demon queen lives has changed, and there is an invasion of extraterritorial demons. Please destroy the extraterritorial demons as soon as possible, and reward millions of points. Suddenly, a prompt that only he could hear sounded, and Hongmeng's heart moved, but he didn't expect another traveler to come to send welfare. What a nice guy. Hongmeng is so happy. He likes system traversers the most. With a thought, Hongmeng's divine sense descended to the super god universe along the channel of faith. Immediately, he saw a handsome, reckless young man beside the solar system altar. A jug of wine, a sword, like a wine sword fairy. Yujian came by the wind, eliminating the devil from heaven and earth. Full of style. On his head, there were 5 big characters, I am a transmigrator. There is a cultivation base close to the true god, no wonder it is worth millions of points. Hongmeng looked at the other party and thought to himself. Great River Sword God. Keisha's face in the altar changed, and she exclaimed with surprise in her eyes. It was the other party who rescued her back then, and the sword of the Great River came up from the sky and killed thousands of Hua Yi's elite angel warriors. So handsome. Great River Sword God. When Liang Bing heard the words, she was puzzled, she had never heard of this person. And this person gave her a very dangerous feeling. She trusts her instincts. That is to say, this young man who suddenly appeared is probably stronger than her, and he is much stronger. When was there such a strong man in the universe? Could it be that her sister Keisha also had an adventure, joined some chat group, and then found a powerful helper outside the universe? At the same time, the chat group was lively. God's dog. Miss Liang Bing, this guy is very aggressive and looks out of tune with your world. 9 times out of 10, he is a transmigrator. You have to be careful. Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, do you need help? Overlord of the World Association, +1, 2 Shan Rongrong, +1, Demon Respect Building, +1. Knowing that the other party might be a traverser, the powerful group members were all excited. To know that the last time in the world of high importance, Bibi Dong made a lot of money by killing that transmigrator. Not only was he rewarded by the chat group, but he was also rewarded by the god of Hongmeng. Demon Queen, thank you, you can come here if you want. Lian Bing did not rashly test the other party. Since she sensed danger, it is better to be cautious. She does not have the protection of the imprint of the gods. If he was killed in a second, wouldn't it be wrong to die? She has just defeated the angel, and she is about to reach the top of the human race. She doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. Overlord of the World Association, Queen of the Atmosphere, I'm here. The second head of Tu Shan, I'm also here to join in the fun. Sect Master Yunlin, +1. Shangba and others went to the Super God universe through the chat group one after another. Although it has not yet been determined whether the other party is a traverser, there is no loss in going there. If the other party is really a transmigrator, they can also get a piece of the pie. This guy should be the transmigrator who rescued Keisha from Hua Yi. When Hong Meng heard Keisha's exclamation, he immediately thought of what Liang Bing had said. Keisha was not captured by Hua Yi and tortured like the original plot, but was rescued by a mysterious powerhouse. It's just that Liang Bing doesn't know who the strong man is. It's been tens of thousands of years, and he really can't do it. From the Tiangong era to the opening of the Super God Universe plot, it's interesting. Hong Meng's mouth slightly raised. This time traveler knew at a glance that he wanted to harm him. So Hong Meng is also welcome. He modified the task of the chat group and sent it to the group. Ding, it has been detected that the world where the Devil Queen lives has changed, and there are foreign demons invading. Please eliminate the foreign demons as soon as possible, and reward artifacts and exercises. Quote. Super Universe. A series of figures appeared next to Liang Bing, including Shangba, Tu Shan Rongrong, Bibi Dong, Yi He, the King of Demon Kings, Sun Wukong, Yu Bukchun, Yun Yun, and Chonglo. It can be said that the group members above the 8th order strength have come. No way, the last time Bibi Dong killed the extraterritorial demons, the harvest was too great. No one could resist. Lian Bing, who are they? Carl looked at Shangba and others who suddenly appeared, his pupils shrank, and a storm surged in his heart. He felt that each of these new people was stronger than him, and some of them even made him feel frightened and terrified. Like an ant facing a dragon. They are all my god's messengers in other worlds, and they came to help. Lian Bing explained lightly. At this time, a reminder of the chat group sounded in the minds of the group members. Ding, it has been detected that the world where the Devil Queen lives has changed, and there are foreign demons invading. Please eliminate the foreign demons as soon as possible, and reward artifacts and exercises. Haha, it's really a transmigrator. When Shangba heard the words, he was overjoyed and accepted the task without hesitation. This time it really came right. Tu Shan Rongrong and others also received tasks one after another. There is no limit to the number of tasks. The final reward is distributed according to everyone's credit. Although they can't monopolize it, it's a pity, but they are very satisfied if they can get a share of the pie. The other side. Fuck, what the hell is this? Originally, he was going to pretend to be coercive and beat Liang Bing to Li Zan, who rescued the angels such as Keisha and Hexi. When he saw the sudden appearance of Shangba and others, he was immediately stunned. He traveled to the Super God universe tens of thousands of years ago, and his first task after obtaining the novice gift package was to save Keisha from being humiliated by Hua Yi. After he completed the task, the system rewarded him with the innate Holy Body Dao embryo and Wuxi Great Emperor's Red Dust Immortal Cultivation base. He thought he took off straight away. As a result, the system told him that because he was too weak, it would take a long time for him to fully integrate. Then, he found a secluded place that no one could find to integrate the innate Holy Body Dao embryo in the beginning Great Emperor's Red Dust Immortal Cultivation realm. During the fusion, he fell directly into a deep sleep. Wake up. He completely integrated the rewards of the system, and then he saw that Keisha, Hexi and others were arrested, so he hurried over. He thought that with his cultivation, he could easily complete the task, save the beauty from the hero, and bring the beauty back. Result, who are you? Li Zan looked at Shangba, Chonglo, Bibi Dong and others. These people seemed familiar, but he didn't know them. There is a difference between reality and film. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a quaint big cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears, wrapped in terrifying power, smashed its head and face at him. The cauldron seemed to contain cosmic stars, extremely heavy, and hundreds of millions of mysterious yellow chi were falling down. With the appearance of the cauldron, the stars swayed and the universe trembled. Fuck, 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past in Li Zan's heart, drawing his sword and slashing. The sword of the great river is coming from the sky. The endless sword energy is like the Yangtze River, sweeping the universe and the starry sky. At this time, Li Zan also saw clearly who shot. It was the handsome 11 or 12-year-old boy in the opposite crowd. Unexpectedly, the other party looks young, but the shot is so dark. He started without saying a word. Damn it, Yi He is really black. Shangba scolded secretly in his heart, and instantly threw out the mountain and river seal and smashed it at Li Zan. Yu Bukchun, Tu Shan Rongrong, and Bibi Dong all took action. This is when taking credit, whoever contributes the most will be rewarded more. Boom boom boom. As everyone took action, the power of terror swept the universe. The fairy light was dazzling, the divine light was soaring to the sky, and the supernatural powerhouses and the great forces were stunned. I saw that those planets that were not protected by the mysterious lines of the altar were affected by the aftermath and shattered in an instant, which was more terrifying than the star annihilation weapon. Originally, they thought that the previous battle between angels and demons was terrifying enough. But they only know now that it was just playing house. This is the real horror. Raise your hands, destroy the sky, destroy the earth, and shatter the planet. How so? In the command room of the Earth's giant gorge, Dukao watched the movement of the battle with despair in his eyes. After finally waiting for the battle between the demon and the angel to end, a more terrifying battle broke out again. In such a battle, their Earth is like a small boat in the sea, and it will be destroyed at any time. This is the strong one. Reina was shocked, and she truly felt her own insignificance. She had already felt the greatness of the god of Hongmeng when she prayed before, but the god of Hongmeng was too strong and too far away from her. She didn't feel much, but now that she sees the appearance of one terrifying force, she truly realizes her own weakness. I want to be stronger. Reina was ruthless in her heart, and decided to believe in the god of Hongmeng, and prayed every day to become stronger. In front of the main altar of the solar system, Lian Bing looked worried and shouted, "Damn it! Be careful, if you destroy the universe of the old lady will never end with you." Hey, are the messengers from other worlds so strong? The god of death Karl took a deep breath in his heart. He stared at the battle between Shangba and the others and Li Zan, as if he saw a new world. HMPH, when this king finishes this sacrifice, he won't be weaker than them. Lang Bing pouted. If she hadn't joined the group late. She must be the battle force in the group. Boom. Li Zan was smashed by a knife from the building and exclaimed, "Are you the demon respect building? Red hair, horns, crow wings, are demons, and the wrist blade of the arm. All of them coincide with the heavy building in his mind. Yes, this seat is the demon respect building." The dark wings behind the heavy building waved and continued to kill Li Zan. He has a 12th order cultivation base, far exceeding the 10th order peak Li Zan. However, Li Zan, as a man with a system, has a congenital holy body, and his combat power is terrifying. Even if the building is heavy, it is difficult to kill him in seconds. How will you be here? When Li Zan heard Chonglu's admission, his pupils shrank, and his heart was overwhelmed, unbelievable. At the same time, he thought of these people who appeared with Zonglo. He looked at Yihei who attacked him first. "You're Yihei who covers the world." "It's me." Yihei nodded calmly, not surprising that the other party could recognize him. Wang Hao had already said in the group that many of the traversers were similar to him and knew the information of various worlds. His desolate holy body and the Mother Chi cauldron of all things are very recognizable, and it is not surprising that the other party can recognize them. Should she be Duluo Bibi Dong? Li Zan turned to look at Bibi Dong, who was holding a staff of power and wearing an elemental vestment, like a goddess from the 9 heavens descending from the world. His temperament and clothes were very similar to Bibi Dong. It's just that her beauty and strength are far more terrifying than Bibi Dong's memory. "Congratulations, you got it right, but there is no reward." Yihei grinned. His holy body was complete, equivalent to the 9th order cultivation base. Although he is not Li Zan's opponent, he is restrained by other people. How could she be so strong? Li Zan couldn't believe it. Even if Bibi Dong became a god, he would be at most similar to the great sage of the heaven-covering world, right? But Yihei's holy body was completed, but his strength was far inferior to Bibi Dong. Even stronger than the one who inherited the Wushu Great Emperor's Red Dust Immortal cultivation base. "Why are you here? Are you reincarnators?" Li Zan's mind changed sharply. Yihei, Chonglo, and Bibi Dong were all characters he knew well, and the others were probably also characters he was familiar with in the script. For example, the ugly monkey with the golden hoop stick, you don't need to guess which version of Sun Wukong it is. The folded-eared fox with a pair of fox ears, green hair, squinting eyes, and 2 lines on his face is probably Tu Shan Rongrong. With so many script characters gathered here and killing him, the first thing he thought of was reading some novels in his previous life. For example, they all became reincarnators and received a mission to kill him. The more he thought about it, the more frightened, Li Zan shouted in his heart, "System, what's the situation? Help me." However, the system is not intelligent and there is no response. Grass. Dog system. Li Zan cursed in his heart. His system is a punch-in system, and there are rewards for punching in every day. By the way, I haven't clocked in today. Li Zan's eyes lit up, and he prayed in his heart, you need to be stronger in the system. Check-in. Ding. The check-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-quality immortal weapon without beginning bell. Beginningless bell. It's okay, although I can't turn things around, it can greatly enhance my strength and I can barely protect myself. Li Zan was a little disappointed, but he could still accept it. He looked coldly at the strong men who surrounded him, such as Shangba, Yu Bukchun, Yun Yun, and felt ruthless in his heart. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. He knew that once he used the beginning bell to act recklessly, the entire solar system, and even the surrounding galaxies, could be destroyed. But he couldn't care less. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. What's more, he is a transmigrator, even if the universe is destroyed, as long as he does not die, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has no feelings for this universe. Die. Thinking of this, Li Zan instantly took out the beginningless bell and pushed it to the extreme. The power of the best immortal weapon is fully recovered. In an instant, the law breaks down. The avenue roared. The universe is whining. This moment, countless creatures in the entire universe have a feeling of heart palpitations. The stronger the strength, the more obvious the feeling, and the more fearful in the heart. Boom. The beginningless bell trembled, and the grand bell rang, like ripples sweeping across the starry sky. Wherever, all things perish. Not good. Bibi Dong's complexion changed greatly. Unexpectedly, Li Zan took out the top-quality fairy weapon and suddenly broke out, and it was too late for her to stop it. This time, the solar system is about to be destroyed. She used to control her strength before, and even protected the surrounding planets from being destroyed. She was very constrained. The heavy building is similar, otherwise the gap in cultivation base, even if Li Zan is strong in combat, he will not be able to hold on to a few tricks. Are you going to die? Yun Yun's pupils shrank as she felt the breath of death blowing towards her face. She only has an 8th order cultivation base, is closer to Li Zan, and has no divine weapon to protect her body. Under the terrifying immortal power of the beginning bell, her soul seems to freeze and be shattered. She really felt death coming. This moment. But at this moment, the imprint of the gods between her eyebrows recovered spontaneously. One after another mysterious light flickered, and the beginningless bell might strike, but it seemed as if a breeze was blowing across the face, dissipating invisible. Boom. The lingering bell rang, which was in line with the avenue of heaven and earth, and echoed in the cosmic starry sky. All souls who heard the bell shuddered, as if they were about to be shattered. Countless powerhouses in the universe paled in horror, their hearts jumped, and they really felt what fear was. There is such a terrifying existence in the universe. In the solar system, with the sound of the bell, the stars that were not inscribed with the altar's divine pattern were silently smashed under the bell. The power of the bell spreads, and it is about to spread throughout the solar system. Earth. In the giant gorge, Du Cao's body trembled, his pupils shrank, his liver and gallbladder were split, and he felt that a great terror was about to come. Beside him is usually carefree, and the light of the sun, Lena, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, is even more delicate and trembling, and her face is pale. It's over. The same desperate thought arose in their minds. Not just them. At the moment when the bell rang, countless powerhouses in the universe felt that their souls would collapse and be wiped out. Solar system. Inside the altar. So strong. Sacred Keisha's eyes were full of shock, and today's events simply subverted her cognition. With the emergence of strong men one after another, she, the strongest man in the known universe, the holy Keisha, the king of the gods, is a joke. Her little strength, in the vast and boundless world of the heavens, is nothing. Is this the mysterious powerhouse who rescued Keisha? Hexie looked at Li Zan with beautiful eyes. For her who had been caught and put her life and death aside, she had nothing to be afraid of. To die is to die. She just didn't expect that the mysterious powerhouse who rescued Holy Keisha would be so terrifying. In such a battle, they are not even qualified to intervene. I have to say, it's kind of sad. I rely on. Lian Bing's face changed greatly, and his heart was cold. In the face of Li Zan's sudden outbreak, her 7th order strength was powerless to resist. If the power strikes, she and all the demons behind her will be crushed to powder in an instant. She is so cautious, is it going to be planted like this today? But just before their thoughts fell, a mysterious light flew out from the imprint of the gods that flickered in Yun Yun. As the profound light flew out, there seemed to be an invisible force spreading between the heavens and the earth. The sound waves that could destroy the entire solar system disappeared silently, as if they had become ordinary sound waves. Thump. Divine voices suddenly sounded between the heavens and the earth, and the purple energy came 30,000 miles from the east. The sky is falling. The ground gushing golden lotus. Rui Kai rises. Xiaoguang Wanli. I saw that mysterious light shot from Yun Yun's eyebrows flew into the sky, with a hazy luster, white, like a bright moon. Holy. Brilliant. A stalwart figure emerged from the white light as bright as the bright moon. He stopped in the void and strolled in the courtyard. Step by step, a white lotus flower was born under the feet, crystal clear like jade. It is as if carved from white jade from suet fat, with ingenious workmanship, exquisite and flawless, just like a living thing. It exudes a holy light, like a burning holy fire. Step by step lotus. Every step, a white lotus flower will appear out of thin air. Meet my God, welcome my God to come. Bibi Dong, who was about to mobilize the divine tool to resist the power of the beginning bell, immediately put away the divine tool and knelt on the ground, respectfully and enthusiastically. Meet my God, welcome my God to come. Shangba, Tu Shan Rongrong and others knelt down one after another, even Zonglo and Monkey King, the king of demon kings, were no exception. Although this is just the imprint of divine power left by the god of Hongmong, and maybe he is not conscious, but the power radiated from his body is too terrifying. That kind of power is not shattering the sky, nor smashing the galaxy, but from the origin of the soul, from the depths of the soul. Like the inferior facing the superior. Like an ant facing a dragon. That is the difference in the nature of life. That's the level gap. It's like 2D faces 3D. Meet the god of Hongmong. On the altar, the angels, such as the holy Keisha, Hexi, and Angel Yan, fell to the ground involuntarily. The instinct of life drove them to surrender and worship. Hiss. Who is this? Li Zan's eyes widened, staring at Hong Meng, his liver and gallbladder split. Horrible. Terrible. Just a phantom has unrivaled power. The beginningless bell, the top-grade immortal weapon in his hand, was trembling, fearful, and whining. He was stiff all over, feeling that the universe was oppressing him and wanted him to surrender. He wanted to run away, but couldn't move his legs. System, save me. Li Zan screamed in his heart, the only thing he can rely on now is the system. But the system did not respond. System, your uncle, what are you talking about? Destroy. The grand voice sounded, but it was not the system, but from Hong Meng's mouth. That voice is raging and ancient, as if passing through time and space come from ancient times. The voice disappeared without a trace, as if it had crossed the starry sky and came from the chaotic star sea. The voice is infinite in rhythm, as if it has grasped the truth, and it comes from the 3,000 avenues. The cosmic road resonates, and the laws of heaven and earth resonate. In an instant, Li Zan felt an incomparably terrifying, incomparably majestic, incomparably vast, terrifying force swept over like the might of the great Tao of heaven and earth. I'm not reconciled, Li Zan wailed in his heart, his consciousness trembled, and then fell into eternal darkness. Hong Meng's phantom then dissipated, turning into a blossoming golden lotus and falling from the sky. The golden lotus falls on the person, and it blends into it instantly, which refreshes the person, and the fatigue is swept away. Injury recovery. Weak strength is restored. Intact growth force. Thanks to my God for saving his life, Yun Yun has nothing to repay, and will serve my God for the rest of his life. For the glory of my God, he will smash his bones and die. Yun Yun's delicate body trembled slightly and said excitedly. At that moment, she thought she was going to die. Her strength is still too weak. Thank God. Shangba, Bibi Dong and others thanked them one after another. After I go back, I must make a sacrifice as soon as possible. The king of demon kings secretly said in his heart. At that moment, he also felt the breath of death. Only by offering sacrifices once, obtaining the approval of the gods and conferring the position of the gods, can they obtain the protection of the power bestowed by the gods. Like Yun Yun, if it weren't for the protection of the power left by the gods in the imprint of the gods, they would have been killed in an instant just now. Even Zonglo and Bibi Dong couldn't save her in time. In the chat group, those who didn't perform sacrifices were shocked. This time, they really felt the benefits of the divine envoy, which could save their lives at a critical moment. The god of Hongmong really has boundless power and great powers. Holy Keisha, Hexi and other angels were shocked. They have recited contemplation ideas, and know that the god of Hongmong is extremely powerful and extremely terrifying. But sometimes it is too powerful, but it makes people feel unintuitive. Just that scene. The power of the god of Hongmong is simply and directly inserted into the depths of their hearts. They will never be forgotten. Li Zan sacrificed the power of the bell without beginning, and they were obvious to all. But what was the result? He was still killed by a ray of divine power left by the god of Hongmong. There is no harm without contrast. The gap is too big. Congratulations, Sister Yun. Tu Shan Rongrong came over, glanced at Li Zan's body, and congratulated Yun Yun. Rong has won the prize. The ability to kill extraterrestrial demons depends entirely on my divine power. If it wasn't for my god's action, I would have lost my life, let alone destroying extraterritorial demons. Yun Yun shook her head and smiled bitterly. Damn, I scared the old lady to death. I thought the solar system was about to collapse. Lian Bing came from the side carelessly, and said with a lingering fear. Devil Queen, I'm sorry, I almost caused you a huge loss. Bibi Dong apologized. I don't blame you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to deal with this extraterritorial demon. Liang Bing waved her hand. She knew that Bibi Dong and the others had done their best. Otherwise, with Bibi Dong's strength and their full strength, the solar system would have collapsed long ago. Ding! Congratulations to the group member, Sect Master Yun Lan, for completing the group task, and rewarding the top-quality celestial artifact Qinglian sword with a magical power, and the rest of the participating group members will be rewarded with a magical power. Suddenly, the prompt tone of the chat group sounded in the minds of the group members. Everyone was overjoyed. Although they were not as good as Yun Yun as having a top-quality divine artifact, it was a worthwhile trip to be able to acquire a magical power. More importantly, they found that this magical power is not directly rewarded, but can be chosen by themselves. When they entered the chat group consciously, they saw a logo pattern of the magic pavilion, and when they became conscious, they entered it. The names and introductions of a magical power appeared in their minds. These magical powers are of similar level, but their functions are different, and they are all encompassing enough to allow each of them to choose a satisfactory magical power. This magical power pavilion was just made by Hong Meng. The rewards for the group members were given by him, but this time there were several group members participating in the task, and he was too lazy to choose suitable magical powers for them, so he simply let them choose by themselves. So he used the authority of the group owner to build a magic power pavilion, and put all the magic powers he collected into it. Certainly, there are grades of magical powers, and what Shangba and others can see is only a part of them, all of which are the magical powers of the grade that Hong Meng is going to reward them with. When a group member completes the task, it means that he completes the task and receives 1 million points as a reward for the chat group. But 1 million points is useless to Hong Meng. He didn't care either. Super Universe. Yun Yun, Shangba and others happily chose their favorite magical powers, congratulated each other, and followed Liang Bing to worship Hong Meng. Even if they can't get rewards, it's good to follow the sacrifice to show their intentions. Not to mention, as divine envoys, now they encountered the sacrifice of Liang Bing, but they ran away directly. Isn't it very insincere? Wouldn't it be miserable if the god of Hongmeng knew and gave them small shoes? So, they all chose to stay and worshipped with Liang Bing. Yun Yun then brought Li Zan's body and Wu beginning bell to the altar. Although the beginningless bell is a top-grade fairy weapon, equivalent to a top-grade artifact, Yun Yun has no thoughts left behind. Send red envelopes reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Pay attention to the Weixin official account end of the God Station to draw red envelopes. Even if Li Zan was killed by her using the divine power that Hong Meng left in her body. But in her opinion, this is also a trophy belonging to the god of Hongmeng. Although the god of Hongmeng does not look down on it, it is her attitude that she presents it. Lian Bing stood in the position of the altar priest, finally glanced at Keisha and Hexi, and then led everyone to pray. Carl's eyes were excited, his face flushed abnormally, full of anticipation. As they prayed, the starry sky changed. As they prayed, the starry sky changed. As they prayed, the starry sky changed.